Hello, and welcome to a little impromptu live stream. It's right in between Christmas and New Year, as you know, and I think the boys were itching just to get on and have a chat. It's a kind of what we're in limbo. We're in limbo, so we're bored, and we decided that we'd come on for a little live chat. So, firstly, I'm going to welcome into the live stream. I'm going to welcome Mr. Revbomb.
Evening, buddy. Evening.
How you doing, pal? How's
Yeah,
things?
good.
Nice one. And secondly, I'm going to welcome in Mr. PK Biker. How you doing, pal?
Oh, good. Look at you.
Not bad, pal. Not bad at all.
Yeah. It's just a bit strange, wasn't it? All this, what you say, a bit in between limbo. You just get a bit bored of.
Yeah, I know. It's like, you know, that way where you wake up and I'm like, I haven't a clue what day it is.
Yeah.
Because it just all blends into the one. I think it's all the build up. It's like I had quite a big build up to Christmas, and then I cook Christmas dinner and whatever. So like that day's just totally like it disappears. I do it from breakfast right the way through lunch, then dinner. So the first time I really get to sit down is like 8 o'clock at night. So, and by that time I'm like a stuffed pig. So it takes me the next day to sort of recover. So
yeah. Well, not the same here, but we got to trace his mum and dad. So by the time the kids have opened their presents, we're up, it's dinner time. We get over there, have Christmas dinner, have a few beers, come back, chill out at our end. The day's kind of done, and then we did the same kind of on Boxing Day as well. So it's the same kind of routine. So it's the Christmas Day and Boxing Day is just absolutely fly. And then all day today, I've been thinking it's Wednesday.
See, right now, I couldn't even tell you what day it was. I honestly couldn't tell you. I'd need to look at my phone.
Well, I had a panic. I had a panic because I walked outside earlier and everybody's bin was outside, and I was like, "Shit, I missed the bins." You know what I mean? But yeah, all day, I thought it was I thought it was Wednesday today.
So I got a nice wee Christmas present from my mum and dad, and I'm just going to crack it open.
Oh,
a wee Highland Park. So I'm going to crack it open. And
is that a single malt?
Yeah, mate. It's called Viking Scars. They've got like a Viking range, and it's really, really nice. I like it in a little Caithness glass.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. So whatever you're doing, good health to you all.
Yeah, all the best.
Yeah. Cheers. All the best. Yeah.
So if I fall off a chair, do you know the reason?
Which is now known as doing a peaky, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, that's it. It's always the last person to do it that gets named after. So you've carried the can for me, buddy.
I don't mind taking it off you, mate. I don't mind taking it off you.
Oh, it was like see the other night watching you. It was like he's getting worse and he's getting worse. It's funny how it just catches up, isn't it? It's like,
oh man, well, I've like I say earlier on, I looked at basically how you did a live and what you've got to do. So I've put it in, but it's like 24, 48 hours. So right. I'll just have a look, see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, see the thing about it. What it can do is I can create like a stream, but not broadcast it live. I can give you the private link to it, and then I can bring you on, and the two of us can sit, and I'll show you how to go through it, because I can just put my computer page up on the screen.
Yeah.
Do
your page. Yeah, share what you're doing.
So you'll be able to see exactly what's happening and how it's happening. I mean, I'm still learning. Rev does it far more than I do. So like I'm just about good enough to get the stream started and get the stream going. So everyone that's watching on YouTube, thanks very much. If you could please smash the like button. Don't forget to check out Rev, excuse me, and Peaky's channel as well. If you could do that. Get Howie on as well. How are you doing, Howie?
I saw all the channels up for you on social media, Ed.
Yes, thank you very much.
Cheers, Booker. I'm gonna start this this little thing that we've had on our little group chat about Filmora. So basically, on Filmora, Filmora 12 that I'm on now. So I rendered a video basically yesterday.
Yeah.
Went to go back into it late last night, early hours this morning to do some tweaking and some other stuff, and it wouldn't let me get onto it basically. So then all it was doing was basically telling me I've got to update to Filmora 12, which I did, and then obviously I just went through what I usually do because it's free, so it was like yes, off we went, and then it came up saying I've got to pay, and I was like, no, I got to pay at all. So I emailed them, and they was like, no, that's gone. That £70 lifetime update has gone now. And I was like, well, you could have informed us, kind of thing, rather than just.
Yeah, it does say in the disclaimer, because I've just read through mine, and it says if you're on the lifetime, do not upgrade to Filmora 12, as you may lose your subscription. If you're on monthly, then you can continue on to the new one. I just
here's the problem. Here's the problem, and it was sticking my throat. If I've paid the £70 and Filmora 12 comes out, you know fine well that Filmora 11 will not be getting tech support. It will not be getting any bugs ironed out. So any update that gets done to Filmora 11 that bugs out and affects 11, they don't care, because what they're wanting you to do is jump onto 12. It's a shame. You should be able to. They should be able to give you an option of a full digital download, which means that you have a copy of that.
Yeah,
it's like Power Director as well. I mean, like it was probably this time of year that I basically took the Power Director out. So I know that right now Power Director will have like a 50 or a 45 or some sort of ridiculous % sale, because my subscription is due at this time of year.
Yeah.
And I've never paid any more than about £40. At one point they were looking for £100 for the year. But what I would say about it is the tech support is amazing. They've got Power Director University on YouTube. It's a guy called Malik, and he's absolutely brilliant. And it's how to do transitions. It's how to do shutter effects. How to do all sorts of different effects. And one of the good things as well is every month you get a message. It's near enough to the day. You get a message to say that there's a new transition pack, or there's new music, or there's new fonts available, and you just go onto your Power Director and you're able to upload and update your setup.
But what I will say is, because what I've done today is I've spent a good portion of the day editing, just trying out the new stuff on Filmora that's been that they've introduced, and it is a lot better. It is it is if you're doing a lot of editing, then you can see the difference. Me and Exeter Rider was talking earlier about it, and you can notice a difference at the end of the day. So you don't mind, and it's like I said to him, it's a bit of a kick in the nuts, but that money's gone now anyway, so you can't do nothing about it.
Exactly. Yeah, no use crying over it. Yeah.
No, and if you like I said to Exeter, I'm used to using Filmora. I tried that DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah.
For me, that was just far too technical. It was just way above my skill limit.
Yeah. I had Sony Vegas, Sony Vegas Pro 13, I think it was, but it was a hooky one. It was basically cracked. I can't remember. It was like a group of guys that I knew that they were cracking absolutely everything. They're like, that I can crack that for you, and that's what they did. They cracked it, and it was Sony Vegas was brilliant. But just before I talk about that, I'm going to bring in another guy. He's probably fingering his bike in his conservatory. We have Mr. Sprocket Rocket, Chris himself. How you doing, brother?
How's it going, guys?
You're right.
All right, pal.
Merry
All right.
Christmas, everybody. Merry happy festive
Happy Christmas,
season.
Chris.
All that bollocks.
How you doing? Okay, you okay?
Look at that,
All right.
Chris. Look at that. Whiskey without coke in
Cheers,
it. Look.
brother.
Oh, lovely. You're a hard
Oh.
man. Zed.
Oh, mate.
And we've left the Hoover away now. The Hoover's gone.
Aye, that's that.
Has it all been nice and clean, has he?
No. It's I'm on something different tonight. We've changed up. We're on the road mics.
Ah.
I've plugged my wireless mic into the computer. It's a lot easier, and without this stupid boom in the way, I've got more room to manoeuvre as well.
See what I think happens, because I ended up having to put something underneath my tower, because like the obviously the noise of the fans, it travels through the table, and then you've got the mic. I've got like a boom arm for my mic, but it still doesn't matter because it resonates all the way through it. And because the mic, the mics are that sharp, they pick up everything.
What kind of mic you got, Zed?
It's a Gilab.
Right.
mic, and it was actually held.
I thought you were
wheels.
going to say it's a Shure or something like
No, it's a
that.
Gilab.
Have you heard of them? No.
No,
If you heard of them, they're about $300.
no, I wouldn't pay that. No, this was about 120 or something like that. And it's a cracking mic. You can basically, it's like omnidirectional. You can basically, like if you're having like a conference within a room, you can set it so as it picks up all the way around. You can have it directional as it is just now. It's only picking my voice up, so the microphone all the way around the back isn't picking anything up. Or you can have it.
You wouldn't even believe this thing's in overdrive at the moment. It's whirring like a bugger, and it's not even picking up on screen. But if I was to get close, you can hear that fan going like a bugger.
Mate, Rev, that mic is absolutely crystal clear, mate.
So see the Rode, does that have its own noise cancellation technology within it?
I'm on. Well, mine's actually set up for minus 15 dB. So the unit is sitting down here. Oh, hang on, if I can get it, because I'm only on a short lead.
So am I, mate.
There it is. That one there. So that's the receiver.
Yeah.
So that's on minus 15. But as I'm talking, you can see the bar going up and down. So that's just sitting on a USB plugged into the computer. And then the other one, I've got me furry thingy on it as well. So
yeah,
it's got the little old furry mouse that you can click on. But then my camera one that goes on my helmet is there. I am pissed as a bastard today. Really annoyed because I picked it up by the mount and my chin mount came off with the GoPro on it.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, how's it mounted to the helmet?
With Sugru.
Right, and it came off?
And it came off, yeah. The Sugru actually broke away from the helmet. But when I looked at it, there was a tiny little gap in the top and the water's got down the back of it.
Got you. So there's been it's created a void.
Yeah, so it's made a void. The water's got in slowly backwards and forwards with going on and off my head all the time. But I thought while I'm at it, I Sugru'd the back one, but I've taken off the 3M mount that holds the drift as well. And I've got as you can tell, I've been using Sugru. I've got black fingers.
It's like you really need to, with Sugru, you really need to knead it in. And make sure that you don't create any sort of layers or pockets within the Sugru. And you can actually tell when it's ready to go because it starts getting that warm.
Yeah, it started to get really hot in my fingers, and I'm like, right. But I literally molded it flat, laid it all flat, and then pushed it on. But as I pushed it on, you could see it all spewing all the way out, all the way around.
Shall I tell you what I use?
Gorilla Glue.
Gorilla Glue, yeah.
Because all I do then is I get two little clamps, force it on, put the pressure on for about 2 hours, take them off. Mate, I've never ever had anything drop off. The only time I've had it drop off once is when I stuck a new chin mount on, just a 3M GoPro thing. Going there, I was down, coming back, it fell off. But that's what I do.
Do you rough the surface of the helmet before you do the Gorilla Glue, or do you just put it straight on as it is?
No, so what I usually do is not I put it directly onto the helmet, but what I do first of all with this stuff, if you've ever used it, you need to get it wet first.
Just
So
like
you just
spray it to activate it.
Yeah, so you spray, you get it all nice and damp, put a layer on both sides, put them down, because it expands. You've got to be quite minimalistic because of obviously how small the stuff is we use. You've got to be quite minimalistic. So when you put it on, to spread it out a bit, I usually use my finger as well, just rub it around and then stick it on, clamp it. I've never had an issue, honestly. But
it works. It works.
I mean, it's each their own, right?
But it's the only thing now. Obviously, I've got to wait 2 days for the bloody Sugru to dry off.
Yeah, I mean that's it. You need to give it the cure time. That's a definite. As Jonesy, just I thought I'd stop by to take my pop out for a bit. Check back later. Happy New Year, Jonesy.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Is it cold in there, Chris? Is it cold in there, Chris?
I just want to check something. Am I lagging or anything like that?
No,
No,
you're
fine.
fine.
Right, cool. Right, give me a minute to go and get a glass.
Yeah, but honestly, I've used that Gorilla Glue on on basically everything, any surface to surface, even if it's a GoPro mount.
Yeah,
I warm the GoPro mount up, mix that in, put it on, stick it on, clamp it for a couple of hours. Fucking sweet as a nut, eye moving anyway. So,
I thought I'd play safe this time because when you buy the GoPro, it comes with the little circle with a bit of string on it. I thought I'm going to put that on this time. Don't want to be bowling a GoPro 10 down the road.
So that's what I did with my GoPro 9 first ride out.
Yeah,
fell off the back of my bike. Took me about 45 minutes to find it.
Yeah, I sent my Hero 4 down the road. Probably one of my best viewed videos, actually. So it wasn't all bad. But what that was I had tethers on my mounts, and it actually when I think about it, and I don't know what the hell I was thinking at the time. It actually snapped above where I had tethered it, so the tether worked, but it snapped. Basically, see the wee sort of wee balls with the thread on it that you can move about. The wee stem just snapped right at the vibration must have been too much for it, and it just clean snapped off. I can remember when it happened. I was overtaking a car, and there was like on the Dalmally Pass, there's like seams on the road because obviously, like in the winter, it expands and contracts. So they've got splits where. Nice one, Chris. All the best, pal. They've got splits in the road for expansion. So when I was going by the car and overtook the car, I felt the front end go, and then 2 seconds later, it was actually my audio cut off, and I was like, "Oh God, something's went wrong with my audio," because my Senna backpack's attached to the camera. But no, that's what it was. It was because the camera was no longer with me.
Well, I'm waiting to get hold of Rhythmic because that cheap 10 quid action cam that I've got, we're going to strap it under Rhythmic's bike and see if it can get it round on the corner and scrape the damn thing.
That's a good question, Boo. And I think that YouTube needs to know. Chris, everyone's wanting to know whether that's a sex toy over your, that will be your right shoulder.
Oh no, it's for my back.
Fucking hell.
I suppose, if you use your imagination, I suppose you could use it as a sex toy. You know what I mean? But that's for your back. You go like that and you roll up and down it, and it gives you a massage.
I thought it was anal beads for an elephant or something.
Not as exciting as that, mate.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Hells is here. Evening, Hells. Bang the link up again, Stu.
Well. So like Aye, that was it. That was the camera. It's like it's just like one of these things. It's I thought I had it secured properly. I thought that my lanyards were going to be absolutely perfect, and no, I'd actually secured it below where it actually snapped, which was funny. These things happen.
When I did my GoPro 9, I mean, that had been out probably about 3 weeks, and it stopped working. Once I got it back on, it was still recording, and then I got the footage. Tried to get the footage off the SD card. It was corrupt, and then the GoPro wasn't even switched on. So I ended up getting in contact with GoPro and just said, "Listen, I've dropped it. You know, it's come in the box. I've dropped it, and it will switch on." Sent it back to them. I had it about 3 days, and then just messaged me saying they're sending me a new one.
No.
So to be fair, it was that they've always been pretty good GoPro when I've done anything like that. Like,
no, that's spot on. Like actually, the end of that vlog, the footage at the end of the vlog was actually from the camera itself. The camera had been down the road about 70 miles an hour. The only saving grace was that it was in a skeleton case.
Yeah.
So the first couple of times that I hit the road, it was a skeleton case. It was slowly disintegrating before it slowly tumbled and actually fell facing the sky, and it was just like big white fluffy clouds. And that's the backing track I put on it.
Aye, that's the song you played.
Aye.
Seen it.
Yeah.
The camera made it okay then, obviously, because you had the footage. So
yeah, there wasn't when Davey brought it back to Inveraray, it powered on straight away. And in fact, when he brought it back and brought it out of his bag, it was still running because it was Chris that saw. He was looking at it. He's like, "Oh God, it's still running," and it was. So when I powered it down and I took it home, the audio the files come off it, no problem. It was quite.
See, with my GoPro 9, it sent the files from the GoPro to my phone. No problem at all. I could watch the footage on. I could watch the footage on my phone. Then when I sent it from my phone to the iMac, wouldn't play at all.
Right.
So when I got in contact with GoPro, they was like, "No, it should just go okay. There shouldn't be a problem."
Yeah.
But then when I explained to them,
my fault. Sorry, Graham.
it kept corrupting.
I'm thinking of Moray, and yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it just kept corrupting the files. And even when, like I say, even when it happened, a couple of days later, I tried turning it on, recharging it, everything just wouldn't fucking start at all. So
yeah, sometimes they just start shocked just enough to. I mean, like see when you've actually they're packaged that well. I mean, I wasn't too disheartened when I did the Hero 4 in because I got to take it apart. And the way they're packaged, it's unbelievable. So whoever it is that designs the way that they all go together, it's amazing. But one thing they've shared in common with like the likes of the iPhones, the way some of the connections and interfaces go on, it's basically like a wee ribbon with a set of gold leads that just clips straight in. It's quite smart.
Yeah.
But it's like everything has to go in a set order.
Yeah.
it's kind of finicky, but it was good. It was good.
Is it picking up? Am I picking up my fan on this, or?
I've heard a few. I've heard a few little whirls, but nothing major.
Oh, it's better than it was, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
It is in overdrive at the moment. I've got 13 pages.
Why have you done something different tonight?
I'm on the road tonight. I've got the Rode Wireless on tonight.
I've
plugged I'd have about 400 quid. 300 quid.
Yeah, about 350 quid, but you get one receiver and 2 transmitters with it. So it's
excellent. The first 2 months they had his Hero 9. He wanted to throw it out the window, but after the fixes, Red sorted.
See what you do. The thing is with the media mod, you can slide your Rode in. The wireless Rode slides in there, and then all you do is just use the red cable, and that goes straight in the back of your thing to your media mod.
So it's basically, is it like if I can remember rightly with my Hero 9, it's a TRS.
That's it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's another thing, right? There's another thing. It's like obviously we're all motor vloggers. Chris is just in this infant stage of starting up, but I mean, like that was something I wasn't aware of. TRS, TRRS. I didn't know the difference between it, and I didn't know that if you stuck a TRRS cable into a GoPro, your mic wouldn't work. And basically, I was even see like when you were buying a male to female adapter, I didn't know you could get a male TRS to a female TRRS. So you had to make sure what it was that you were buying.
To the right, yeah,
exactly, because like you could have a TRS microphone, plug it into this little extension, and it doesn't work. And you're like, my camera's not working, and it's not. It's because you've switched it to TRRS before it's went back to TRS. It just doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, just going on to that message that Els has just put on there, powered mic versus non-powered mic. You know, I think the quality of the non-powered mics are absolutely fantastic, but for us as well, especially when you go touring and stuff like that, for me, it's just another thing to charge. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And, you know what I mean? If you forget that one night, you bugger the next day. So I'd always stop with the non-powered mic, just purely and simply for ease for me, really, because it's for my admin of a night. I know that I can put all my shit on charge, leave it.
See, I tend to run two lots of audio, so I'll have the GoPro recording on the front, but I'll have my drift on, but they both record the audio at the same time. So the Rode will pick up one lot of the GoPro, but I've got a Purple Panda on the drift.
Yeah.
So if one lot of audio goes down, I've always got a backup. Same as if the GoPro goes down, I've got the drift. If the drift goes down, I've got the Go. I've always got some footage somewhere.
Because that's what the Rode mic does, though. That does a backup file.
I carry a Tascam DR05 as well, and that's basically just a backup, and I can basically sit that in my bag. I usually have like a Kriega US10. It's a backpack. It just sits on my seat. So if I think that I'm going to have any issues with my audio, I'll put that on just to be sure. But this is so sensitive. Like you're saying there, Rev, we're having it at negative whatever decibels. I think this has to be about negative 20, 23 or something like that.
For it, 15 at the moment.
It's so sensitive. It picks up absolutely everything.
Yeah. I mean, for most of my audio, when I'm editing, it's like minus 12. That's all I do. I'll just keep it around about 12, 12.5. That's for me when I'm editing. That's like the sweet spot kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've got a nice clear voice, but I've also got a bit of the wind noise, a bit of the bike. Do you know what I mean? I don't like, I've listened to some people and it sounds like they've done the audio afterwards. It's that crystal clear, and it kind of takes it away a little bit that I'm actually vlogging on the bike. You know, I want to hear some wind noise. I want to hear the cars going past.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a consideration. And the thing is, like, I just like audio, like when it starts peaking as well, and it starts clipping. It's basically the digital spike causes it to clip. But post-process, when you're in your editing software, if you just bring your audio levels down, it stops the clipping because it brings it back into range, and allows you to. Yep, when you go.
Yeah, no. See, on that new setup I've got, there's a lot of wires. Obviously, there's like five wires, so I can get the audio from the GoPro.
Yeah.
But I've got like a little audio with basically a volume control, so you can have the volume going to your GoPro at one level and still have your audio coming through your headphones at another one.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you where I pinched that off now is Fasty Rides. If you watch his channel, if you have a look on his channel about his audio, so he's the only one who actually put that in his video. So when I watched his video 2 or 3 times, did a little bit of research myself, and then realised it was that's the reason why, basically.
Yeah.
But that's going to be my next thing. I want to meet up with a couple of people who have got a packed talk bold, get a good 5, 6, 7, 8, as many as I can together, and try and record the audio, so I can either go editing the audio when everybody's talking, and to see how much I've got to clip it, or if I've got to cut it and then do the audio on each person or what. So
I think what you would need to do, just like when I'm thinking about how I would do it, is like you would listen to it all back, and I think when you hear somebody else start to speak, is put a tab on your timeline, just like say for example Rev, and then another tab for PK or Zed if I was on, and Chris, so on and so forth, so as you can see where the like my conversation starts and so on and so forth, and that gives you some sort of organization on it, because I can imagine it. I mean, I know when I was doing editing 3 cameras at the once, trying to, 1, get them all lined up audio wise to sync, and then 2, to then get perfect transitions and perfect cuts. Like if you're overtaking a car, if you don't get it right, and you're overtaking a car going that way, and it doesn't look as if it's perfect. I find it hard when I'm watching my own stuff, because I'm very, very highly critical of it. 9 times out of 10, it's near enough perfect, but if I even feel it's lagging just a tiny wee bit, it just annoys me.
I tend to, because when we run, because I have the drift at the back of the bike, and I've got one at obviously the helmet cam, the drift on the side, the one on the back. What I tend to do is, beginning of the ride, pick a lamppost, so that as I go past the lamppost with my GoPro, I know that's the point, or go just past the lamppost until the rear camera picks it up, and then I know I've got that perfect line, but it will normally line up with the audio. But I normally pick a marker on the road, so that I've just gone past the lamppost, I'm going to be seeing it just coming up from the rear, or pick a roundabout as you go into a round. Just as you get the lean on the roundabout, watch the rear camera move as well.
Yeah.
See, I'll sync mine up with a bib of the horn, so you see the spike. In your audio. So literally, like I'll do, because I've got a remote. So you can clap, but obviously when you're riding, but if you're riding, you can't clap, because you know, if you've got a 360 and it's 2 foot in front of you, it's going to clap you clapping your hands. So that's why I always use them at the horn, because you always get that spike, always. So and it's easier to line something visually than. I think what Rev's doing is sound, but that's a long process, having to try and match it together. So at least then with that spike, I've only got to marry them spike up. It don't matter what's in front, even if it's 5 seconds different. All I've got to do is zoom into them, marry the spike up, done. Cut it.
See, like, right, I'll give you an example of how you can do it in Power Director. And like, say for example, I've got 40 minutes on my GoPro, which will maybe be partitioned down into about 4 separate sort of videos, which I'll put that into 365 as the files, one after the other, and then I'll render it into one long file, and then my DJI Osmo Action actually compartmentalizes them into smaller. So I think for the GoPro being 4, it's maybe 6, possibly 7 for the DJI, but it's the same length of video. It's just the way that DJI do it, and I'll do the same with that. So basically, I've got 2 long files, and then on Power Director, there's a setting called Action Cam, which is on the hop-ups or pop-ups or something like that. It's called. So you put it into Action Cam, and you can basically upload up to 4 different cameras. So basically, as you see the 4 sort of screens we've got on the screen here just now, this is the way it would come up. So camera 1 would be me, camera 2 would be Rev, camera 3 would be Chris, camera 4 would be PK. That's the way it would that would go. And then down at the bottom, it asks me what camera I want the audio to be the master volume, and it's always my Hero 9 that becomes the master volume. So what I do then is just press match audio, and basically the program does it for you. And that's what it's doing. It's what PK does. All it does is look for an audio spike, and it will just pull all the audio spikes together. And 9 times out of 10 it gets it. Sometimes it doesn't. I wouldn't say it's 100% accurate. There has been a couple of times I've had to maybe jig it about just a tiny wee bit, but 9 times out of 10 there'll be something within a video which is a clear and distinct audio spike that the program just brings it together itself. So it kind of does automatically what Peaky's talking about doing manually.
I mean, like when I'm using, for example, because obviously I've got a little GoPro 5, I just has like a little camera that I sometimes have it looking backwards at me, but 9 times out of 10 I use a 360. So the reason why I do the horn is because obviously the 360 picks it up, and then I edit the GoPro 10 first, so that when I'm pointing stuff out and on the 360, then I'm looking at myself and I'm saying, for example, when I edit it, I can see myself and hear myself saying, look at that over there, or look at that there, so I can rotate the 360 and point in the direction of what I'm talking about. That's the reason why I do it, is because I'm using 2 lots of editing software to get the 360 and the GoPro, like.
Oh, of course, because the 360's got its own software, doesn't
software,
it?
Yeah, completely. So you've got to, like, to edit the 360, especially if you're using it as like the camera facing back at you, for example. When you edit that, obviously you need to have your audio already done, and you edit already done in your GoPro 10, so you know your clips of what you're doing when you're editing the 360, so you can render the files, shorten the files, break them off, and then, like I say, if you've got to edit them, then it's a bit easier to edit it. Then at least then you can kind of do the GoPro 10. I mean, I use Filmora, so I put the Filmora on GoPro on the GoPro 10, put it on Filmora, then I edit the 360 on the audio that I've got from the GoPro 10, put that on top, and then look where I can split it and shrink it and split it and shrink it. Do you know what I mean? And cut it down. It
so
is a long process.
You're basically just sort of matching the cut points.
Yeah. But I mean, it is a long process, obviously, because on the 360, like you say, it's completely different software. So you've got to, that's why I've got to have that audio spike.
Yeah.
To initially bring them together, but also, like I say, when I'm, for example, like I'll leave myself like 5 seconds before my GoPro 10 spike, so that I know 5 seconds before. So as soon as I hear that beep on the 360, roll back 5 seconds, bring them together, and then I can put them together. Then sometimes you've got to do a bit of chopping and changing, but you can get them to as neat as you can. And then obviously cut it after the beep, and then they should all be pretty much, bang on, really.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of working about. To be fair, the 360 it's good video, like, but to get it all lined up, especially with your GoPro, with the audio from the GoPro, because I was thinking about leaving the GoPro, but now I've set this up now, I don't know how easy it'd be to get it on the Rode mic, to have all them leads on the Rode mic to get the audio off the Cardo Pack Talk.
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering, well, you just wish somebody would bring some sort of audio management or audio splitter that can. It would have to be some sort of mini amplifier or mini sort of mixer or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the wires. If you watch Fasties, you buy it's called an audio auxiliary lead, and what that does, it makes everybody's audio quite the same level ish. Yeah. There's still some people a little bit higher than others, but then what I found is listening to other people, the GoPro, the Cardo Pack Talk was coming in really, really loud, like a lot louder than what the bloke was speaking when he was on his own helmet. So that's why when I watched Fasties and he did it, and he said, "This is the volume, and this is what this does," and I was like, "Right, now I understand where you're coming from."
So basically, what's happening is like when you're intercepting the audio, you're obviously, like, if you're listening to it on your Cardo headset and whatever, you've already got a volume adjustment on that.
Yeah.
So you step their volume down so that it's good on your ears.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're putting it straight into your GoPro, that's the raw audio that's coming from his
Yeah.
pack
Yeah.
top.
Yeah,
I
and it's
get that.
lowered, so
Yeah.
then you can have, like, for example, you can have your audio that's going into your headphones in your helmet up here, but
Yeah.
then the audio going into the GoPro is down here, so it's a lot more easier to work with once you mean post edit
Yeah.
with the audio. But like I say, I've not used it yet, so I've only used it with one rider. So that's what I'm saying. I want to use it when there's, you know.
You seem to be the man for Cardo Pack Talk, Peaky. How do you set up the mesh groups then?
So once you're on your, you get like a little app on your phone.
Yeah.
You can just basically invite people into it. So on the top of the pack talk, all you got is 3 buttons. You got an on off button, a phone button, and the top button, which is your sync button. So once you get on your phone, it'll come up with like a little group sign, a little helmet with a circle on with a little plus sign in the middle. Press that, and that's then searching for any of the pack talks. So if you hold that top button for like 5 seconds, that'll sync in. Then on your phone, it'll come up saying, for example, one Cardo found, finish, accept. It'll be in that group then, and then you can have as many riders. I think you can have up to like 16 riders.
Yeah.
And like I was saying to Rev a couple of weeks ago, so you can have a few groups. So if you've got like I have, I've got a few different people that I ride with. So I'll have like a group that I've got solely for the veteran lads who I go touring with. Then I've got a group that's for the lads who live locally to me, who I ride with. And then I've got another group where if either some of my subs or anybody wants to meet up, I can add them into the group. At least then if we meet up, they're more linked in together and they can all hear each other straight away. We ain't got to sit there and link the group up or make a group or create a group.
There was an interesting one with Howie there. He was saying it'd be nice to see Insta and GoPro collaborate with Pack Talk and Senna and have a decent audio Bluetooth direct, save all the faff. Howie, I'm going to show you something, right? GoPro Hero 4, and I turn it round. It's got a Senna GP10 backpack. GoPro have already done this. I'll just think of that to get the thing. GoPro have already done this. And basically what happens is the Senna backpack that you see there uses that there, which basically goes from the Senna mic out to the GoPro mic in. And basically I could set that in my pocket, switch my Senna headset on and use my Senna as my audio. And there isn't a wire attaching it. So the technology is there. What I would love for them to do is see that backpack there, is integrate that completely into a unit.
Yeah.
I would love to actually open that up and see what it is. I would imagine it was only one circuit board. And I would imagine that even the technology that's available to everybody nowadays, because what is it, Murphy's Law, that they say every year and a half that will reduce in size. So if that was a Hero 4, how many years ago was that? So how small do you think Senna could make that now? It would probably fit onto part of a circuit board. So there's no reason why GoPro or Senna or Insta or Cardo couldn't collaborate, bring out something that the only issue is it's only going to be us that use it. So the market's not very big. And that's probably the downside to it in that respect.
I know, but if you look on GoPro, when you buy your stuff on GoPro, you can get all different. You can get walking deals, skydiving deals, vlogging deals.
That's right.
But I think that the more universal it is, the better, the easier and the better it'll be for everybody.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
See, instead of having like this range for X, Y, Z, let the thing have everything, and let the person and individual choose what they switch on and switch off.
Yeah.
Because personally, if a GoPro Hero, whatever, 12, 13, 14 come out with Bluetooth technology, I'd be buying it straight away. See if I didn't have to have a wire that came into my helmet, ran all the way around the back to then, that would be great.
Yeah, like X just said, they're just greedy. And also, you imagine all the little things that they can get away with selling and making. That technology is already there, but it's in a separate unit. So not only you got to buy the camera, you got to buy that, and you got to buy that lead, and then you got to buy that mic. So you know, straight away, you know, especially from, for example, you know, GoPro, you're probably 600 quid deep, and you haven't even got your full setup.
Well, I mean, there's Excel saying that they're too greedy to collaborate. That's exactly true. And the fact that GoPro actually chip their microphone adapters to not allow you to use any other adapters or directly interface with their camera, I think is pretty poor. For the fact that you're paying 300 and whatever quid for the camera, and you can't even attach a mic to it yet, you're still another 60 quid plus to buy the mic adapter and then a microphone and then.
I've just got a camera, right? I paid £195 for the camera, right?
What did you get?
See now to get the Hero 7.
Yeah.
And see to get myself to the point where I've got a mounted camera on my bike with a microphone and all that. I've spent over 400 quid.
Yeah,
I reckon.
At least you know by the time you've spent the 400 quid that you're committed to doing it, because you'll not spend that money in a one.
Now I'm going to have to buy a PC so I can edit.
See, to be quite honest, I've got the iPhone 14 and I've got Power Director on it, and I can come home and just upload all my clips onto the phone, and I can edit on my phone, and it's quite quick. And I was actually talking to Rev in the green room before I came live to say that's sometimes if I'm only doing like maybe a 5 or a 6 minute edit, it's easier to do it on the phone because I can just do simple cut and shots, as I call them. Basically, just what I'll do is all I do is listen for my audio parts, and I'll just cut all the dross out in between, and I'll just cut and transition between the audio so that it just all merges together, so that it sounds like a continuous conversation. Just if I'm trying to push information out without boring everybody.
Yeah,
I find it easy on the phone in that respect. But when you start getting a wee bit technical and wanting to do this, that, and the next thing, because it's a small screen and whatever, it can get a bit finicky and a bit footery. So,
yeah, but that's what I was saying to Exeter about this new Filmora 12.
Yeah,
I think when you get used to like that DaVinci Resolve, I couldn't fathom my way around that. I just couldn't. I just kept getting lost. And I jumped onto Filmora and I was like, wow, this is, I wouldn't say it's easy, but this is a lot more workable, and it's a lot more user friendly than most of the other ones. And you know, like we were saying earlier, I think once you find something that you can work with and you're used to, the upgrades, when them decent upgrades, like it's gone from the 11 to the 12, you can see that jump which they have made. Some of the stuff, especially the color grading and stuff like that they've put in, you know, it's making a big difference to you. I mean, I've edited 2 videos today purely and simply because I found out how to use the color grading properly.
Yeah,
I can add shadows. I can remove some shadows. I can add the bluer skies or greener bushes or fucking whatever.
Yeah.
So rather than having one complete one that's going to do everything, do you know what I mean? Boost everything all the time. You can actually bring it up and down at certain points.
Yeah.
So, and like, I'm going to push them videos out just to see if anybody basically notices them, if I'm being honest.
Chris, I'll give you a wee, I'm going to share it up on the screen so that you can see it. I've used this company a good few times. It's called Tier 1 Online. And basically what they do is like, there's a lot of companies that basically they upgrade their computers quite a lot. So basically, what they do is they sell their computers to Tier 1 Online, or Tier 1 Online buys them, which basically means that you can get like a grade A laptop, which is maybe got like an i7 or an i9 processor in it, which is a fast processor with a decent amount of RAM. And you can basically add more RAM, you can do what you want, and you get it for a decent price. What I would say is like they're basically classed as A grade, B grade, C grade. Now the A grade are like mint. You get a year's guarantee with them. B grade, they say may have some scratches. I've had.
I got my GoPro off a site that was similar to that, A grade,
Yeah.
B grade, and stuff. And I think my
Well,
GoPro's second hand that I got. So,
yeah,
but
well,
it's brand new. It's
yeah. Well, like what they do is excuse me, they've got a full IT department. They go through the computer. They give you a year's guarantee with it. I've had about 3 B grades off them, and honestly, I couldn't see what it was that they were downgrading it for, because they were perfect. It was just like laptops and whatever. Couldn't see what they were sort of failing them for. So that's maybe a wee option for you if you're going down the
no, cool.
Reddit route.
I'll definitely have a look at that. Definitely. I've not experienced it yet. I might have a go on my MacBook Pro just to see what happens. But I'm led to believe it's after you've finished editing, it's when you start trying to render it. That's when the problems start.
It's also when you export it, or you try and put it into YouTube as well.
Yeah.
See as well, I want it. I mean, I've bought a camera with 4K on it. I'd like to shoot 4K footage, and that's why I'm thinking
shoot
about getting a
4K
new
footage
PC.
anyway, mate. Honestly, you can drop it down while you're editing, and then bring it back up to 4K, just so that when you're editing.
And my MacBook won't do 4K because it doesn't recognise it or something. It's not compatible or something. It's high something. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah,
HVAC or something like that.
Aye, something like that. Aye. It doesn't suit to.
Can't remember what it is. Is it something 207 or something like that? The codecs that YouTube likes. Can't
and I
remember.
quite like the idea of like using slow mo.
HBEC 264 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
That's it. I mean, like I say, mate, if I was you,
because I think that'll be part of the fun for me. See, playing about with the editing, that's what's going to make it fun for me.
Oh, fuck, you will be saying that in a couple of months.
Yeah. If you want codecs for any, whether it's MKV, VLC files, if you go to a site, I can't think of the site, but if you put in free codecs, they literally give you a list and you can download it as a mega link, and it gives you 240 codecs free of charge.
What's a codex?
Is that not one of the old cameras that you used to get?
Yeah, you take to the chemist.
Some of your old
or your fucking dodgy photos on
video files, you'll find their MKV or their BFLV video files, or you'd have MP4.
Is it like a plugin? Is that what it is? A plugin for the application? Right.
Yeah. No, it's just the different videos are made in different types of files. So your standard music video, you have like your MP3's music, MP4 is your video and audio. Then you'll have a VLC codec. You'll have loads of different ones.
Right, I get you. Yeah, I'm with you now.
Yeah. How easy like that? 480p is all you need. So a dead block you like that. Oh dear.
Like Roblox.
Oh, have you heard about Roblox recently?
Oh God, Roblox, yeah. There was a guy on yesterday, and he said, didn't you invent this thing? He said, yeah, I invented Wordle. He sold it for a 7-figure sum.
Okay, no.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's
and
nice.
They said, how did you think of Wordle? He said, I made the app for my wife because she used to like doing word games. So I made her the app. He said, I made the app and we used to share it. Then I shared it to a few friends and they said, oh, you ought to launch the app. He launched the app a year ago and he's just sold it for a 7-figure sum. I'm like, yeah, me gets.
See, there's a lad who I know. He does security firewalls for banks and building societies and stuff like that. He does. He only needs to make one every 5 years.
Right.
One every 5 years. That's all he does. And then he gets paid to try and break into other banks and building societies to see if he can get into them, to see if he can get through the firewall. That's a job and a half.
Nice.
Yeah.
Aye.
There's a
That's a good.
wee question. How do you guys deal with people who open the car door because you're filtering?
Shouldn't be opening the car. There was who was it that posted the video? There was a video the other day where the guy just literally stopped bang in the middle of the road, and the guy filtered up the near side and hit the car door and come off. Two faults for that. One, he shouldn't have been filtering on the near side.
Shouldn't be the left side ever. Does ever.
Secondly, if a car's stopping, you know something's going on. You're going to stay behind him or stay off to the side. You're not going to want to try and get past him.
See, usually when I'm filtering, I put my hazards on first of all, and secondly, I stand up.
Yeah.
Because it just makes you that much bigger. And at the end of the day, if that car pulls in like this, fucking, you ain't gonna do nothing about it. The best thing you could do is, as you go past, just get the fucking wing mirror off. And then just carry on riding through. But all I'm saying is, if you make yourself as big as possible, especially with like your hazards on, it does look. You could be coming back from miles away, and people are moved because it looks like a copper 9 times out of 10. And you never know with this day and age. So a lot of people do move over for you. But if they don't, then they don't. You can't. It's how worth getting. It's how worth getting your hair over, like, you know what I mean. I'm the fine one to say that, but
if I'm filtering, I've got every light that I can legally have on in the bike. I'll have that on.
I tend to ride main beam and hazards. If I'm filtering, it's main beam on and hazard.
I'll stick to the speed of the flow of the traffic. I'll never try and go sort of too fast. I think that can cause issues.
You're not supposed to go any faster than 10 miles an hour when you're filtering. Aye. So see if you're doing that, but if you hit something at 7 miles an hour, it's not going to be that big a deal. You know what I mean? You're not going to die.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people, especially the inexperienced riders, when they're filtering, if they're coming up and there is a gap off to your left, you are watching that gap because you know that matey boy in his car has seen the gap and he's going to want to try and get 20 yards ahead.
See, I used to work where I stay, just outside Glasgow Airport. I used to work through in Coat Bridge, so I travelled over the Kingston Bridge on a daily basis, and I had to sometimes. When I got off onto the motorway where I stay, that's where the tailback was for like 15, 16 miles. So I was filtering that long, which a lot of people took umbrage to, obviously, because they're sitting there late as well. And I'm just filtering through. I'm filtering very, very carefully. And basically, your eyes are on stops, but the more you do it, you have a sixth sense. You know who's going to do what and when they're going to do it. You can see with the attitude of the car. You can see with the attitude of the person in the car.
It is body language. You can read the body language.
You can see them in the mirrors.
Yep. I always had this one person that drove a Mini, and like Peaky was saying there, they were doing something. They were in the glove box, or were in here, and I'm like, they haven't a fucking clue where I am.
So you watch what you're doing around something like that.
Caution. What I would usually do when I'm approaching them is I would wait for some sort of gap, and that's one thing that I used to do as well when I was filtering. If at any gap, I would take the gap. I wouldn't filter just past the car. I would take the gap to get round the cars. But Charles, just now. If that was to happen to me, if anyone was to open that car door, I would have my camera on. So I wouldn't hesitate in showing the police the footage. I wouldn't react. I would probably be very neutral with it. For the simple fact that, one, you don't know who it is that's in the car. There's always somebody bigger and badder than yourself. So I would not engage. I would show the police the footage if they wanted to see it, and just put it down to a life lesson that some people are arseholes.
It's when you're trying to filter and you find that they see you in the mirror and they close the gap to deliberately stop you coming.
Yeah, I've had that a few times. And actually, one of the times that happened to me, there was a police bike behind me, and I knew the police bike was behind me because they'd followed me for about two miles, and they started to pull in, and basically as soon as I think the police bike just moved to my right hand side, and it kind of they must have seen the bike and the two of them pinged, and then when I went by, all I saw was him weaving like that. He started weaving to pull all the traffic back and pointed them over to the side and took them away and did whatever with them.
See, when we come back from Spain this year, literally as soon as we got on the M25, it was absolutely rammed. And we had literally the same as you said, we had a copper on a bike following us. Yeah. So we was just filtering, got in the fast lane, filtering between the fast and the middle lane, or lane 2 and 3, whatever you want to call it.
At 90.
Well, we put it this way, mate. We were hanging about, but you know, we were like fucking batting through, and we had these cars pulling in like this. Do you know what I mean? And then in the end, the copper went on the outside of not the hard shoulder, but the outside of the hard shoulder on the fast lane. Yes. Went down, cut back in, cut in front of us, and that's when this is where I got it from. Put his hazards on, stood up, and then as soon as I seen it, that standing up, everybody was like moving out the way. I mean, they couldn't see he was a copper until he got, you know, on the back bumper kind of thing. But as soon as he pulled off, I was behind him. So as soon as he pulled off, I was like, right, now on, that's what I'm doing from now on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love things like that. I think when the police do that, it's absolutely fantastic. I passed my test 2009. I think it was 2012. A place called Jackton Police College in East Kilbride. I did a bike safe course, and actually one of the guys who was one of my instructors, he was an advanced police rider. So he was actually at the seminar. So basically, what it was talking about when you're basically coming over coming up to a hill, and you're reading the road layout. Trees never move, so if the trees start going to the left-hand side, you know that you've got a left-hand corner coming. If you can see a farm road coming down, you should expect traffic. If you're going over the brow of a hill and you're behind a lorry or a van, look underneath the van because you can get a clear line of sight underneath. So it's teaching you to use all the vantage points that you've got, positioning and so on and so forth. And one of the big things that I took with me was, see when we were finished and we were all having a cup of tea, the boys, the traffic boys, they did an assessment. We went out for an assessment, but that was another thing. But see, after it, what they said was, Saturday morning, we're at Arica car park, pull up, stop by, and if we're heading off, follow us, come behind us. Said, and we'll show you the lines. Yeah. And says, there won't be any hassle. You'll be more than welcome. And I was like, really? No, that'll be fine. I was like, that's spot on. Not a lot of people want to ride with police, but I mean, like, see, if you want to learn, because
they're the best riders out there.
Absolutely. Right? From even
I've got the policeman's handbook. I've only read about the first couple of chapters right enough, but
is it all stuck together?
I just looked at the pictures.
I'm gonna get that in before fucking Boodles.
There's some good stuff in it about reading the road and stuff. I've had a good flick through most of it, and there is some good stuff in it. Some really good stuff.
Chris, if you want to, like when I've raced,
roadcraft.
Roadcraft. But there's a wicked video. It's about 3 hours long, but you got to invest in some time in it, and you got to take it quite literally. It's called Twist of the Wrist, and it's on YouTube. And it's this old bloke with fucking grey hair. But mate, honestly, it's amazing, and it teaches you how to take a corner, where to throttle, how to body position. It's a lot of track orientated, but you can put that onto the rails. It gives you about
twist of the wrist.
Twist of the wrist. It's someone like Keith Code or fucking something like that. If off the top,
I'll watch that tonight or tomorrow.
But it does. It's best to watch it, get a section, and like for example, like rather than rolling off using your gears to fucking just little stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's so that the bike ain't moving around and you ain't thinking about too much. Do you know what I mean? Like when I raced, I used to talk to myself when I raced because I was like, "Don't brake, don't brake, don't brake, don't fuck, don't brake now, brake now, brake now."
I'll tell you how I treat it. Right, like I was a bit of a boy racer when I was younger, right, and I've learned a bit of sort of track craft type stuff when I was racing about in cars, right. And this is the way I've kind of carried it onto a bike. I do see anything I do it whilst I'm in a straight line, whilst the bike's upright and whilst it's steady. See if I'm cornering, basically I'm cornering. Well, that's lies. That's lies. I don't do that. I've been braking kind of into the corner, but as you add angle,
I trail brake into corners all the time.
But I don't brake to the point. See, when you hear people talking about when the back wheel starts drifting and all this shit. I don't.
Yeah, but that's
different.
That's
when
man. Yeah, but that's when you're on the track and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
I don't do that, man.
And, you know, mate, that
yeah, the likes of the
MotoGP and you know MotoGP and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
A lot of heavy braking, any heavy braking or anything like that, you know, is in a straight line before coming up the approach to the corner. And then if you're braking into the corner, it would just be like some last minute sort of.
Yeah. So like, what I usually do is like obviously with the weight of my bike, when you start braking, if I'm braking heavy into a corner and I know that I'm going to be coming off the front brake, I'll be easy coming off the front brake, and just as I'm doing that, I'll apply a bit of back brake, and I feel as if it just hunkers the bike down a wee bit, and it stops the front end from coming up too quickly. It's just like trying to stabilize the bike as it's going round the corner. Sometimes it can be really frustrating when you're going round a corner and you go, I could have taken that faster. Do you know what I mean? It's like you feel like in the road it's a wee bit different. In a track you get I go at it.
I'd rather that than I shouldn't have took it that fast.
No, I know, but
Chris, also you've got to go and get your bike. This might just going to sound really fucking boring to some people, but you've got to go and get your bike get like your sag done on the rear suspension
set up.
Yeah, your front suspension, your back suspension.
I've got a tie wrap in the front. Look, there's my tie wrap. No,
but it's also like bleed the back brake, because that's when you can cut speed off on your back brake in a corner without twitching it too much. Mm-hmm. So get the back brake. So literally, it's like on or off. It's fucking solid. You can bleed it to the point where you can just like dab it, and you can feel it coming. Do you know what I mean? And it saves you using your front brake.
But it's going to lock up and shit.
not lock up, but you can feel it. Do you know what I
mean? Minimal.
My bike's ABS anyway, so.
But that's if you're going on track and stuff like that, like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you was taking that on track, do you know what I mean? You know, you need to start measuring your handlebars out, your rake, and also.
I'm going to go for a track day next year, but I'm not going to break any records. I just want to go and just ride around the track, just so, and I want to film it and stuff so I can put it on YouTube and just so I can.
See, I would love to with the ZZR as well. For the simple fact, I would love to see how hard it can actually go, because, like, obviously, like in a road situation, you can't exactly push it as hard as you would probably like to. Because
I'd like to try and get the knee down.
Well, see the ZZR. Although I wouldn't deny that you couldn't get your knee down, I think you'd have to be hanging off the bike a hell, because like the bottom end of the bike's that wide. That I've seen many a guy with a ZZR, the lower panels are scraped buggery because it will ground out before you'll do anything else.
One of the pegs in my bike's scraped, and it's the guy that, it wasn't me, as much as I like to say it was, but the guy that had it before me has obviously done it. I didn't know when I bought it. I never noticed it until I had it a while. Because they've took do you know the way pegs have got a bit that come down like a long pole of them? They've took them off.
Aye.
I never knew anything about bikes when I bought that bike, like, and I didn't even know it was meant to have them or anything. So, you know.
That's That's your wee alarm. That's your wee. You're getting close here, pal.
Yeah.
Oh, is it hero blobs or something like that?
I was thinking that. I've heard that.
Yeah, the changing for titanium ones so sparky. That's what we used to do with our knee sliders when we went abroad. Buy some titanium knee sliders, so you look like fucking Rossi going around the corner.
When you start scraping the handlebars, that's when you.
I remember the first time my toe slider touched the ground. It's one of the most unnerving feelings in the world because it's like it goes right up your leg and you're like, what the
Is that on the road that happened?
Aye, it was. It was the ZZR 600 that I had at the time. It was just like you could throw it in. I couldn't do that with a big bike. I'd shit myself.
You see, I did a race school, which is also good if you're looking at doing that. It's called Not So Fast, and he breaks it down. He's really good. Gary, his name is. He did me in. I booked him for 4 days in Almeria, and basically I knocked about 14 seconds off my lap time, and I was like third fastest on track within 4 days. It was just fucking magnificent. But it's your body position, prepping, finding out where the corners are, learning the corners, not riding scared. You know what I mean?
Were you getting into that straight away, bringing your bum cheek halfway off to the left and then halfway off to the right and that stuff?
But he gave me a bollocking because I used to always ride with my toes on the outside of the pegs.
Aye.
Basically, like your sliders on the outside of your boots.
There's a thing up here you can go and do, and it's an SBS ride or whatever it is, and you can go and do a day with him. I think it's about £300 or something, and you go for a track day with him, and all. That's great. What do you call it? What's the track up here, Zed?
Knock Hill.
Aye. It's a famous guy.
It's a good racetrack, that is, because when you race there, you do clockwise on the Saturday and then anti-clockwise on the Sunday. So you go downhill on the Saturday and up the hill on the Sunday. It's a good track, that is.
It's a really small track.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's if how could I put it? If you want to race, it's good for racing because you might make you rubbing and banging into each other, and you get into corner, you get all squirrely and proper giving some rubbings racing kind of thing.
Yeah, it's Neil McKenzie that does the track, damn it.
Neil McKenzie,
yeah.
This guy that I went with, this Gary from Not So Fast, he's done a lot of the young BSB riders that are coming through now, like I know Storm Stacey quite well, and what's the other Mackenzie, the young one that's coming through now? Yeah. So he's done a few BSB lads that are coming through now. But it like I say, he literally stopped me riding how I was riding. I thought I was fast.
Yeah.
And then I'm going through corners. You know what I mean? You're going on the track and it felt like I was riding slower than what I was previously. Yeah, what I was previously. But I was actually riding quicker. I was just making Father Mackenzie.
Aye. See how German Jobby said you don't need the knee down to ride quick. 100% agree with that. I know it's true, but I just want to learn to get the knee down so I can get a picture of me going round a corner with the knee down, just so I can get a picture of it because I think it looks amazing.
You can do it at 30 miles an hour.
Fast, aye.
I did it on the what was it? The LXR 380. We'd literally got, I think, 5 miles on the bike, and someone said, "Oh yeah, but does it corner like a sports bike?" And we took it I took it out and round the local roundabout on a red hot. It was actually Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, but it was absolutely baking a couple of years ago, Christmas Eve. And I stuck it into the roundabout. I thought, "Oh, I'll hang off the bike, see what." And took the knee out of my jeans, and I thought, Jesus Christ, this is low. But I was hanging off the bike, but it did look good on the photos. It looked bloody good when I actually got the video.
I mean, what I would say is, I wouldn't try and progress too quick. Your bikes either. Do you know what I mean?
It's body.
It's like worth jumping
90% of it is body position.
Yeah. It's just that it's knowing your bike as well. Do you know what I mean? You're better off riding a bike at 80% than having a bike that you're only riding at 20. Do you know what I mean? If I read 600s and 1,000 and I drop back down to 600s because I preferred the 600. I was actually quicker on a Triumph 675 than I was on a CBR 1000. I was quicker on track, but actually through the corners and stuff like that, I was actually fucking slower. Because the straight line speeds so much, you've got to break that hard to slow down, to get into the corner, to get your body position right, to get it all. Do you know what I mean? It's,
if you get your trail braking right, then you're spot on every time.
It took me years. Honestly, it took me years and years and years.
And that's the one thing I always get picked up on, because I go out with a local riding school twice a year because I ride so much on the road. And literally the first roundabout I'm into, and he's get off your brakes, stop trail braking, right? And it's just relearning everything to be back on road riding. It is to be track, and then you go on the track and you forget your trail braking. You go chucking it into the car. Oh shit! I'm in here too quick.
Yeah. And then you add into the mix the fact that your brake pads can work their way back. So when you grab a fistful of front brake getting into a corner and it's not there, it's the second or third pump that brings the pads back towards the discs. But I'm led to believe that can be suspension setup that causes that.
That's suspension.
See, the one thing I did with the GTR, when I spoke to our guy, he said to me, Jesus Christ, said, your discs are so hot. He said, I can feel the heat coming off them. And I went, do you use your front more than your back? I said, I'm always on the front brake. I never, ever use the back brake. Sometimes, if I'm slowing down or stopping in traffic, I'll use the back, but 90% of the time I'm on the front. And he went, you want to switch it up from sintered pads. You want to go carbon ceramic on the front, put race pads in the front. And I went, yeah. He said, but the only thing is you've got to change your discs up as well. He said, you
got to go for carbon fiber discs as well.
Yeah, because they'll just eat through your discs.
He said, you'll go through a set of discs on carbons. You'll go through a set of discs in 2,000 miles. He said, so you're going to have to have the match set. So I ended up, I tried carbons and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And it ate me first set of discs up, and I've gone for full sintered discs now. And I've got once you get them warm, them sintered discs, you get them hot enough, Jesus Christ, that thing stops on a sixpence.
So
I wouldn't be putting carbon pads in a road bike, not now.
I think German jobbies got hit an nail on the head. Ride to your experience, ride to how you feel comfortable, and that's what I say when I go on my tours with the lads. You know what I mean? You ride to how you feel comfortable. It's a race.
I just want to enjoy it. I'm not to beat anybody, no ego, nothing like that. Nothing to prove to anyone. Just want to enjoy it. Have a good time.
We did the run back from Pulborough when we did the mental health weekend. And Simon and everybody left me behind, and they're like, "Oh, Rev can't filter Rev." And I was riding my own ride. At the end of that, I was riding my own ride. It's not pack mentality. You lot were all steaming ahead. And if you look, I think it was Grant, Rhythmic, and Jay. I think Jay went out the outside of Rhythmic and cut him on the corner, went and braked, and Grant nearly screwed it up there. But I said to him, I was on my own ride, just doing my own thing. I get there when I get there. It's no race, mate.
I think I've posted it in an Instagram post. I don't care how fast you are or whatever, as long as you're riding. That's the main thing. It's like too many people. I was like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Oh, you're checking stress. All horse shit.
Get it up, that's what I say to those dicks.
It's all horse shit.
I've been hearing it too much since I've passed my test. When you start moving in the motorbike scene and you start hanging about with people. And
I think it's worse for you, mate, because you've got a sports bike.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest.
You get it. You do.
But then the thing about it is you get guys that pull up at say Inverary or Tyndrum up here that they're on sports bikes and they're saying this and they're saying that. You know fine well that they've bought a part scrub tyre from their mate that's been on a track day that's right down to the edge, and they're fucking trying to say that it's them that did it. Do you know what I mean? And you watch them
I've seen a few people that look as if they've got a back tyre and it looks as if it's been in the track. See, like I've seen like fucking the TT riders after they finish a fucking lap and the way their tyres are. Yeah. I've seen guys pull up at Tyndrum and that with tyres like that.
I said to you the other week, I used to sell my tyres. I've sold knee sliders, I've sold elbow sliders. Do you know what I mean? And
100%.
When people rock up and they've got all this done, and then you look at the levers and the levers are brand new, they've got a scratch on them. You're like, I know that's bullshit.
You go to Tyndrum or Inverary.
That's so sad. See if you get caught out fucking like and it's not the real deal. That's just that could be. To me, that's the worst thing that could ever happen, man.
See the real riders, like the ones that are in the car park saying nothing. They're maybe walking about and they're having a coffee and a cigarette and they're looking at bikes and they're quite quiet. They're not the ones standing there saying, I did 100 and blah, blah, blah around. No, you never met.
That's like a guy that's walking about saying he's got a fucking 12-incher and then he's got to get it out and then it comes time for a group shower with the boys.
Exactly.
It was like what was it? We did the run, me and Simon and Andy. It was the memorial ride. If you go and look at my memorial ride, and Andy and I'm doing 75, 80, and Andy and Simon come past me 2 mile an hour more.
Yeah.
But then it's like, oh right, let's go to walk. And I always use like helm, walk 1, engage, the old Captain Picard bit.
Yeah.
And we get to the other end, and my mate went, bloody hell, you were going through it. I bet you were all over the ton. I went, no, it was a respectable 70 mile an hour. He said it bloody wasn't, because Simon looks across at you and goes. I'm like, no, he's saying it was £1.50 for a cup of coffee.
I mean, did you get my wee message?
See, Data's my favourite. I love Data.
Like likes of Graham's and that. I mean, like, I love going out with Graham's. Like, I love following Graham's on a bike.
He's one of my favourite guys to go out with now.
He's great, and like I've commented on a few videos, is like when I'm out with Graham's, like, it doesn't matter where he is on the road. I'm doing the opposite. If he's on the inside, I'm on the outside. If he switches, I switch, so on and so forth. If I'm in front, he does exactly the same. I know where he is at any given time, but his road awareness and the way he reads the road and the way he reads the traffic and the way that
it's about as good as mine.
The way that he can make progress is just like it's brilliant. And like when I first started riding with him, I was at a stage where I felt as if I was getting pulled along, but as my experience started to grow, where I was getting more comfortable doing what I was doing, then I was able to look and see what he was doing, look at the surroundings and say, right, okay, he's gone, it's clear, am I clear? And then I would make my decision, where if I'm overtaken, where am I going in, and so on and so forth, and pushing on. And it was amazing how you could make progress. And a lot of people, probably quite a lot of people that were actually in the cars would have probably turned round and said, "What, they're bloody hooligans or reckless or this." I'll tell you, not one of the instance that I was riding behind them did I feel that I was a bit, I cut that close. It was like good decision after good decision after good decision, but it's only after following an experienced guy who can read these situations so perfectly.
See what I would say. Sorry.
Oh no, and you go.
I've seen him do a couple of dodgy ones, just in case he's listening.
No, listen.
Say, Chris, what I would say to you, mate, is as you're quite a new rider, and obviously you've got some life experience behind you, is to go and do some advanced riding courses. Do you know what I mean?
I've looked in there, mate. I've looked in there, right? And you've got the fucking, who have you got? Those dicks, those fucking IAMs, and there's another one as well, and I'm not going with them. Fuck that, mate. I can't, no way.
You ain't got to do with them.
It's the same stuff. See, I don't know when you've done your riding lesson, right? But see, everything you do with them, I had to do it to pass my test, right? And they just take it that bit kind of further, that bit kind of. It's a lot of shit, man. It really is. If I was going out with people, I'd want to go like a police riding course, like what Zed did or something like that.
Well, they do the bike safe. They do the bike safe courses all the time, and they do an assessment at the end of it. Unfortunately, what they recommend after you've done the assessment is to go on an IAMS course. That's the next progression, and one of the benefits of doing it is the reduction in your insurance because you're
Simon. Go on.
No. Yeah, I'm just trying to get just this little point across. What you got to do, mate, you got to ride with a variety of people. And
but they're all sort of, mate, I've looked into it, I've went and I've met them and everything, and they're all dead arsey, they're all pure, come on.
You've got to get past that,
no, I mean, they don't like me turning up on a sports bike and all this.
All you've got to do, mate, is you've got to be a sponge, so you've got to listen to that information, to what I say, Rev says, Zed says, everybody.
And see everything they tell you, it's all on YouTube,
that
you can look it up.
Applies to you.
See everything, you can watch IEM riders ride and they talk you through everything they're doing on YouTube. I've sat and watched it. I've watched the videos. I've watched guys, the IEM instructors and stuff, and they take you on riders and they talk you all through it. I've watched it all. I implement it in my riding already.
I'll give you a funny wee story. When I 2009, when I was going, I did a direct access course, so I did 125. I think it was about 8 lessons. I did my CBT, then I went straight on to 125. It's a Lifan, which was basically like a Honda CG 125, and Lifan had bought the rights to build the Honda CG 125, and they had a whole fleet of them. And then from there, I went on to a Suzuki Van, which was a 125 with the fat chubby wheels with a bigger frame, and then went on to it was a ER5. Kawasaki ER5 was what I passed my test on. So the boy who I did my lessons with, Stevie was absolutely fantastic. Ex-Metropolitan Police, as cool as you like. He was just like one of the lads. All right, yeah, big dick. What are you doing that? It's like if you make a mistake, he's in your ear. For fuck's sake, big man, come on, did you know blah blah blah? There was this other boy. Now he was Mr. Officious. Everything was just, I mean, I've done the IAMS course and like this should be like this and this should be like that. So I'd turned up and I'm kitted up, ready to go out. I'm waiting and Stevie was on the phone. So we're standing outside. There was myself and another boy who was called Stevie as well, passed our test at the same time. We're standing out in the yard and this boy comes out and he comes out with the Schubert helmet and all the kit. And he comes singing onto the bike and he's getting his students over, right, on you go, and like he's on his bike and he stands the bike up and he takes off and he starts riding. As he starts riding, Big Stevie, my instructor, comes down the stairs and he looks over and he's like, he's got his fucking side stand down. He hadn't even put his side stand up and he went to turn the corner and the bike fucking nearly threw him off. This was Mr. IAM's rider, do you know what I mean? It was hilarious.
See, I did. Oh God, because Simon obviously knows all the Rosper boys, and we had a little Rosper group in Milton Keynes. Simon said to me, "Oh, you ought to come out and have a ride with the Rosper boys. We're going all the way out the other side of Bedfordshire." Hey, yeah, all right. Then I'll come out. All met up in the car park, and the guy said to me, the instructor, Nick, he said, "How good a rider do you think you are?" I said, "Well, I've been riding 40 plus years now. I think I'm a good rider. I'm not 100% perfect, probably rate myself a 60, 70%. He said, "Well, with the Rosper course, you start at 100%. Every time you make a mistake, we will deduct a point off of what you do."
Yeah.
So we did the ride. He said, basically, you ride your own ride, off you go. Just follow the lead rider, but we're going on this route to Bedford. Yeah, all right. And it was probably second or third week that I'd had the GTR. So getting used to it. Done all my head checks, done all my corners, done all my indicating. And we get to the end and we're sitting in the cafe and he's pulled his sheet up and he said, "So how well did you think you do?" I said, "Well, probably scored, I'd say 50, 60%. He said, "You scored 7. He said, "It's the lowest mark I've ever given a Rosper rider." And I went, "Right." He said, "Number one," he said, "the worst one, and it deducts 10 points every time. You pulled up at traffic lights." He said, "You're sitting with your foot on the gearbox and your hand on the clutch." And I went, "Yeah." He left the bike in gear. I said, "I always leave the bike in gear. If something's coming up behind, I can get out the way quick." And he went, "Yeah."
There's two different skill of thoughts to that. So there is.
But if you get hit from behind, you're in gear, you're going to drop the clutch with the top box and panniers on. You're not getting off the bike. It's going to take off and take you with it. He said, "You always put your bike out of gear, right foot, your left foot down, covering the brake. You see something coming, you swap feet, you put it in gear and go. But you always leave your bike in neutral." Okay. He said, "When we did the country road," he said, "What is it with you, dead straight line down the country road instead of taking all the corners nice and smooth?" And I went, yeah, I took the racing line, faster through the corners. If you've got nothing coming for 2 miles, he said, yeah, you crossed every single line for about 2 miles onto the other side of the road to take the corners. And I went, yeah, but there was nothing coming, racing line, and you do. And he went, no, he said, I deducted you 3 points for every time you crossed the white line, and you must have done it about 30 times. And I went, oh, okay. Loads of little bits and pieces. On the way back, and I said, all right. He said, watch how Simon rides. You follow how Simon rides and follow his position. So followed Simon all the way home. And I went, all right, so what did I score this time? 14. He said, actually, you scored 96. He said, the only time I deducted you, he said, there was one corner. And he said, you went out to take the corner. On the left-hand corner, you swept out to the right. He said, your pannier was hanging on the opposite side of the road. You were over the white line with your pannier. He said, tuck yourself in. He said, your bike is a lot wider than you think it is. He said, the easiest way to judge it, add an extra inch on either of your mirrors and position yourself according to your mirrors. If your mirrors go through, your panniers will come through after you.
That's about the size of that dildo next to you, Chris, all right?
It's for you, Peaky, when you come up here, son.
Yeah.
It's ribbed for her pleasure.
That's just his cock extension, isn't it?
See the thing, right, this is going to sound dead dickish and stuff, right? But it's just how I feel, and I can't help it, right? But see, going out with those guys and having to drive about at 30 mile an hour everywhere and stuff like that, like I can't do it. I can't fucking do it, man. See, driving at 30 mile an hour, it just feels so slow, so slow.
Yeah, it's like I said,
ridiculously slow.
We did the following week, and we went out with a couple of Met boys, and we were all he said to me, "Have you got cardo on?" I went, "Yeah." He said, and he put me cardo, so I was on the mesh link. So he set me up, and he said, basically, we got onto these country roads, and he went, "Right, boys, everything goes." And I went, "What do you mean?" He said, "Anything goes." And I went, all right. So all the pack took off. I'm tagging along behind at 60, 65 mile an hour on these country roads. And he's up behind me and he's like, come on, push it a bit. And I went, yeah, but the legal limit's 60. So what did I just say to you? Anything goes. And I went, yeah, but the legal limit's 60 and you're a copper. And he went, no, anything goes. He said, if you were on your sports bike or I weren't about, would you go a bit faster? I went, yeah. So, all right, opened it up. We were doing 70 down these country roads. And then I backed off and I'm doing 60 again. And we get to the other end and he went, I did say to you that anything goes. You were sitting at 60 all the way. We're like 10 minutes behind them. The others were sat there having a cup of coffee and bacon roll. They're taking the piss out of me. And he said to me, why didn't you go a little bit faster? I said, because I was riding my own ride and I didn't feel comfortable at that speed. And he went, that's the answer I wanted. He said, you weren't comfortable at that speed and you slowed down to make it comfortable for you. That's what I wanted to hear.
See, when I did mine and he got to dinner time, we met at 8 o'clock. We're on the road at 9. And by 12 o'clock, I was on the way home. Because I just said, we all, again, he said to us, you ride how you want to ride. Yeah. And I was on my Triumph 675. So I went, yeah, so I just basically just fucked up. I just went. And
see you later, mate.
We started off in Wolverhampton, went up the A41, and I just fucking gone. I just fucking dusted. We met up at what's it called? Is it the Raven Calf, which is it should take you about an hour and 10 from Wolverhampton. An hour and 10. Took me like 35 minutes. I just fucking smashed it. Got there, and the bloke this copper just went to me, mate. I couldn't fucking keep up. As simple as that. I can't keep up with you. And then we followed us back, and he went, mate, you can have a free morning. He says, you fucking just crack on, like. I was like, okay, then. But on the flip side of that, I had been racing for a fair few years. So, you know, when you realise it's either that or that, there ain't none of this fucking sitting like this. It's either that or that. It's one or the other. You ain't fucking idling. It's either on or off. It's like a fucking light switch. But that's one of the reasons why once I had my crash, when I bust my pelvis, I was like, right, I've got to fucking stop here. I need to get a bit more fucking sensible. And
see, busting your pelvis, Peaky, that's a fucking serious injury, mate.
Yeah.
Serious. Do you still suffer for that today?
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
That's a badging. That's a badging. But you laid up in hospital for months and months and months.
Yeah. I had like weight on my feet and fucking all sorts, like proper.
I've spoken to other guys before that have done that, and it's fucking
Yeah, it's fucking horrendous, to be fair. I mean, I got up initially. I got up, but my pelvis collapsed to the one side because I busted it in 3 places. So when I stood up, the
actual on the
track
or on the road?
Yeah, no, on the track. I was in Cartenia in Spain, and I just basically my side of my hip just collapsed, and I just fucking folded up.
Jeez, oh man.
But that's the opposite side of riding.
That's why I just want to enjoy it. I don't want to say anybody will be the fastest. I just want to enjoy riding a wee fast bike and that.
See, mate, if all you want to do, mate, is get your knee down, watch a video, or fucking when I come.
I just want to get a couple of pictures, mate. I can
when I
show
come
the missus. You know what I mean?
When I come up, mate, I'll teach you. Honestly, I'll give you the body position, mate, and all you've got to do is 23 mile an hour round an island, and you'll get your knee down.
And get Zed standing there with a camera and all that, filming it.
Yeah. It's slower speed is easy. It's then picking the speed up to learn it at higher speed.
Yeah. It's just being comfortable, getting off the bike, actually physically not being on the bike. You're just a passenger at the end of the day. So
see, when I think back to when I first started riding my bike and the progression, it's just been unbelievable. See the past year and a half, how my riding's progressed and how it's just. When I first got on a bike, I was scared of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, it's nice now because, like I say, I can ride my GS quite well. Do you know what I mean? I can handle it quite well with panniers and without panniers on. But when I got the panniers on, I can give it a good hammering kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? How many sports bikes all fucking have a technique?
See, when I first passed my test, about 3 days later, I had my CBR 600 RR, and a lot of people would say that that's a silly bike to get when you just first pass your test and stuff, right? And I remember when it would get delivered, I got it delivered to my house, right? And fucking all I had ridden was on my driving test and stuff, and I'd ridden a 125, right? I fucking pushed this thing up my driveway, and I'll never forget it, pushing it up my driveway, and I sat on it, and I was shitting myself, mate. I was so fucking scared, so unbelievably scared, I cannot tell you. And I go on this bike, right, and I started it up, and I was shitting myself to start it up and stuff. And I'm thinking, I'm going to let the clutch out, and this thing's going to fly up in the fucking air, man. I'm going to do backflips and all this. Fucking, it just took a bit of bottle, man. I was like, no, Chris, no, just let the clutch out nice and slow.
Mate, it's like anything.
And away I went. And it was beautiful. It was just lovely, man. It's fucking. I was like, this is great.
It's like reading or writing. It's like reading or writing or learn to ride your fucking push bike. The more you do it, the fucking easier it gets.
And then the first time once I got a wee bit up the road, and I just went land twisted the accelerator a wee bit, and it was like, oh! And that was the beginning.
It's like when Phil gives me bikes from the garage. Oh, we got a new bike in this week. Take it out, do a little test ride on it. I took the VMAX out, and it was like, oh, this is a bit airy. It spins the back wheel up very, very easily. And you're going down the road, and it's like, give it a bit of throttle, and the back end's like, whoa, okay. And then he said to me,
what you don't want is to end up like that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That was in Hereford. I bust my back there.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
is that a separate accident? Was that before you bust your pelvis or after?
Before I started doing track days, that was.
See, after you bust your pelvis, Peaky, did that slow you the fuck right down? Did that take the wind out your sails?
I stopped rising after that, mate. To be honest.
Aye.
Did
they kind of put you off bikes completely for a while?
Yeah. For about 8 months, mate.
Did it take a lot of bottle to get back on a bike? Like fucking.
I wanted a bike. I've kind of told myself that I shouldn't be doing it anymore, so I wasn't going to have a bike whatsoever. And I went about 12 months without a bike. But then once I got fit and I was back up and walking normally and doing all the stuff that I should be doing, that's when the interest started coming back. But what I knew was I don't want to race. I don't want to race. I don't want a sports bike. So that's when I started looking at, like, well, I did that Harley Davidson, that chopped Harley Davidson. Then I bought the Sport Glide. And then I kind of, how can I put it? I started to miss that little bit of power, that little bit of speed of overtaking and, you know, getting a bit of a fucking groove on. So that's when I looked at looking at touring bikes rather than sports tourers, because I thought, you know, a sports tourer is still a fucking sports bike at the end of the day, and that's what I didn't want. I didn't want to be fucking smashing down there at, you know, 120, 130, 140 mile an hour, getting my knee down every fucking corner. So
that's the thing. See those bikes, see 120, it feels nothing. It doesn't feel as if you're going fast. I don't know.
You see, my bike, I've had on a private track, I've had a 140 out of my BMW.
Yeah.
That's it. That was it. There's fuck all left in the tank, like, do you know what I mean? But when you've done like when I raced, well, I did it at Bedford Autodrome on a CBR 1000RR.
Good track.
181. Amazing track. Amazing. Grippy as fuck. Amazing track. But I did a test day there on a CBR 1000RR. I think it was about a 2013, 2014 bike. Brand new. 181 straight off the bat. Straight down the back straight. About a third time down the back straight. 181. And I got it on my GoPro. And I was like, fuck, that's fast. That's fucking shifting. And you know, you feel, your body feels the amount of pressure that it's getting produced to manhandle that bike through the corners to fucking put it down that fucking back straight. And that's what I'm saying. Like these MotoGP riders, how fit they've got to be to do 30 laps. I mean, we only raced like 8 laps, 10 laps, 12 laps.
PK,
I mean, on the endurance.
Sorry, I'm saying, you know yourself, it's like you've ridden at a good level. Those bikes that the MotoGP riders are using are actually surpassing their physical capabilities. This is why there's been that much said about arm pump operations and stuff like that, because the bikes are so brutal. They're having to hold on to them. They're having to manhandle them. Some of them are trying to spit them off at every corner, even though they've got all the tech that they could possibly want.
Well, we're at the point now. We're at the point now where physically riders can't cope with a body. They can't cope with the amount of pressure that's coming from the bike now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And you know, that's why you've got to give them full beans to them boys getting on them bikes. Do you know what I mean? Even the lads at the back, you know, they're only running probably 8-9 seconds behind.
See what they do. I've just got no interest in doing that whatsoever, man. See, when you watch the video and you watch them do it, just like fucking hell, man.
No,
that's just you've got a death wish when you're doing that. As far as I'm concerned, man, it's unbelievable, man.
It is, but what I would say is it helped me out a lot for a lot of years with.
They're riding away
and stuff like that. It really fucking helped me.
They're riding away, man. Where 1 millimeter too much brake, or and it's all over. That's it. You're bouncing off a lamppost or a back wall.
You look at Marc Marquez, and it's sometimes it's controlled crashing, where his front end is actually up off the ground, but he's got his elbow down and he's lifting that bike back onto its wheel. And like you can see the pit crew, they're like, oh, that's brilliant, because we aren't having to rebuild the bike.
Yeah,
he's taking 100%. The bike. He knows that he can push that bike to the front end fails, catch it, bring it back. See the information from doing that he can bring back to the pit. No other rider can do that. That's invaluable to them. The fact that like a lot of them do push it to the limit, but once they hit that limit, they're off, they're gone. And don't get me wrong, he's been caught a few times himself. Quite recently, had a couple of big high sides that caused him a lot of problems. But They're a different breed, totally.
See, Guy Martin is the fucking luckiest guy in the world. Have you seen his crash? The one where he put in a ball of flame and he bounces away into the field. It was about 160 mile an hour. He crashed.
It was 165, and he was
he's still alive. He's still here.
But the thing is, if you go on doing track day with him, he ain't fast on track.
No,
he ain't fast on track.
No,
I thought I've done
a
few track days with him.
Balls like that.
Well, he has on the road. He can read the road, but what I'm saying is, if you've done, a decent, if you race at a decent standard, you'll stop with him easily.
Well, I mean, you look at Peter Hickman, who holds the course record at the Isle of Man TT, and you look at the British Superbikes, where he's finishing 10th. When he's on a good day, he's finishing 10th. Shows you how fast these Superbike boys are on track. But you put them in Isle of Man TT, one, it would take them 4 or 5 years to learn it. Two, they probably couldn't handle the fact that there aren't any runoff. It's just a different style of riding altogether. I mean, have any of you ever sort of listened to any interviews with Carol Fogarty when he won the Isle of Man on the Ducati?
Yeah.
Now, what happened with him was one of the nuts on his rear brake rotor actually started to loosen while he was going round the track. And what they reckon is that by the time he finished the race, it had cut through 50% of his swing arm. And he still went on and he still won the race. That's why, I mean, when Barry Sheehan was racing in like what was the MotoGP at the time, the Isle of Man was one of the rounds. But at the time, I think it was 15 races and they had to select, I think it was 10.
10.
And that was what your score. So a lot of them just went, you know what, we're just not going to go there. So that's how over time it got withdrawn. It's amazing.
I can't remember the channel on YouTube. It's the Late Break Show. If you watch the Carl Fogarty one about that, there's a fucking garage full of Ducatis.
Oh yeah.
That was the one where they're on about with him. I think it's Shaker Byrne actually, and he's talking about all the different bikes, and that's when that conversation comes about. That basically this Ducati just rattled itself to death.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, but it's a different mentality, massively, completely. At least on track, in Europe, you money 30 seconds to a minute away from medical attention. So that's your golden 60 seconds, basically. If you die,
it's not that. See, like let's take last year for instance, right? Just for an example, 5 fucking guys died in Isle of Man TT, right? And after they die, they clean up the track, they scrape these guys off the track, and the guys go back out and start riding again. Full fucking pelt, full booner. Imagine that. Imagine riding in there at full booner, thinking someone's just fucking died 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but you do that on track. You've got, unfortunately, this is going to sound really fucking harsh, but it's really bad what happens. But when you're racing, that's your weekend, so you've got to kind of crack on with it. You know what I mean?
Did any of you ever see the one where Rossi's getting on the track and he comes like a fucking big bend like that, and there's a guy crashes here, and the bike flies. The bike flies through the air and it fucking goes by Rossi's head, the guy's bike, by about that much, man.
Peaky, is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah. They're going to Fogarty's bike then. There's no sound on that, but they're going to Fogarty's
bike.
No,
I never put the sound on.
But yeah, they're going to Fogarty's bike and tell him basically it just shook itself to fucking death.
Yeah. I mean, that's a bike collection. Mate,
that's beautiful. Might have some coin there as well, either.
Oh, millions of pounds.
Amazing. But yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, that's where I first heard the story, but I actually went on to listen to Carol Fogarty talking about it himself. I think it was in one of the Isle of Man TT
one of the
preludes, and he was talking about, what do you remember about your winning your race and stuff like that? And he said, incidentally, there was one of my brake rotor bolts almost cut my swing arm in two.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, man, different breed altogether.
But like, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're racing, it's really bad when somebody dies, because I've had it happen to me when, you know, it don't happen very often. And I've got to say that now, you know what I mean? It don't happen very often, but when it does, there's a big low.
Yeah.
But then out of respect, everybody gives it full
It has to go on. It has to go on. And that's the big thing about it. It's like one of my favourite podcasts is Chasing the Racing. And one of the guys who's on that's Chrissy Rouse. Sadly, Chrissy Rouse lost his life in the British Superbikes this year. And such a funny guy. And the thing about it is like
he used to do a lot for No Limits, Chrissy Rouse.
Yeah. And the testimony to me was the fact that the next race, every single one of them carried his number.
Yeah.
They all wore his T-shirt. They all carried his number.
Guy. He was an absolute great guy.
Yeah.
It's like Marco Simoncelli,
teacher.
Right? It's like Marco Simoncelli, you know what I mean? I mean, there probably ain't many people still realise now that it was Rossi that fucking killed him. It was Rossi that rid over the back of his head, snapped his neck and decapitated him.
It happened right in the
best
back.
Mate. Yeah. And there was everybody was saying that basically because of his hair, he was wearing a helmet that was too big for him,
oversized. Yeah, because it came off, and that was the thing. It was like the report never reported how the double D ring failed or whatever it was, because on impact the helmet just comes clean off, and without being too thingy about it, he's
so now on a helmet, what you'll get is these. See them there. So that obviously just basically, in layman's terms, that's just a fucking massive washer on the D-ring clip. So back in the day, that was just inside the helmet, basically. Right, okay. So when that ripped off, when his helmet come off, it was because that was on the inside. So now they put like basically a nice washer on the outside to keep the D-ring clip on the inside, basically. If I can't explain it any fucking simpler than that, but
No, we get you, man. We get you.
But yeah, so now when you go racing, you have to have a D-ring clip.
Yeah,
you have to have the gold stamp.
And there's a different standard helmet standard as well that was brought out as well just recently as well for racing helmets. I mean, again, Ryan Farquhar, the accident that Ryan Farquhar had. One of the best tuners of V-twin engines that I've ever seen, Ryan Farquhar. Basically, the whole V-twin race in the Isle of Man, Ryan Farquhar's had his hands on their engines at one point or another. He's absolutely fantastic. German Jobby's just saying the race where Robert Dunlop died. That was the Northwest 200, and the fact was that was Friday practice, and on the Saturday, Michael Dunlop, at 18 years of age, won the Superbike race.
That whole family,
after his dad had died. That was unbelievable. In like 2015, just to put it into perspective, my mate came up from Nottingham, and I probably had the best day on my motorbike ever. We left from Largs, we headed over on the ferry, we went towards Oban, through Glencoe, back down to Tyndrum, back over the Domali Pass, into Inverary, back down the rest and be thankful, then by Loch Lomond. Then we did see the wee route that we did, Chris, to go into Largs.
Yes,
yeah. We did that one, and then into Largs, and then we had a meal. And when we sat down for our meal, the first thing I checked on my phone was William Dunlop had been killed in an accident. And I couldn't believe it, because like that family is like, when you look at riders and you look at out and out, I mean, like the likes of Joey Dunlop. Joey Dunlop was the only person that Honda allowed to actually work on his own bike.
See his wife and his mum. I think his mum's still alive.
Yeah,
I feel is his mum. Yeah. I remember watching that thing and I seen her and I thought, what a poor woman, man. She's just watched her full family fucking go out there.
Two sons and a grandson.
Man.
2 sons and a
grand. See, Michael, I honestly believe he's in a suicide mission. He doesn't give a fuck. I don't think he cares. I don't think he's fully prepared for it.
You know what? I think when you look at the way Robert rode when Joey passed, Robert was exactly the same. Robert just said, well, I mean, if you watch Road, they said better to die by bike than to lie in a hospital bed for 6 months and not get out of it. See that to me, that's my mentality as well. I've watched people die of cancer and that, and it's fucking horrible.
I don't think looking at Michael Dunlop, like, I think he's the best way I can describe is he's when he rides, he's accepted fate. Whether he wins, he comes second, sixth, or the worst happens, he's accepting, he's riding to his full potential. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I think, some weeks he'll come first every single day, and other weeks he's coming third, fourth, fifth, sixth, but he's still riding to his 100%.
He's flinging that bike into the corner, sliding the bike around the corners and stuff at high speed.
Yeah. But that's knowing the track, though. You know what I mean? It's like when we tested at Mallory.
No fear whatsoever.
When we used to do Mallory, there weren't many people who could, get around Mallory as, as quick as we could. And then that one day when this bloke come on this fucking Aprilia with a number plate and fucking indicators on everything, was like, what the fuck? Who's this? So me and my mate Wedges fucking chasing him down, trying to fucking catch him. Couldn't catch him for shit. He was flying off. I mean, like, do I ever know who this fucking bloke is? Dinner time come. We've gone in the cafe. This bloke comes over to us, broken English. You guys good? You guys good? We was like, I don't know the fuck you are. About 5 o'clock, we're all packing up. This bloke comes over. Basically, it was Sylvan Guintoli.
Right.
One of his blokes come over, was like, you kind of pushed him into corners that he didn't want to go into and all this stuff, like, but it was good, man.
I want you to have a wee look at the quote on the right-hand side. It's a guy called Milan Kundera. The man hunched over his motorcycle can only focus on the present. He is caught in a fragment of time, cut off from both the past and the future. He has no fear, because the source of fear is in the future, and a person freed of the future has nothing to fear. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get that tattooed on me at some point. And like,
can you get something a bit shorter?
No, I'll tell you why I want that tattooed on me, because on the film Road, that's a quote that's said right at the start, and I think it's Liam Neeson that actually narrates it, and it's an absolutely fantastic quote, and it sums up riding a motorbike.
I could get that tattooed on the side of my cock. all in one line.
I could myself, but I don't know what I would do with the other half.
I've got Wendy on mine.
Go on.
Welcome to Barbados. Have a nice day.
I've just got a line down the middle when I was pissed.
Oh, boys.
See, that's the thing. That is a good thing. It's like you'd like to ride with your son one day, but you'd rather that you had a car. I'm taking it. That's what that says. And like, would I ride with my son? Yeah, I would. Would I allow him to do it? Would I encourage him? Yeah. I mean, I encourage him to ride a stunt scooter that is he's already broke his ankle, he's torn the ligaments in both ankles, he's split his chin wide open, he's knocked himself out 3 times.
A motorbike's different, Zed, isn't it? A motorbike's it's the ultimate price, mate. The
thing about it is like
He's wearing our protection there. At least on a motorbike, you got levers and boots and.
Well, he does wear. He wears head protection. He wears.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you can. He's probably falling off at 15, 16 mile an hour, for example.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. At least if he breaks his ankle in the motorbike boot.
I see. Right, see, honestly,
a lot of
at least in the bike, it's contained.
Yeah. A lot of times,
I'm so glad I never got a bike when I was 17, 18-year-old. So glad. I wouldn't be here right now if I had one when I was 17.
See, the thing about it is like, for using my son as an example, he has the ability to assess and evaluate risk right now. When he's in a skate park, I mean, like, there's some of the jumps that he does that when I'm standing at ground level, he's 15 foot above me, doing whatever he's doing, and then he has to land on that deck and ride away, and he commits to that. And it's one of these perverse things that to land the trick, he has to go fast. He has to be fully committed. He has to be clear of thought and clear of mind to do it. So
is he quite a responsible boy? Like, you know what I mean? Is he quite
so quiet? So I try and get him a drink and everything. He's no for it at all.
See, when I was young, I was
want a beer with his dad.
fucking idiot.
No, mate, honestly, it's like I always say to him, it's like, Alex, there's beer in the fridge, Dad. I'm fine. It's fine. I'll just chill out in my room. Right? Okay, it's no bother. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, I've got an 8-year-old daughter who wants to come on every live and have a beer with me.
See, that's it. The point I was going to make there is everybody's different. You get people that are suited and get the right attitude and the right temperament for certain things, and you get people who don't, who aren't.
I'm just going to say a couple of quick good nights. MT Belly, Haggis Whisperer, thanks very much for coming on. Greatly appreciated for your support. Thank you very much for coming on. If I don't hear or see from you before the new year, all the very best to yourselves and the family for the upcoming 2023. So all the best for that.
Rev, you doing your live on Friday?
I am doing my live on Friday. Never miss one, unless I'm really badly ill. Yeah, I'm working. I'm working Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so I'll be on for a while. Yeah. Talking of tattoos, I have one on my back, and I've had it for years. And it's Angelina Jolie's tattoo. Quod me nutre, me destrue. What nourishes me destroys me. And
what's that? What's that? I've never heard of that, mate. What's that?
Quod me nutre, me destrue. It's Latin.
All right.
What nourishes me destroys me. And it
so have you got like written on your back or something, or?
I had it right across my back because Angelina Jolie's got it across her stomach, but I had it across my back.
Fair play.
So all my bike stuff is on my back. All my good stuff's on my arms.
I've got a line rampant tattooed on my rib cage.
Fuck off.
I
don't believe you.
Oh,
Here we go.
Fucking hell.
Peaky's body looks like fucking one old school jotter that I scribbled on.
Mate, I'm running out of space.
Oh, doodle book next to the telephone.
Fucking hell.
I'll tell you what happened, right? It was like my sister-in-law came in, my brother, my sister-in-law's husband, who she's no longer with, worked in a pub, and they had a raffle, and he won a free tattoo.
Peugeot man.
I think it was to the value of Peugeot man. I think it was to the value of £200, right? And it was up in St Enoch Square. There was a tattoo artist on the left-hand side of St Enoch Square. They basically rented out the whole lower floor of this building. So I went in, and Scotland were playing that day. So I had the Daily Record with me, and obviously in the sports page they had the full Scotland flag with the line rampant on it. And so like I went in, and the lassie who was doing the tattoo, she was fucking gorgeous, absolutely stunning. And she's like, "So what is it you want?" And I was like, "Well, I want a line rampant, but I want a line rampant to look as if it's grabbing a thistle." Right, okay. So like showed her the thing that was like to the value of £200. Where do you want it? On your ribs. And she's like, that's going to be a bit gnarly. I'm like, it's fine, go for it. So I'm in this place now. It was one of these tattoo parlors where all the cubicles, they were all low set, so every tattoo artist could sit on their chairs and look at each other, and they were chatting, and I'm lying on the bench like this. This stunner is tattooing my side, right? But it felt as if she was fucking giving me a kicking. So she was an hour and a half in, right? And everyone's like leaning over going, you all right, mate? You look a bit white. No. And I'm like, I'm fine. I'm trying to put on my best sort of bit of bravado.
Face.
But she's like that, Stuart, I don't know, it's like your skin doesn't seem to be taking on any more ink. And I'm like that. You better try, because see if you stop now, I'm fucking no coming back. Because she's like, well, if you're willing to go through it, I'll go through it as well. And that's what she did, and that's what I ended up with.
You see, I'm covered. You know what I mean? I can get from. I've got both chest pieces done.
Yeah.
Fucking, I've got a massive demon face that side. Warrior that side.
That's the Japanese. What do you call it? Fucking.
Japanese fighting warrior.
Excellent.
And the Japanese fucking fighting masks. I love them. I've got them everywhere. I've got them on my fucking arms.
Oh, mate,
I love them.
I'm going to send you a picture.
My back's
You get any koi carp?
Yeah.
I see it. I see the skin.
I've got one there. I'm trying to fucking turn my arm. I've got one there. Then I've got one that side, and then one that goes up onto here as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm covered, mate. I'm my legs are done. My back's done. Fucking, I've got proper old school riding over your belly.
Refill above the belly button.
Little one on the side, inflate to 30 psi.
Yeah. Fucking hell. 48. I think the thing is like, I remember having tattoos where I had tattoos when they were fashionable. Do you know what I mean? I remember wearing short sleeve shirts, trying to get into nightclubs, and back in the day when you had to wear trousers and shirts and all the rest of it. And because my tattoos were showing, I wouldn't get let in. Do you know what I mean? And like nowadays, they got them on the face, the neck, and fucking they got their eyes done. And
you had them before tattoos were cool.
Yeah,
everybody's getting them.
Yeah. And like before, it made you a bit more individual. Where now, it's like every fucker's got them, if that makes sense. I have been disrespectful to everybody else who's got tattoos, but
there's a girl I follow on Instagram. She's called Loose Grey, and she's a tattoo artist. I think it's Falkirk area. I'm not 100% sure, but some of her tattoos, like it's like lions, and just like all her realism tattoos are just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And I've got a tattoo that I want on my left arm. I want a full sleeve running from my fingers right the way up, and I want it to be darkness into light, as being the theory and the sort of idea behind it. And the reason being was when I had sort of my mental health issues, that's basically what happened. I went into darkness and come back out into the light. So I want to go from like a grey and black tattoo into flourishing into colour of some sort, and I haven't worked out what it is. And I would love her to do it, but it's going to cost me with her about £1,000 or £1,500 or something like that, because she's that good. It's like £200-300 an hour or something like that, and she's booked up, but she's amazing.
You see, but like I say, like I quite like, I like the look of the old school tattoos. That's why I had the swallows on my neck. Do you know what I mean? Because I like the look of the old school tattoos. I think the new stuff. It looks brilliant. It's fantastic, but to me, it looks a bit. What's the word called? Like comic, almost.
Yeah, so we had an engineer. We had an engineer in my work, and he had.
I'm going to call it a night, guys, because it's 11:15.
No worries, pal.
All right. I'm on a promise as well, so.
Right,
Make
so
sure you turn that live stream off.
Make sure to turn the mic off.
Give
her one for me, Rev.
We're going to shut my live stream down and go into Rev's live stream because that's going to be more interesting.
That's on a separate channel. All right, have a good one, guys. I'll see you all Friday.
See you
Friday.
Friday.
Take care, Rev.
Take care. Ta-da.
Try, Mucker.
He'll be back in 3 minutes.
Yeah. In 3 minutes.
All covered in sweat. No, I do it bravely.
He'll come back like that.
It's 2.5 minutes of foreplay.
That includes the minute and a half bouncing about trying to get his leg out the trousers.
Brilliant.
By the time he's got his trousers off, he'll be fucking knackered.
Such a good guy, man. Such a good guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's like all that. But that's a kind of stuff that I like. I like the old school kind of vibe with the tattoos. I don't like the new school with this like really vibrant and really bright colours and all the rest of it. I quite like the dull, not the dull colours, but like the warm colours.
I would love a Maori tattoo, but I would love it. I would love it done. Yeah. I would love it done because that's where the name comes from because of the sound tattoo.
Yeah,
because when you're hitting the sticks onto with the bone needles.
Yeah,
I would love that. I would love that to be done, but I would love it to mean something. So I would need to sit down with whoever it was that was doing it and tell them a wee bit of my life.
Well, they design it, don't they? You have to they sit down with you like an hour before.
Yeah,
you kind of have a conversation with them about your life and all the rest of it, and then they design that from the information that they get off you. So every tattoo is quite individual, especially the Maori ones. All the tattoos are quite individual because it's to that person. You know, you're never going to get the same Maori tattoo with one person.
I'll tell you, one of the best places you could possibly go to get a tattoo is Iceland. See some of the best tattoos in the world live in Iceland. See, because they're a Viking. Fucking, they're writing their tattoos in a big way for a long time.
I'd say the place that got me into tattoos, where I had quite a few done, was Hong Kong.
They all get like their life story on their body or their kids and all this stuff. Portraits, portraits of their kids and all this.
Mate, the ones from Hong Kong, mate, was even now. I look at photos now that I took fucking 25 years ago, and then the tattoos are phenomenal.
Yeah,
phenomenal. 25 years ago. Do you know what I mean? And that's how long ago it was. And you just kind of think to yourself, fucking wow. You know what I mean? That's some good shit, that is. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like, I suppose every tattoo you get is something to do with your life.
Yeah.
It is for me. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, you have good tattoos, you have bad tattoos, you have tattoos that mean something, tattoos that don't mean fuck all, laugh tattoos. We've all got them. Do you know what I mean? So
my first tattoo was that was it was a tribal tattoo, but interestingly, the boy that did it, Alec, he was just like he was a Harley rider, and that's all we talked about was bikes. But it was like, oh, you didn't go to Alec, did you? And I was like, aye, tribal, aye, because he just one of these, he just just battered them out.
I got a dog out 2 minutes.
Well, just battered these tattoos out all day long, you know. And then I designed my own tattoo, and I got it on my back. The guy who did that tattoo, I discovered, was a bit of an addict. He wasn't straight while he was doing it, so that kind of no, he was totally out his face, to be quite honest.
But they're like that. They do a better job, you know, when they're out their face, when they're not.
See, the thing about it is like I had so many people go to Chaz. Chaz is like he does and I was like, right, okay, and I waited. I think I waited about 2 weeks to get him, and like, no, brand new guy, absolutely brand new guy, but I felt as if he was tattooing me with a hot Stanley knife blade because he was leaning into me that hard, right across my back. It's like fucking hell. It's like Jesus Christ. But I designed that one myself. It's on my back and whatever. But that on my arm, that was Alex. And the ink he used, it's like I don't know if you can see it. The ink he used, try and get it into. It's all started to come away. So the ink never took it in like that. So he's not done it properly. Do you know what I mean? But what I would like to do is I would like someone to take that.
He's gone in too deep. That he scarred you.
Aye, yeah. Yeah, because like that's what I'm saying. He was just one of these guys that wanted to batter it out, and I did everything to the letter. That was my first tattoo, and I did everything to the letter. And there are some bits here that are good, but that was the bits that were right at the end when he knew that I probably couldn't handle what I was doing. But I would love somebody to go over it, but I would love somebody to embellish it as well, just to sort of make it something different from what it was, because it isn't something that explains anything about me. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the one that I want on that arm will tell everyone anything that they need to know.
A story.
Absolutely.
You see, like I say, mate, you know, I've had different tattoos at different points in my life when I've been at various points in my life where it's been good or bad.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be. You should look at a tattoo and go happy, sad. Oh, I was in a fucking bad place there. Oh, this was a great place. Oh, that was the kids. That was this. That was that. Yeah. And like, it's like a historical map on your body.
Yeah. 100%, mate. And I think, I mean, my dad, my old man. I mean, like I say, I live with my nan. I don't live with my mum and dad. So when I joined the army, I'll never forget it. I come home on leave once and I was in uniform over my nan's, and my dad come over and he opened the door and he was like, "Where are you going? Fancy dress party?" And I was like, huh? I was like fucking 18, hadn't been home in like fucking 5 years. You hadn't seen me in like 5 years.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm in the fucking army. And he was like, you are last 2 minutes in the fucking army. And I went, I've already done like fucking 2 years. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you ain't seen me in fucking 5 years. So, you know what I mean? But going back to the tattoos, you know what I mean? I had my first one at like 14. Do you know what I mean? And it was just one of them. I think it was just a progression, and you know what I mean. Especially in the army, you know, by the time I was 18, I drunk, I smoked, I had tattoos. I was, you know what I mean. You just fitting in with the role model that you should be filling in, really. When you're in the army, but now,
did you see like all your mates, like when you were in your squadron, did you all get the same tattoo? Did you do that?
We didn't have the same tattoos. We had similar tattoos.
Right, okay.
So everybody's was different, but we all had. It all meant the same.
Was it a specific tour, or was it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we had like an abbreviation of what we wanted in there, and then we'd go to an artist and say, this is what I want. I want that and that. I ain't bothered what you bring up, but that's what I want, kind of thing. So, but you know, mine was a bit different to everybody else's, but you know, they come up with the palm trees and the Stafford knot and all the rest of it, and I went proper old school, traditional, big, bold fucking Stafford knot, regimental number, everything. Like, do you know what I mean? Proper like old school. But yeah, I just think it's really like I have a lot of people, especially when they see me first time. Obviously, I've got a lot of tattoos, but I think you don't realise all the extent of the tattoos until you're kind of face to face.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's when you see the look when the first see, you know what I mean, when they first see my arms or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
To me, it's commitment. It's dedication. Because
can I just say something, guys?
Go on.
It's fucking good to see you tonight. It was really good. I'm so glad you came on and we've had this wee stream and we get to meet each other.
I know, it's good. It's good.
I needed this tonight. I really did. It's really cheered me up. And
it's mate, good, man. I did actually. That's what I was trying to push for because you know what I mean. Obviously, Rev's doing his channel on a Friday.
Yeah,
but I just felt like a little bit like deflated.
I was saying to Rev before you boys come on, it's like my wife and my daughters were out with my sister-in-laws. So see, when you had said about a live stream, I couldn't commit because I wasn't sure when they were coming home. I didn't want to start the whole I'm going to do a 9 o'clock and then I'm still out driving a car at 9 o'clock. I just, because like my anxiety doesn't cope too well with missing times and stuff like that. So that's why I didn't commit to it. But it was while I could see it back and forth because you were on it, Tom, and on it. It's like, Tom, you'll do it. You'll do it. It's like I could see it all, and then they phoned and said, no, we'll get picked up at 7:15. So I knew then what my schedule was. So that's when I messaged on the group chat and said, listen, I'll go live. Nah, so it's no bother. So
yeah, but that's what I mean. It would have been a little bit unfair for Rev, if I'm being honest. But
that allows them to duck in and duck out.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
You know what you done there, Zed? You stepped up to the plate, man. That's what you done.
Thanks. I'm blushing. I'm blushing.
But the thing is, mate, you know, the way in that group, apart from you, Exeter, and Rev, you know what I mean? Nobody else has done a live, and you know, I've never done a live, but I was like, right, and I said,
you should, because you're like that, you're patting your head and rubbing your tummy. You think it's dead cool.
I need a good fucking month.
Mate, honestly, you've got a live chat going on, right? You've also got people coming in the green room, which are at, because I'm looking down the now. Hold on a wee minute. I don't even know if I can do this.
See the live chat. Most of the time, I just kind of ignore it. I don't really pay much attention, to be honest.
Like when they're actually referencing, I've got to sort of keep an eye on it because people are referencing maybe what we're talking about. So it's only sort of polite to. Right, so this
I've been trying to. I mean, I've got my Mac. I've got two laptops here. I've got the one I'm streaming on, and then I've got my MacBook as well.
I'm going to share the screen, right? So, like right there, that's the screen, right? That's wait a minute. That's the YouTube. Hold on, I'll remove that and I'll go for the other screen. Let me just stop that screen now. I'll present again. Share screen.
There's Graham's. All right, Graham's, how you doing, son? Fucking love you, son. Love you.
Nah, he's brilliant. Yeah, he's back on. He's back on. All right, I'll put that screen on, right? So this is my StreamYard. Obviously, it's going to go because it's camera into camera. But if you look down at the bottom, so there's me, there's PK, and there's Chris. Yous are all in what's classed as the green room. So I've got to make sure that nobody else drops in there while I'm talking to you guys. There's the live chat up there.
Where's the green room? Where do you know if someone else has dropped in? Where does it tell you that?
There.
See. Aye.
So, like, see what I've just put up. That's that extra one there where the wee icon is, right there. So like,
right, yeah. So that extra screen is
that's a screen I'm now sharing. Aye, so that's us. So
and see the way it looks as we're looking at it, like it's going in and in and in and in and in and in and in. Is that only because you're showing it to us?
Aye, that's because my camera is like it's an infinite loop. It goes into an infinite loop. I'll come out of that. Aye, so that's what happens. So like right now when I'm looking at my screen, because I've got my computer's got two screens. So I've got a left screen and a right screen. So on the right screen I have YouTube. I can't look at that because that's on a 15-second delay. So like what I'm saying just now hasn't even come onto YouTube yet. But I've got the live chat open over there. So when I'm talking to you guys on there, on my camera, I'm looking over there and I'm replying to any comments, but I've also got the comments open on the StreamYard as well, because they come in before you even see them on YouTube, which allows me to, because like I don't even know, I don't even know if you know, Chris, but I had about 3 or 4 spammers come in, and they were
during that one there.
When we were tonight.
I didn't see it. As I say, I don't really.
As soon as I'm seeing, and that's it. It's like as soon as I'm seeing them coming in, I'm blocking.
What were they writing? Were they writing anything bad?
One of them was like he started off with the guy in the top left. The guy in the top left-hand corner crashed into my car, and I had the wife and the kids in the car, and I'm like, well. And then he started something about pubes and probably a youngster, probably somebody that's like one of my boys' pals, just trying to noise up. But I wasn't having that coming onto the live stream, so get blocked straight away. So like I'm trying to sort of keep an eye on who's in the green room.
Should have let little fucking punk on. Could have given him some abuse.
Honestly, so like as you see there, it's like again, it's like there's the, you know, can you see? You can.
That's the live chat to the right.
That's a live chat. That's a StreamYard live chat. So that's that's not even up on YouTube yet, because everything that you see here hasn't even come onto YouTube yet, because there's that 15-second delay.
Okay.
And then down here, that obviously we're in the green room. This is the screen I'm showing you. Yep. So say, for example, Military Biker come on, he would come on here.
Yeah.
So StreamYard have now brought out something, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's an audible beep, and only I hear it because I'm hosting it. So if somebody comes into the green room, it just beep. It's just like an alarm watch going off. So I hear it, and it automatically straight go down and go up. Guys, I'm going to interrupt you. So that somebody doesn't come into the green room, you don't see them, because we could be shooting the breeze that much that we're having that much fun that I don't, and it's happened. I have done it, and I have to apologise. It's like, I've missed such and such because they came in and they sat for long enough, and then they're like, fuck yeah, I'm out of here. So.
How come the fucking military boy crowd come on anyway? The fucking ginger bastard.
He's probably doing something with the family, mate. you know what he's like. He's spot on.
I need to sort the dog out. He's through there and he's causing a bother.
He's having a danger wank in his garage. Oh boy. But now, as I said, I've been looking at the my route this week when I did my charity challenge.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to get to you night 2. So from where you are, so I'm going to go from Blackpool to basically round the coast and then drop back down into Glasgow.
Yeah.
And then go from basically yours back up. But from that day, I've got to get to John O'Groats from yours, which is about 600 miles, I think it is. So it's that's a decent day, like. But
what you need to do is give me a kind of sort of give me a segment of an itinerary from before and the way up to me.
Yeah.
And then obviously at me and then beyond, because what I'll do, my work is in the process of allowing us to, because like I'm not allowed to I can't put a single day holiday into my work. I've got to book, like right now I've got my holiday sheet that says that I have to take a week in April, fortnight in summer, a week in October, September, and then Christmas.
Yeah.
What they're now saying is that if we accept whatever wage offer that they propose to us, they will allow us to take one of the weeks in separate days, and we only need to put the holiday request in 2 days before we want the holiday. So see if you can just give me like where you're going to be, like maybe 100 miles out and 100 miles other way or whatever, so I can come down and meet you right to mine, and then ride away with you as well.
So I'm going to start my my date is the 19th of March, April, May. 19th of May. I leave here the 19th of May. So the 19th, night to the 19th, I'm going to be in Blackpool. Night to the 20th, I'm going to be at yours.
Right.
So that's where, basically, that as soon as I leave Blackpool, mate, I'll be on the bells going,
Cool.
right, this is where I am, this is where I am, this is where I am. At least then you can go, right, that's only 100 mile from me, but obviously it's a 200-mile round trip for you. But I can meet you, we can get here, we can do that section, and then tomorrow I can go 100 mile out with you, come back 100 mile. At least then you are spending, obviously, 2 days with me rather than, you know what I mean?
I want to spend as much time as I can, pal.
You miss your brother saying that.
Trust me.
But then if like I say, if any of you guys are watching, night 3 is going to be John O'Groats. Night 4, I'm looking at Eyemouth, around there. So if anybody's around Eyemouth that can help me, that'll be fantastic. Because at the minute I can't even get a campsite for under £56 at Eyemouth. Right. So I'm at that night at Eyemouth, I'm really struggling. Down at Wisbeach Beach, that ain't too, but I've got a cousin down there who's sorting me out. And then I'm going from there down to Bexhill-on-Sea. I've got somebody down at Bexhill-on-Sea who's going to sort me out. Then my next one's going to be Land's End. So I'm looking at somebody at Land's End who can possibly help me out round Land's End. And then my next stop's going to be Newquay. So again, if somebody can help me out in Newquay, that'd be fantastic. But then from Newquay, it's about 690 mile, I think it is, from Newquay home. I'm looking at, that's going to be my last day, basically. So when I get to Borth, my aim is to meet as many bikers as I can at Borth. My mate's got a caravan site there. I'll put a link up a bit closer to the date.
Yeah.
But, I'm looking at meeting there, and then if anybody wants to meet me there and ride back with me, obviously the more the merrier. It'll just be a massive boost for me if I can, if it's one bike, if it's fucking 100 bikes, it's going to be a massive bonus.
Definitely.
Be people being there to just to get me over the finish line. Because like I said on Revs the other week, I'm looking at a 12 to a 15-hour day every single day, and this coastal road route has not been done before. They've done a coast road route before, but it's all been on A roads or you've touched A roads, so they've not actually done the A roads. So when you get down to Devon and you've got all them tiny little fucking pathways everywhere.
And what is it you're mapping that on? Is it are you obviously like doing?
Yeah. So the it's called Relive. It's called.
Oh right, Relive. So like, are you setting up a sort of page within Relive that people can see where you are live within? I'm sure.
I don't even know you could do that.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is something within Relive that if you're doing a journey, people can see where you are.
I mean, to be fair, what I'm going to be doing, I've got, obviously I'm a Facebook fucking freak, so I don't use Instagram very often.
Yeah.
I don't use Twitter very often, but my thing is Facebook. So I
come off Twitter. I hate Twitter.
But that's gonna be my kind of, when I stop, that's gonna be almost like a vlog. That page is gonna be like a vlog for me for when I'll stop. So I'm like, right, I'm here. My next point of stopping is going to be here. This is the time now. This is the time I'm looking at getting there, at least. And if people want to meet me, it's just a bit easier for them just to look and say, right, I can or I can't meet him. If you can, brilliant. If you can't, again, it don't really matter. But
PK, see if you come up here, son, and I don't get to meet you, I'm going to be fucking raging. Absolutely raging.
Chris, night 2.
You've got my phone number. You've got my phone number. You better phone me when you're here.
Come to my house, mate.
I'm coming into Zed's to see you. I'm going to bring you presents and all that.
Like I say, mate, you know what I mean? I'm going to be coming to Scotland a couple of times this year, to be fair, just to view roads and a few routes, and just to do a bit of a recce before I do the actual challenge. So I've got a few weekends that I've got spare just to go into sections that other people on forums have said are difficult, basically. So I just want to get down there, have a look, have basically a day down there. Do you know what I mean? Go on the Friday, spend the Saturday riding around, doing the route, or that section that they're telling me is difficult to do.
Yeah.
And then just come back the Sunday. But just to clarify that, at least then when I get down to that section, I know, one, where I'm going, and two, if I can get through it any quicker. Peaky.
I'm going to ride a wee bit with you for a few hours. Just
mate, anybody
a few hours or something.
Mate, honestly, it's going to be a massive place.
I'm going to bring my camera and all that, and I'm going to put you on my channel.
Thanks. Thank you. No, but
I'll get you big publicity, mate.
Yeah, fair play. I hope you do.
No, I'll get you big publicity, not me.
I hope you do. But all I'm saying is, you know, if you want to meet me, then the opportunity's there. Like, you know what I mean? If anybody wants to meet you for any sections,
100%. It needs to.
You know what I mean? And anybody, or if you can help me, that's brilliant. If you can't, again, then you can't. But if you can share the page, then that'd be fantastic. You know, you've only got to go on my YouTube or just search the Peaky Biker on Facebook. You know what I mean? And my channel's on there. But all I'm saying is, you know, the charity I'm doing it for is massively close to my heart.
Yeah. 100%.
So, you know, I've been talking to a bloke on a forum who tried to do similar to me, and he had to finish it in 15 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Roland Keith.
All right, Roland. It's lovely to see you, son. Merry Christmas.
G'day, guys. Merry Christmas to you. Hope you've all had a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good so far.
Been all right. Those chicks anyway, all right, mate?
What's that?
You okay?
Yeah, all good this way. Yeah, we've been getting some warmth for a change, which is nice, whereas half the world is freezing over. Good luck to you.
Mate, you're all upside down
here. It's been bloody cold here the last month.
It's been especially over in the US, they've copped it.
Yeah, they've had it quite bad, ain't they?
Yeah.
And in Canada, I was looking at the Military Bikers page the other day, and mate, the fucking snow's up here. It ain't no joke.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I think he's even down as far as Florida now. It's like because Iowa hog rider, there's like he was talking. It was like so many feet of snow, minus whatever it was, 30 degrees or whatever. It's like it's sweeping right across. They're getting it tight.
So what's it been like at your ways, Ed?
It's not been that bad.
It's been okay, Roland. It's actually been mild-ish and wet. We had a wee bit of sleet.
Yeah.
Snow maybe for about an hour, maybe 2 hours. Not last night, the night before, and it never came to anything. Not any of it's riding weather, I would say, because I mean there's so much crud on the road. It's just it's not worth it, to be quite honest. If I had the ZX9 up, I would probably take it out, but the ZZRs, that's not getting near it.
Yeah.
But, if I get a dry day, it will be out. No doubt about it. But it's like it's strangely when it's mild, it's strangely mild. It's milder than it should be, but when it's wet and cold, it's biting.
Is it normal for the season, do you reckon, what you're getting?
Well, I mean, see the mildness, no. I don't know. It's as if the wind's changing. It's coming up from the south, and we're maybe getting what a Saharan heat or whatever it is that they might call it. But there was one of the days 2 weeks ago where we went from -10 to 12 degrees. That's a massive shift.
Yeah.
A massive shift. We actually were walking out of a warehouse that the day before everything had ice on it, to walking outside and the warmth hitting you, and you're like, this just isn't right.
Wow.
Guys, I've got another guest that's sitting in the side chat.
Oh, happy days.
It's absolutely fantastic to actually have him on a live stream because I love this guy to bits. Ladies and gentlemen,
Tell me it's
Graham's.
Fucking yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm alright. You hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, pal.
Yeah.
And my camera's sitting the right way. Fuck, that's a good phone.
No,
Yeah,
you're,
it's a good
you're
angle
sitting-
right
you're
up the nose. It's good.
You're sitting fine, pal.
Good stuff.
How you doing, okay? You okay?
Good to see you, Graham.
You too, Chris. You're looking well. You cold?
Thanks very much. I was hoping somebody was going to ask about my hat actually, but nobody's asked yet, mate. They're all
Is that a Guy Martin?
It's a Guy Martin hat. I got it for my Christmas.
How is it? Is that why it's got number 8 on?
Number 8.
You're fucking absolute cock.
I thought that was how many inches your bumhole was after that hang in the left hand side was up.
That's it, mate.
It's quite scary when that wee thing's chasing you along the road.
So who have we got here, Zed? I don't know this chap.
Right, so Graham's, we go out riding with Graham's, and Graham's, I've got a ZX9, and Graham's is going to be painting it. At one point, he's painted my ZZR 1400. I'll not tell you why he had to paint it, but he did paint it all the same. So no,
he's a bit of a geezer on a bike, supposedly geezer. That's
absolutely, absolutely,
a bit of a weapon.
So, like, if you've seen any of my Instagram posts and you've saw the GSXR Thou Lucky Strike, red and white, that's Graham's bike, and it's absolutely fantastic, and he rides it very, very well, and it's always great getting out of him. So it is.
He's all right.
Here he goes.
How's it been, pal? Anyway?
Aye, all right, no bad. that's my new pal up in the top right hand corner. Chases me everywhere. My bike's off the road at a minute.
Let the dog see the rabbit.
The garage. But I'm needing front discs. Discs are fucked. It failed its MOT too much. I'm fairly cold as well, by the way.
Oh, was it too much play in the discs?
The warped or just worn?
No, they're warped. It's more. It's not like warped to me. I've got an engineering background, and I would say that halfway around the disc, it's like the material's thicker. It's not like a warp because I've clamped a spanner and everything on there and turned the disc, and there's no warp in it. So it's got to be the thickness of material changes from one side to the other.
It's causing it to pulsate.
Aye. And I very rarely am a front brake user. I don't use my front brake much. I'm a trail brake. And
is it worthwhile getting it machined? Worthwhile getting it machined?
For the price of
worth it.
For getting them machined, you as well just buying new discs.
Yeah. But the time an engineer's setting them up on a lathe or whatever, it's like they're probably talking about a brand new set anyway, aren't they?
How much is a brand new set for your bike?
260.
200
260.
Oh, 250 too, yeah.
It's
probably going to cost you 200 quid to have them fucking warped, lined up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the fucking spinning wheel.
See, they were brand new when I got that bike. The boy that had it before me put the discs on it, EBCs. And it's the square drive ones. It's a kind of up to date setup on it.
Aye, that's the ones I've got on the Z.
And
so the fairly recent discs and that they are like fucking old discs and them quite new discs.
I only use the front brake emergencies, basically. I'll be honest, that VGSXR, the engine braking on it is absolutely immense. Stuart will tell you that he's been on it. You just lift off the throttle and the bike will stop itself.
Aye,
that's like the Triumph, mate. Honestly, you can go from 6 to 4th into a corner and not touch the brakes. You can literally just fucking knock it down, fucking tip in, bit of counter steer, and you can fucking go through. Do you know what I mean?
thought most bikes were like that, because my bike's like that as well. When you come off the gas, it slows down.
No, every bike's like that. Probably most 4 cylinders will be like that.
See, mine was a 3-cylinder, mine's a triple.
It also depends on how the fuel injection system's set up, because sometimes when you back off, it actually is still providing power. It's not actually right down to idle.
Yeah.
Like on my M109R, you would think that's got bugger all compression, because that's how the fuel injection system's set up on that. Something to do with the fuel emissions or whatever.
This is an old 2003, so it's an early injection model.
So it's
I think it's like the second generation of the fuel injection model, because the first one had a 16-bit ECU and this has got a 32-bit ECU.
I was going to say, is that the first
it's K3
post pre-induction, if that makes sense?
It's a GSX 1000 K3, so it's a 2003.
It's a K3.
It's a K3. It's a second generation. Sorry?
Is that the EFI?
The electronic fuel injection?
It's 2003, so it's the K3. They started them in 2001. They did the first GSXR 1000, and it was the first fuel injected one was the K1, then the K2, but they were both the same engine, same injection system. I think they just changed some suspension setup. Then it changed to K3-4, and that's when they changed the ECU to a 32-bit ECU. So it's just basically a bit more sensors in it.
Yeah.
Great wee bike though. What's that? What am I seeing? Is that my bike?
That's your bike. Oh, it's like wait a wee minute. I'm going to
fucking hell, Zed. Sort it out.
Turn the screen brightness down on your phone, Zed.
Oh,
mate, that's like the fucking sun.
There's a strong chance that's going to be my next bike, a Gixxer.
Fuck off.
Very strong chance. Gixxer 1000 PT.
Next thing you're going to have is a fucking Honda C90, you cunt.
You think we can pop into a Gixxer?
Oh, that's nice.
There you go.
It was between a Gixxer or a Fireblade.
I get Gixxer then.
It's got the Lucky Strike livery on it.
What exhaust you got on that? That looks like a full titanium.
It is.
Aye.
It's standard. It's got titanium downpipes on them anyway. Then it's got a Devil titanium link pipe and can. And honestly, the whole exhaust system, you could pick it up. It's like aye.
It's you like see, when I had my Triumph, sorry, I have a spout then. Say it again, mate.
It's like one of the kids' school jotters, the weight of it. There's no weight in the whole exhaust system.
Mate, that was like me when I took my bike up to. I got a couple of. I raced a couple of Daytona 675s and I took them up to Triumph because I had a 2010 chassis with a 2013 engine. So at 2012 they changed the engine, and nobody said that the 2013 could fit in the 2010 engine, but I ended up getting it done. So I had the 2013 engine in the 2010 frame, basically. So when I took it up, they said they'll dyno it, everything. So I went from like 107 brake on a 2010 engine to a 2013 engine straight away on 126 straight off the bat. So I'd already gained nearly 20 brake horsepower straight off the bat. So we had to rivet a few things, change, not massive changes. It was like, you know what I mean, sending the frame off or nothing like that. We did it ourselves, got the engine to fit, and they was just like, it don't fit. And we was like, I've got it to fit. I've raced it. I've done track days on it. I've got it sorted. Do you know what I mean? Took it into Triumph, mate. They helped me out for the next 2 years so much with swing arms, weight saving, a lot of carbon fiber stuff, but a lot of the stuff they do is aerodynamics, obviously, and engine prep. So the engine prep, you feel like you listen to them do a dyno run, mate. You think, fuck, they're gonna blow my engine up here, man. I'm on full chat all the way, and you're just like, mate,
I've had a car on the dyno, and the guy said to me in the last run, he's like, it's running a bit lean. It's your call whether we go for the last one. You know what my answer was? Hammer it.
Yeah, that's good for it. That was the same as me. Honestly, I think when I stopped racing, I sold the engine separate. When I stopped racing, because I had it up to Triumph 675, I had it up to 147. That was my engine, and I'd spent a lot of money on that engine, a lot of money. But yeah, I had it at 147 BHP on a 675, and it fucking flew. Absolutely flew.
See when Triumph brought out their MotoGP 2 bike, what was because that was a 675, wasn't it?
No, that was a 765.
Was that a 7? All right,
So I test rode that in Almeria.
And what BHP was that kicking out?
Mate, they wouldn't tell us when that was on track, mate. Basically, we went out for a few drinks, got talking to this big lanky lad, had a big Triumph t-shirt on, so I went over, as you do, talking motorbikes. He's like, yeah, if you want to test ride one, let me know. You know, and you just think, bit on the piss, you know what I mean? Fucking seen him the next day, went over to him, spoke to him, do you want to test one? I was like, yeah, you know, I'll have a go, kind of thing, you know what I mean? I think nothing else of it. Went over to the tent, went over, this security guard, I was like, yeah, I spoke to Paul, this, that, and the other, and he was like, don't know who Paul is. It's basically seen this Paul, this big lanky lad, he come over, basically, he was funding this fucking whole Triumph fucking thing, basically. So I was basically looking at walking away, and he come over to me, you all right? I was like, yeah, just looking at testing one out. He was like, yeah. But and then they give me basically they give me a bike that it's a test bike, so I'm arguing over so many revs in each gear, and the traction control was at max and all the rest of it. But it was still a fucking weapon. It was still an absolute animal on the fucking track. Do you know what I mean? I was even pushing that at its limit, and I was at my limit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But that was the 765 that they're using now.
And it makes you wonder what was in it. Was it lighting cranks and so on and so forth?
Mate, it was that maneuver. It was phenomenal. I mean, if you're going to race, don't go for a flat 4, go for a 675, go for a
see this, right? Like you obviously had the 675. See the difference between the 6 and the 7. How many RPM more was it? Right, rolling the Wallapal. How many more RPM was it? Was that another 1,500 or another 2,000 RPM?
See, I went from a normal clock, to a digital clock.
Right. So they had
to be honest, all I had, because he said to me, "What do you want?" I said, "All I'm after is my gear indicator."
Right. Okay.
Fuck on. Do you know what I mean?
You must have been able to feel that you're. Because obviously, like.
But mate, mate, the power out the corners. As soon as you did that, mate, that was like 1,000 cc.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can describe it. It's like going from a 600 to a 1,000 cc, and you know you've gone from a 675 to a 765. You've only gone up.
It's 100 cc displacement, isn't it?
But it was the power. The power that it put into the back wheel coming out the corners, the traction coming out the corners, mate, was phenomenal. Honestly, absolutely fucking amazing.
What ECU was it? Like a Cyvex system it was using or something like that, like ECU wise.
Again, basically they just rolled the bike out, so I don't know what ECU they was using at all.
I'm
guessing if there's that big a difference between the 675 and the 765,
yeah,
it'll be. I'm guessing that it's the length of the stroke rather as the size of the cylinder when it's more torquey.
Yeah, it was more torque. Yeah,
the length gives you more torque.
Yeah, mate, it fucking.
That's what my bike does. It's the size of the. Aye, that's why it spins up to 16,000 RPMs. Bikes with shorter. What do you call it? Shorter fucking piston rods.
Your bike's not that fast, Chris.
They spin quicker. They go up to 16,000. Fucking does, mate.
So
it doesn't. It starts redlining at 15.
You see, like I say, mate, it was all. This clock was just. It was just a digital clock.
Yeah.
So I wasn't looking at it, to be honest. All I was looking at was
it sounds as if they've some sort of standalone system. Yeah. I'm sitting here sounding as if I know what I'm talking about, but I've watched like a guy called Ricky Elder.
Ricky Vida.
No, Ricky Elder.
All right.
It's a YouTube channel called RE Performance, and he does a lot of tuning on Audi R8s and stuff like that.
I've watched him in the interview with Guy Martin and
stuff.
I
posted that on our sort of group chat. So that's how I got into listening to him. But he started doing a lot of more bike stuff, and there's a lot of the car stuff when it comes to Cyvex control systems and that they actually put onto bikes. So the Cyvex will control the LCD screen, but then everything's infinitely controllable. I mean, he just bought it's a Noble MI12. Do you know what an MI12 is? The Noble.
No, but that's a little fucking car, eh?
It's like it was like a car like in the mid 90s. It was actually.
I heard of the MI16. You used to get them in the.
Well, the MI12 is If you look at an MI12, it's like that's the original Noble car, and I think it was based on a Ford Mondeo. A lot of the running gear, and it's like just like a box steel chassis and stuff like that. So he's doing a whole
car.
Yep, he's doing a whole build on this, and he's going to rewire the whole lot of it. And this Cyvex system is infinitely controllable. So what he's doing is see the front end. He's going to put ABS rings on the front end and make it all ABS. The car never came out of the factory with it, but he's going to do it because this system allows him to do it.
You see, what I found is when I only had a morning with Triumph.
Yeah.
But they was controlling the system that was on my bike at pit lane. So the quicker I was getting, the more they was giving me on the track. So they was having an input on how quick I was going, if that makes sense.
Aye.
So the more I got used to it, the more the slides and when you're backing into a corner and stuff like that, they allowed me to inch by inch kind of have a little feel of how much there was more to give. But compared to obviously I had to pay for my setup.
Yeah.
But compared to my setup, compared to theirs, was fucking massive.
Yeah,
massive. Do you know what I mean? And it was noticeable as a racer, as somebody who's done track days. It was noticeable, mate. It was.
Mate, you look at the R1M. Look at the R1M when it came out. The R1M had a module on the back of it that when you took that bike anywhere, it recognised it was on a track, and it uploaded a setting from Yamaha for each and every individual track. So it would set the electronic suspension, it would set the gearing, it would set it roughly, not like a definitive, because every rider's going to be different. But it knew where they were. It could read track time, track speeds, lap times. It could do everything for you.
Yeah, well, that was the one that set your suspension up and hardened your suspension into certain corners and all the rest of it. That was all that learning. What was it called? Like the learning guide on the suspension side of it. But me personally, I don't agree with that. That's why, like, oh well, I've got all these different sections on my bike where you've got like raid mode, fucking this mode, that mode, fucking the other mode. I keep mine in one mode. My mode is that.
Mate, you look at a Formula One driver's steering wheel, and he can change the brake balance in his car from corner to corner, and they do, because there's about 16 settings in each of the brake.
I think you can change the camber angle of the wheels and everything.
Oh, mate, it's like it's sick what they can do, but it's coming into MotoGP. It really is. You look at the launch control system. You look at the fact that they can actually
can I just
put
say
that bike down into its bunkers.
That's been about. I had that on a bike about 8 years ago. That launch control system, when he dropped the back down, I had that on a bike.
Oh, they're low.
I race the 899 on BSB, and that was on that bike.
Right.
When it dropped the fucking back down on the launch control, and it sagged in corners. That's been about fucking years, mate. Years and years and years, and then all of a sudden,
it's
become something that
I think
massive. That it's
do you not think
it's found out about?
Yeah, but do you not think it's maybe came to the fore again because you look at the aero on a bike now, and it's got so much downforce on the front end. You look at the front end and the wings and whatever that's on a bike. I mean, like, fucking, I'm never going to ever use the aero on the front end of a bike. Any bike, it doesn't matter.
The H2 was the first bike I seen with the sort of fins.
Yeah, because the
MWRR was the first one.
The new Fireplate's got it now as well, and.
You look at the Ducati Panigales, all the big V4 RSs and whatever it is, they've all got that kit on it. And like
me personally, I just think it's a fad. Me personally, I don't see. I genuinely.
I think you might be right.
Unless I'm tilted up like fucking fighter pilots' fucking wings, and they could maneuver. Them fucking flaps.
That's like active foils.
They ain't gonna fucking help.
I know, and it's not as if it's hooked into the subframe or anything, so it's just fucking on the plastic, isn't it?
That's like active.
It's not going to produce downforce you know what I mean? A ton of downforce or anything.
That's the whole point I'm saying. When you fly a plane,
so it's just for show, isn't it? Really?
When you're going straight, them like that. When you brake, them like that.
I can honestly say that they are putting those bikes onto wind tunnels, and they have a weight gauge underneath the front wheel, and they know that those wings are applying at least 70 to 80 kilograms of extra weight onto that front tire
at given speeds.
Aye,
they're proving that.
No, but the thing is, I can, as a racer, I can see where they're coming from. But if people want to move forward, as in racing, as in quickening times or getting out of corners quicker and all that stuff, like I say, they ain't producing anything newer, if that makes sense, than what they had fucking 10 years ago. 5 years ago when I fucking raced.
I'm just
because they had a downforce there.
I think it's just as the rules are changing that they're allowed things like this.
Yeah.
Know that it's new to them. It's they weren't allowed it before, so the rules will change. The same with Formula One. Every year the rules change.
Exactly.
Like stupid thing, that cage round them, which honestly,
I think once I start to be able to move the aeros, then you'll see then you'll see a massive difference.
Yeah,
in,
so like what
speed and track
it's
limits.
called the DRS in Formula One, drag reduction system. So like obviously when you're going along a straight, you want that to be neutral. You want it to be sitting like that. And then when you apply the front brake, you want that you look at any of those big sports cars now that have got the active aerofoil at the back, it becomes like a windbreak. And it applies like about, I don't know how many tons of force that they're claiming, like the Bugatti Veyron or the Chiron or whatever it is. It's like they've got it. It's like when it's in slick mode, it's away and it's neutral. When they want that to brake, it comes up like an air dam and it reduces the speed. So for a bike to be efficient, it can't have those aerofoils active for all times, in my opinion. It has to be active. So when you engage the front brakes, it has to then come up for it to put the aero where it needs to be for you to...
It's amazing how much difference it makes, but and you can see it. See when you're riding your bike, if you sit up versus getting right down, what a fucking difference it makes. It's night and day, the difference it makes.
Yeah.
Hey, would you know on your fucking BMX?
have you ever seen
You're
the
not
world...
jealous of my bike, man. See people with 1,000ccs now, they don't like 600s like me because we keep up these and we geese are showing up and that.
Chris,
we've only got a wee BMX, you know.
Chris, the thing is, I'd pick a 600 over a 1,000cc every day of the week on the road. Every day of the week.
Not for me.
See, be quite honest.
Every fucker's fast in a straight line.
But it's like I always felt. See when you've had the 1,000, when you go back down to 600, I just kept on feeling as if I was going to fucking blow the thing up. You're over revving it, and God knows what. Do you know what I mean? I just Roland, welcome back.
Fucking hell. Are you in your front living room now? Where the fuck is he gone?
Bedroom.
This is the man cave.
I just want to make it home safe on my bike. Have a good time and make it home safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all do at the end of the day. But
you don't. If you've got a sports bike, you don't want to be the last fucker at the car.
Except the grapes.
See,
I just go out and take every mile as it comes.
See if you've never sat in your living room shaking and your wife's like, "You all right?" And I was like, "I fucking don't know. I don't know."
Yeah,
I'll find out in a couple of weeks when the fucking the letters come in.
That's when it happens, isn't it? When you get home and you're sitting here shitting yourself, thinking about what you've done.
There's been a few occasions.
I need to get that.
I need to stop that.
But it's good though. I wouldn't change it for the world.
For Mallory I had 37 breaks in my wrists. I left my levers on, everything, loaded my bike up, strapped it all up, rode down, went to hospital the next day because it was busy. I parked up, walked in the hospital. It was really busy, so I thought, fuck this. Went home, had a few tablets, fucking got my head down for a few hours. Woke up the next morning, went into hospital, come back, and I'd lost both my wrists and I had 37 breaks in my wrists. And I was like, when did you do that? And I was like, 2:30 yesterday. She was like, what? What the fuck? And I was like, yeah. What happened? I was on a track day, blah, blah, blah. And I got somebody else to load my van up for me, strapped my bike down, rode home in all my gear, my levers. Obviously, I knew my wrists were good. So I went to sleep in my levers, lay on the bed, went to sleep in my levers and my fucking gloves, everything. Put a pair of trainers on, got my mister to put a pair of trainers on, and fucking went to bed and then went to the fucking hospital the next day. I had 37 breaks in my wrists.
Nice, man.
Well,
wow.
It's one of them. But it's just one of them. I mean, I suppose that's when I was looking at racing, and you kind of, you watch all these massive people crash.
How long did it take you before you could have a wee play again? How long?
About 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
I think it's
Wow.
just-
Is that a throttle twist? Or?
Aye, that's what I mean. Get back on the bike. That's what I was saying. How long before you get back on the bike?
All right. That's what you got a missus for, Chris. But yeah,
Graham's, I'm going to put Rolly on a solo.
Fuck,
There he is.
Right,
Starting up a tab.
Rolly, can you tell Graham's
What
about your bike, your ZX 14, and
Look at it.
what the fuck's that
I know.
fucking blue
So-
thing at the back?
tell
I've seen these
Other
before.
side? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's
Rolling.
I like
That's
that
the
red.
ZX14R. It's had a fair full on tune, as well as the camshafts have got was it 1.5 advanced keys in them. High induction intake and all that sort of stuff. And she's punching out 245 on the rear wheel.
Holy fuck.
And that one there is an M109R. I don't know if you know them terribly
I've
well,
heard of
but they're a muscle cruiser. I think they're 128 horsepower out the box, but with a tune on that, you can get 145 out of that as well. So yeah, they're both good fun machines, that's for sure.
Mate, that one on the
I
right
like,
hand
I
side.
like the red on the Kawasaki.
That's
I like
nice.
that red.
It's nice, isn't it?
I like the blue one.
Beautiful
I
colour.
reckon the blue one, man, you could surprise the motherfuckers on that.
Oh,
Man.
of course you could. Aye, definitely. That's a sleeper.
Yeah,
Mate, when you're just fucking cruising along and you get some fucking dickhead coming across and you just can fucking blast them through the corners.
Definitely, man.
Do you know what I mean?
the blue one's equal to a 600cc Super Sport out the box.
Right.
How's it handle? What's the front end like? Is it upside down forks, standard forks? What's
It's running the Hayabusa front end, complete with brakes.
Yeah,
so it's upside down forks. So
pretty planted then.
Sports forks with the upside down forks, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's
hell,
running
man.
the
I bet
same
that
front
handles
end as
like
the
a fucking
Hayabusa.
dream. What about rear suspension? What you got in the rear?
It's a mono shock in the rear, but yeah, it's pretty well set up. I mean, for a cruiser, it actually is.
Yeah, but you see, have you got it set up as in especially the rear suspension? So is it hard or is it soft?
I've got it set very soft, so it bogs down.
Yeah.
Because being a shaft.
Have you got the fucking the fucking thing to fucking harden it up?
Yeah.
So you can set it as hard as. It's going to sound really bad. But you can set it as hard as you want.
Am I right? Is it shaft driven, Roland?
Yeah, shaft drive. Yeah.
See the front suspension on the Hayabusa originally came from, and it's the exact same suspension as what was on my old S-Rad.
Yeah.
So
That was a cracking S-Rad.
Aye. It was actually.
Remember when it ran out of battery at Largs?
Oh, mate.
I would not.
How many times did that happen?
Honestly, mate, that was a cracking bike.
Mate, I still look back at the stress 1400.
The stressless ride out. It's like because like you posted your part of the stressless ride out not that long ago, and it was fantastic. Even just the wee ride bys and all that. It's like, oh man.
I reposted quite a lot of the good stuff.
Fucking hell, Chris, you having a blowjob? What's happening there?
The dog's didn't let him see that butter off his balls.
Fucking dog's licking his fucking arsehole.
Yeah, everything about that blue bike is about taking off quick. You got a dog clutch as well as a clutch plate system for first gear. You got your shaft drive to take the load, and you got a 268 mil rear tire. So almost a foot wide rear tire, and it's suspension, the whole lot. It's built to just sit there, hold it about $4,500 and just drop the clutch.
Right.
Excellent.
And it'll just rock it off. Absolutely rock it off.
Do you drag that bike in?
On the street, yes.
Roland, see when you're saying dog clutch, is that basically like when you let the clutch go, the dogs engage and it's instant drive? Right, okay.
Yeah, because
I'm thinking about it
in first gear, it'll slip.
Yeah. Okay.
I think what Stuart's thinking is you get like a dog box and a rally car, you get 3 or 6 chances of getting the gear. Is it the same as that? It's got like. Who's laughing?
I don't know. You can actually look it up. It's like a dog clutch arrangement on first gear, and it's pushed on by your actual clutch.
Yeah.
So you get sort of 2 chances.
See, I used to work in ship deck machinery, and like the brake on a windlass was a dog brake. So like a dog clutch, I'm just thinking it's a mechanical. It's like metal on metal. When it engages, it can't go anywhere. It doesn't slip. It's just a direct drive. So basically what happens is like, if you can imagine my two fingers engage, and then when they touch, that's the dog drive, and then turn. That's the way I'm thinking about it. It's like I've experienced the dog brake, so I'm thinking that's what it was with the dog clutch.
I've never heard of this dog brake. I've never heard of that.
It's a bit of a necessity, because I think in the development of it, because the engines were built or engineered by the Hayabusa racing team, and I think they're having a lot of troubles with the engine torque, getting first gear's friction to completely lock up,
engage,
especially on a clutch system that's, say, done a few kilometers.
Yeah.
So they guaranteed it with doing it with the dog clutch, but the only problem is when you're cruising it around doing normal sort of 35 mile an hour, 60 kilometer an hour stuff, normal drive or riding, first to second gear, you've got to literally kick it up into second gear
to get it out of the
clutch. And then second, third, fourth, it's all normal.
Because when the clutch is driving together, it's creating that friction that has to
you need to pull it apart.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But the gearbox comes completely together on that bike when you're just going flat stick right through the gears.
See, Roland, see on the dog clutch, has it got sensors that they pick up where the dogs are? Is that how it works, or is it working on the actual, when it rotates, it slips in?
I think how it works is like when you engage the clutch, you're freeing the dog clutch, and when you kick it into gear, that's when the dog clutch actually engages, and then you've got your friction plates on the side of it that then release it open.
Right. So then got you.
Yeah.
So the dog clutch and the actual clutch runs separate. So all it does is engage that, and then
That almost sounds like a fucking rage clutch. What you use when you're racing?
It's like
pretty much.
It's like a slipper. It's like when you're talking about a slipper clutch with the centrifugal force. The dogs push out.
Yeah, so you use like a slipper clutch.
Yeah, because I mean it won't wheel stand. It'll probably jump off. Like the front wheel will jump off a few inches because it's like all the weight's right on the nose.
Yeah, it's about 8 ton.
But it will certainly bite and go. You know, you've really got to hold on it. I mean, it's 1.8 liter engine, 4 valves per cylinder. It runs 2 spark plugs per cylinder. Twin 56 millimeter throttle bodies.
How many?
What's the size of the back wheel?
268 mil.
And how many liters in the tank?
I think it's about 22 liters fuel tank.
A couple of miles.
Yeah,
a couple of miles.
After 20 minutes, you need to fill up.
It's a serious weapon, though, isn't it?
I get around about 150 kilometers out of a tank.
That's not bad.
It's
about 120 more.
I'm going to put you up again because
that's about 120 more.
Looks absolutely
for us guys.
How are the
man, that blue bolt looks fucking lovely.
Isn't it? It is. It kind of reminds me of a Shelby Daytona. Shelby Mustang, doesn't it? With the white.
Yeah, a bit like that. Yeah, it is.
It's nice, man.
Yeah.
It's nice.
But they're if you're into cruisers, because I like both. I like sport bike and cruiser. But if you're into cruiser and you want one to actually go, this is your animal.
See that car there, Graham? That's an AMG.
Where?
The car?
That's an AMG. It's an older one. It's an AMG.
It's like
AMG. Yeah, 420 SEC coupe.
Right.
Fucking hell. Who are you? Fucking Snoop Dogg. What are you doing?
Here. What's the stats on the AMG? Tell us the stats on the AMG. It's fast, man.
Oh, it's nice, man.
Oh, here we go.
Right, you see that, Grim?
Look at it. It's a fucking belter, man.
Oh, man. Look at that. 2 doors, well.
That's
Okay,
man.
yeah.
Mate, look at that.
That's a nice brief, man.
Mate, that's fucking gorgeous, that is.
Still my left now.
Dealer car.
That's fucking lovely.
See, because it's an older one as well, that'll be light. That'll be really light, I'd imagine.
It's solid.
What's that?
See, because it's
an AMG
90s.
322 kilowatt Mercedes.
Yeah. Roland, see the wee baby blue bike behind the other 2 bikes? Do you think Chris would be able to ride that one?
Yeah. That chat.
How come I'm always getting the slagging about my riding?
You should always flag that. That's fine.
I've not slagged anybody.
Zed,
all I do is talk you all up all the time.
Zed, just to let you know.
Remember the camper van.
I got fucking stabilizers.
You remember it, Chris, the camper van?
Aye. So I overtook a car, right? And Graham's is behind me, and fucking I gives the bike the beans, the full beans, right? And fucking I goes up to about quite quickly, goes for normal road driving speed up to about 120, slightly over 120, right? And fucking next thing, Graham's fucking flies by me, man. But there's a camper van coming the other way, man. And I swear to fuck, it felt as if there was a gap about that, man. It just fucking made it in front of me. And I shot myself so much. He's got it on go.
There you go, Chris.
There you go, Chris.
Here, and see the best.
That's just the right size for you.
It is. You're right about that. No, you're right about that. See the best it is. See if you put me in that, I'll still fucking keep up with you pussies.
Oh, crap.
There we go.
So, Roland,
it's only got fucking 3 AA batteries to fucking run it.
That's what I need, mate.
What's the story with it, Roland?
That's a proper racing one.
It looks good, man.
That's a wee wicked pit bike.
It's a pit bike, eh?
That's a mini bike Ninja.
Excellent.
And it's 50cc and it's running a Sneaky Peak nitro system as well.
I thought there was something on that.
Nitrous.
Man, I was getting nice.
He's only laughing now, boys.
Oh, dear.
You got to go there. You got to go there.
Oh, that would be absolutely
PK, that thing will rip your fucking GS.
Look at that, that's brilliant, man.
All the lovely bikes, and that's the one that gets the most attention here.
I know. That's brilliant.
The thing is, you couldn't fucking handle it.
And when the kids grew out of it and they become too big for it,
you just tuned it.
We did it up as a full show bike, and because I show that car as well. So when I go to car shows, I put the car and the mini bike, out, and the kids all love it. They think it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It looks cracking.
I mean, what 10-year-old kid wouldn't go, "Wow, I want that mini bike,"
100%. No, but what he would do is sit on there and go, "Dad, I want one of these." That's what he's
Tell me something. See when you press the nose button, does it fucking shoot off?
It flings out from under your legs.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
And that's just the canister blown up.
Something that will happen with your missus, Chris.
It's a bit hard to hold on to that one when you push the button because it jumps it from I don't know what horsepower it really made. I don't know, probably around about 6 horsepower or something, and it pretty well much jumps it up to double. but given the gearing, because I think it's all out at about 75, 80 kilometers an hour. With the gearing, when you hit the button, you just see ya.
Fucking hell.
That's
like owning a fucking R6.
It's nearly as quick as Chris's CBR.
Yeah. It's like having a CBR fucking, what you got? A CBR 600? CBR 600?
Yeah, you prick. Aye, don't forget about that.
Yeah. Don't worry, Chris, I'll send you some knee sliders. Don't worry about that. Right.
Just yeah, PK. I don't give. Just you wait. You bring that fucking GS up here, son. I'm going to show you a hanger too. Just you wait.
No, we're going to be best friends, Roy. Then by then we're going to be best friends.
No, but we're best friends. But just you wait. I'm going to take you on a few roads. I know.
So when you coming up?
Sound. 19th of March, April, May. 19th of May. So my first stop is Blackpool, and then my second stop is Glasgow.
Right.
My third stop is John O'Groats, and then I'm back.
Do you know what he's doing, Graham's? Graham's, do you know what he's doing? He's doing a charity run, and he's doing it in the whole coast, 4,000 miles around the coast of Britain, all the coastal roads.
Right,
and he's going to try and do it in under 10 days.
I hope he's got his fuel stops planned in the way around Scotland then, because there's hardly anywhere.
No, they'll
So,
have it planned to the nth degree.
Yeah, so
don't do Scotland on a Sunday because everything's shut up the coast.
So that's why I've got I'm carrying extra fuel basically,
right?
Because I'm setting off the Friday, but then Saturday when I leave Zeds, basically I'll have a full tank of fuel and probably at least another 20 litres of fuel to get me.
See, the thing about it is like he will leave Blackpool, get to us, and then we'll have him for 4 days.
Aye, 2 bottles of bucky in here, man.
And then you're gonna wash my bollocks off.
I'll get Mary Ann down to see him and all
that. Where did you get to? Glasgow.
Abducted aliens.
So it took me 10 days to get to Glasgow. Yeah, I just fucking had a little bit of a moment in Glasgow.
Fucking bike on with a rupee.
But now,
it's going to be so good to see you. So
yeah, it might honestly, and that's the kind of point I'm trying to get across to. And the thing about it is, like, if you can help me, that'll be massive.
I know your time is so precious when you're doing the journey, but Erskine Hospital's right next to us, which takes care of ex-military personnel. You know, it's like a hot care hospital.
See,
something like that would be.
No, that was one of my stops anyway. That was one of my stops anyway.
Okay.
You pass right by that because you'll go over the bridge, so it's right at the side of the bridge.
Yeah.
Right
So what I'm trying to factor in my fucking fudge factor, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to factor in.
Don't worry, I'll show you the fudge factor, PK, don't you worry about that, son.
That's where that bobbly thing in the left hand side comes
from. You fucking misses.
I'll be about somewhere. If I can't afford a set of discs for my bike, but then I'll have a borrowed bike, but I'll be out for a play.
Yeah, mate, honestly,
would my ZX 9R disc help?
I don't know. Fuck knows. I'm not even caring. I've got plenty of photo game bikes. Chris, keep your bike.
All right then, I will.
Yeah.
Tell me.
You don't fucking ride it. It's in your fucking conservatory.
Nah, I never ride it, Peaky, ever. Never
You
ride
can
it.
go, Chris. You can go pillion on me if you want.
No, fuck that. Never riding bitch, mate. Never.
On his own bike. Mate, he'd be shit scared. He'd be watching them what he is now.
But you'll need to hold the bike up every time we stop because you're too heavy.
Oh.
See, the thing is, never mind. Forget it.
One.
Forget it. Man, just forget it.
Mate, you fucking said it now. Mate, you've started
Right,
now.
well, see, the thing is,
You've committed.
There's a way to ride that bike, and you'll know have it as soon as you get on it. It takes a bit of technique to ride that bike quick. It's not as easy to ride quick as you think it is.
I think every bike is like that though. Every bike has its own rhythm. It has its own flow and it has its own rhythm.
Mate, when I raced 8 or 9 different 675s, but I always preferred 2, and that was if you look at my photos, I had a white, blue, and yellow one, a 865 one. That was a company from Rainbow Me who sponsored me. That bike was fucking amazing. It handled like a fucking dream. And then I had the orange motorbike bits bike, who, mate, he was. There was like no expense spared. What you wanted, you fucking had, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? He threw everything at that fucking bike. But on the flip side of the coin, mate, it handled fucking amazingly. Become third in the European fucking
spit it out, Peaky. He gets a bit long-winded sometimes. Peaky, by the goes away happen, man. You're like, fucking Shrek. Is that the time?
He's reminiscing about the fast bike. He's going back onto them. That's what I had.
Fucking hell. I got fucking Alzheimer's kicking in nothing.
That fucking nurse is going to be coming in a minute going, right, Grandad, it's time for you to get your bed, son. It's fucking time.
Yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean. It's fucking massive, mate. It's not in day, but yeah, you know, I don't mind having a fucking blast on that fucking blue bloke down there in the fucking bottom left.
Yeah, I know.
100%.
Roland, see the bars. How tuned are the bars? Are the bars vibey or are they quite settled?
Vibration wise,
yeah.
On that mode, on those motors, you only get vibration if you're under gearing them.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you're sort of in the normal power range, it's smooth. It's
flat,
smooth.
calm.
So you usually get the vibration if you're giving a set up right at the front. That's why. And when you tell people and they go, "Oh no, I've got it set up properly," you go like, "Okay, so I'm going to walk away now." But usually, if you get vibration at the front, it's you're giving a set up right because your fucking front's bouncing.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, like I say, the only time you'll get a vibration out of that is when you're under gear it. Like if you're in third gear doing 60 kilometers an hour and you start to wind it on, you're under gearing it. You need to go back to first or second.
PK, my front's always bouncing me.
That's because it's bounced off your fucking belly.
So, Roland, what have you got planned for today? Are you heading out, or what's on the cards?
We were forecast for rain today, but it's actually not too bad. So I might just go out for a bit of a cruise a little later on.
Cool.
The red bike's out of registration at the moment because it's summer. That's too hot to ride in summer. It pumps out way too much heat. That's why I like the cruiser in summer. And Yeah, the cruiser's good fun. You know, that thing. Anybody who's got a Harley that thinks that they're pretty good, that'll just kill it. You know, just whip its ass. Like I say, they're a fast bike. They'll get up to 200 kilometers an hour very, very quickly.
Mate, we used to use what coolant do you use in your Zezador?
I don't know. The dealership that does all my work. I don't know.
See, when we raced in Spain, I've got to try and remember now, but we use a particular coolant that they only used to use in hot weather because it was a lower temperature coolant. I can't remember the fucking name of it now, but oh man.
Yep, I use a race coolant.
Yeah, but we used to use a race coolant, which run obviously when you're in Spain and it's like fucking 30, 35, 40 fucking degrees. Yeah. We use a different coolant. I can't remember the fucking name of it now.
Yeah, of course. Because you're not needing it.
Obviously, I suck eggs, but you've probably used it, but do you know what I mean?
You're not needing it to go down to minus whatever, because it's at the end of the day, it's ethylene glycol is what they use. So,
yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not sure because all the servicing and all the work that gets done on my bikes, I leave it to. We got a company here called Race Bike Services that does drag bikes and all the track bikes. And they're brilliant. I trust them completely. They've always done really good work for me. But when it comes to my cars, I'll do all the work myself on the cars.
Yeah. See, on a bike, I'd be quite happy to do most stuff on a bike, but like my bike now, you know what I mean? Like my BM now, I'll take it into them. You know, I'll make markers so I know they've done things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll ride my bike outside and I'll move and I'll come back and I'll go, right, you won't move the fucking, for example, the air filter or the fucking oil filter or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I can prove to them that they've been fucking moved. But, you know, obviously when I was racing, we'd do every oil, you know, brake lines, brakes, discs, pads, we do everything ourselves. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, you only move from one bike to another, if that makes sense. But but now, you know, I don't want to get my hands dirty now. But you know, when you're running at them kind of temperatures, I just remember, like I say, when we was doing the endurance racing out in Spain and Italy and Portugal, we used to have to use a different octane. Do you know what I mean? It was a little bit different. Just to allow for the heat and the condensation as well. But
your higher octane will run your combustion temperature lower, so that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to have a Mark II Astra, and like the airbox, you could actually rotate the airbox, and it was summer and winter, and it was to allow hotter or colder air into the carburetors. So like basically, sorry.
Where does Roland live?
Sorry,
Australia.
Right.
I mean,
you go in the middle of Australia and then go straight down.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of South Australia.
My sister, she's in Adelaide.
Yeah, that's where I am.
That's my sister stays in Adelaide. She's been there for 15 years.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
She works at one of the hospitals in there somewhere.
Sorry?
She works in one of the hospitals.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And my brother-in-law, he's a landscaper, so I'm guessing he works out in the bush somewhere.
Yeah. It's not a bad city. I mean, you got to remember, Australia is almost the size of America, but it's got half the population of Texas.
I know.
So we're all rattling around like peas in a pod here.
Aye, there's a lot of Australia's uninhabitable though because of the weather and the hot streak right through the centre.
Yeah, desert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mental animals, fucking funnel webs, and fucking alligators
and
and snakes.
Yeah.
And fucking...
my cousin's out in the Gold Coast. He stays out in the Gold Coast. So.
Yeah, Gold Coast is nice. Yeah. But where we are down here in South, our weather's, apart from summer, it's very much like England, like the UK.
So Roland, just for an example, so like when would you put a ticket on the ZZR? What like in relative terms, like would it be
riding weather?
Getting into autumn for you?
Yeah, sort of end of autumn is when I'd put registration on it and run that right the way through till spring.
Just for the temperature.
Yeah, if it's sort of 28-degree days and up, it's not a lot of fun to ride, especially if you're going slow. If you're doing 80 kilometers an hour and more, if you're doing like out in the country runs, no problems. But if you're riding around in traffic, 28-degree day, you're constantly looking at your legs, thinking, "Shit, am I on fire?"
I know.
You know,
it can get hot.
Yeah.
Even in the summer, you're not worried about 28.
the blue bike, I get no heat off that whatsoever.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But after about a 28-degree day, it becomes a bit uncomfortable. Unless you're doing country runs, then it's fine. You know, as soon as you're getting like 65, 80, 70, 80 kilometers an hour, there's enough airflow going through the red bike to sort of push all the heat out.
There's a lot of people fitted the dual fans on the ZZR, especially the Gen 1
fans on mine. Yeah. I got the big one and the small one on there.
So
that makes a difference.
Is the blue bike liquid cooled? Does that air cooled?
It's both. It's water cooled and air cooled as well.
Right, so it's like a GS, it's like a BMW. It's 50-50.
Yeah.
Air and oil. So
yeah, air and oil. Yeah.
It is an amazing bike. It really is. I mean, like it's not a bike I would have ever thought of. I'm going to actually put you up on because I want to look at it again. It's not a bike I would have ever thought of, but the lines of it are absolutely fantastic. That back end alone.
The handlebars like in a really good position as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just thinking about the riding position because your feet are slightly further forward, but your hand positions
and your hands are at the front.
Yeah. I just
straight out. Yeah, you're straight out. Yeah,
I just think it's
your hands at the front, not the back.
Well, that's it.
Always
if your hands are at the back, you're having an accident.
And if you're lined up at the lights or the Christmas tree down at the drags, you know it's the perfect position to be in.
Yeah.
And you've got your tacho right up in front. When you watch reviews on these things, people go, "Why have they got the tacho in front of you and the speedo down on the tank?" Well, apart from the fact that just about every cruiser's got the speedo on the tank, why they decided to put the tacho right in front of your eyeballs and so you can see when to shift gears if you're going to race the fucker, you know.
Makes sense.
So that's going exactly back to what I was saying about Triumph when I test rided their bikes. You know what I mean? The one all that was interesting in was your rev point when you change gear and
absolutely
gear. That was absolutely it. They are interested about fuck all else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything else is fucking bollocks. Do you know what I mean? All you need to do is know when you brake, know when you accelerate.
Yeah,
that's it.
And those things are most cruisers are like 4,800 red line. They're 7.5 out the box, and two 900cc pistons doing 7,500 RPM. That's a pretty good effort.
Yeah. It's got to have some bollocks in it. That has.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, well, your whole Kawasaki 900 fits into one cylinder.
It's amazing. I bet it sounds brilliant.
That was pulled like a fucking train.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Yeah,
Just
the torque on it's got way more torque than ZX.
Has it?
Nowhere near the horsepower, but out the box, yeah, they got a lot more torque than the ZX.
So off like fucking 100 meters, that'd beat the ZX.
Oh, probably a bit more, but after that, that's it. Yeah.
It's like
these things launch off the line real hard. Yeah, you have to have pretty reasonable bike or skills to launch one of these things as to launch any other bike as quick as what these will get off the line.
Yeah.
The higher booster team said we want to get into the sports cruiser range. So the higher booster team grabbed their 1.8 litre engine and engineered the crap out of it, and then they went right through the whole frame, the whole engineering of it, so that out the box you could buy that thing, take it down to the racetrack, drag race it, and just drag race it all day. She'll pull 10 9s, 10 8, 10 7s all day.
Oh no.
Which
what did you say a way back about half an hour ago, Roland? You said that that bike's the same sort of performance figures as a 600 Super Sport.
Out the box, they're a little bit faster than a 600cc Super Sport.
You know what, Chris? I'd like to set that on the track with you on that.
Careful, you'll get it to bar up.
Honestly, I would. That'd be a good video. A 2R versus
that's a butt hot.
A 600 Super Sport. Who's going
to win? Do you know what I'd do? I'd bring somebody with me that's amazing at fucking track riding. I'd go away to the fucking toilet and give them my leathers and my helmet and all that.
This is my Uncle Valentino.
And we sit fucking Big Daddy. Fucking hell. Join fucking haystacks.
Yeah,
the
blue bike still goes around the corners quite nicely. You know, I wouldn't say it's designed for corners, but one thing that really did impress me, because I live up near the hills and I go through the hills all the time, the twisties, and one thing that really sold me on the bike, apart from the looks and the technical designing of it, was actually the fact that it did handle.
Mate,
so like you could take a 45 kilometre an hour bend and you could comfortably take that at 80 kilometres an hour.
Mate, the fucking colour's amazing. I just fucking
you could pretty much double whatever the rated speed is for a corner. You could comfortably double it and the bike would do it no problems.
Roland, see the colour, see the blue. What's the Suzuki's colour code for that?
That's it's a candy electric blue.
Yeah,
and it changes colour depending on the light too.
It's stunning.
What's wrong with that? Honestly, out the two. I mean,
has it got like a silvery flake?
Out the two, I'll take the fucking blue one.
Yeah.
Even though it's probably like a fucking rocket ship.
Pearlescent or something.
Has it got a silvery flake on it? Or?
I'll explain to you about it. It's a silver base coat, and then it has a transparent blue over the top of it, which gives it the depth down to the metallic. So when the light goes over the top of it, if it doesn't shine through to the metallic, it gives a different perspective because the metallic reflects up through the colour and changes the colour. That's how a candy works.
And the white stripes are metallic white.
Aye. Pearl.
No, that's spot on.
Yeah.
That's what I do for a living, is body and paint.
How is it?
Yeah.
So, like, if anyone sees my ZX9R, that was it is at the moment the shittest colour that's ever come out. It'll be Graham that's painting it. So
I'll not be shit his colour then.
no, I know it won't, mate. I know
what we all drinking at the minute? Because
I've been planning it a wee bit for you as well, so to try and get the cost right as well.
You use 2-packs or acrylic? What sort of product do you use?
For what? For anything, I can use any product, but for Stuart's, we'll be using a candy.
Yep.
We'll be going into Stuart's with a candy, but I'm trying to keep the cost down from a bit because candy can be expensive.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get it in such a way that we can keep the cost down a wee bit, because let's be honest, it's an old bike. You don't want to be spending $2,000 in paint and stuff like that.
So, I don't know.
Nah,
because I'd go.
It's no dollars, it's pounds. We're talking pounds.
I'd strip it and do it bolt for bolt and make it like a fucking show bike.
I would like to do that bit, but I think Stuart would be like, "No, let's no."
There's a good part of it that's already been done. It's already been stripped and replaced.
I've done the updates.
I know the whole I haven't put anything on YouTube, mate. Just like the whole rear wiring loom's already been done.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like a whole new clutch plate and that for it. See, like the housing for the clutch. It's meant to have like a bracket that takes the water expansion tank. So that was broken off. So I've got all of that. It's all to be replaced. So it's all going to be replaced with stainless steel. When it comes to engine bolts and stuff like that, it'll all be done.
Aye.
It'll all be done.
Titanium's not the best thing, isn't it? No.
It'll be A4.
So
it'll be marine
on your bikes out? Is it candy red?
No, it's going to be. See the color of the ZX14R SP. It'll be the candy green.
The golden candy green.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be the main color, but the frame's going to be black.
Yeah.
So the frame and the swing arm, because like in the SP edition, it's green and black. That's the whole theme. So I'm going to go frame black and panels green, and that's the way it's going to go. And it will have. I've actually got them here somewhere. Not, in fact, they're here. Here they are. Here. Some of them. And Graham's will probably be like, oh, that's not the right decals. That's not. But
are they matte? Tell me they're matte.
No, they are. They're matte.
Good. Black and stick.
Yeah.
Can't see them Z, to be fair.
I've got all the decals, ZX9R, Ninja. I've got everything that needs to be on the bike that I want on the bike. So the vision is definitely there, and I know the person that's going to paint it is going to just make it. Honestly, guys, you're going to be amazed with the way this bike turns out, because he's an artist.
You see, I just think sometimes, like when we raced, we was like, mate, just want it orange. As orange you can get it, as orange as on, and then you put like a gold fleck in it.
Yeah. And
it was fuck all like any other orange
that
I'd ever seen. If that makes sense.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And there was probably 4 to 5 other race teams that raced orange, but we had this gold fleck.
Stand out.
Mate.
Stand out.
Mate, yeah, and it give you a bit of a fucking buff. Do you know what I mean?
Honda motor cars actually do a metallic orange with a gold pedal in it. So they do now. It's on Civics.
Well, this
Chris
one
he buy one.
he paid because he we was quite fortunate. He was racing with us, so he paid for the fleck. Well, we all chipped in and paid for the fleck, and he was like, the more fleck we have, the more it's gonna pop. So I was like, yeah, so he'd done a few test sprays, and he was like, yeah, this is all right. Let's chuck in another, I don't know, fucking,
teaspoon.
I don't know, another spring cleaning, another spring cleaning. Until we got to the point where it was like, you know what, that pops. That's amazing. But we had the frame done, the tank done, the wheels done, the fairing done, everything we had fucking flecked. But it was amazing. But
Graham's, we've got one of the people on the live chat that wants to know what your details are on Facebook or YouTube. If you want to give them out, if you don't, it's cool. But if you want to give them out,
if it gets me on YouTube, just give us a message on YouTube there. Just find my channel.
What's your YouTube channel?
You got a link there.
Channel link up, said.
Yeah, 2 seconds and we'll
channel link up. You can message you on there and I'll give them some details. Instead of doing it, 'cause I don't know who's on the chat.
I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Yeah, friends.
Fucking hell, Chris, you alright?
Aye, man, you alright?
You look like you're gonna fucking commit suicide there.
No, I don't.
You're fucking sat there like you're fucking.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Like your fucking granddad's fucking told you off and slapped your ass.
I'm fucking relaxing.
You chilled out.
I'm relaxing.
So, Graham's, I'm going to put your YouTube channel.
If you just do that, then give me a message on there and I'll direct them to my Facebook or something like that. And they can add me on Facebook.
That's cool. So, Charles, I'll put Graham's YouTube channel up if you want to message him on there. Just let him know who you are. Let him know where you saw him on my channel. You can make the contact yourself. He's a cool guy, absolute artist when it comes to painting bikes. So if you want to get in touch with him, by all means.
No problem at all. I'm guessing he has a local chap, aye?
I think so.
We're not doing mail order, are we?
Mail order brides. What's going on? Oh dear.
I've had folk try it. I'll send you the part.
What's everyone got planned for the new year? What's everyone got planned? I want to get the ZX9 back up and running. It's starting to it's in the lock up now, and what have I done to it recently? I've cleaned out the carbs, but the carbs need balanced. So the boy that sold me the bike's given me the balancing kit. I've got it sitting up there. So I've got the whole. I know for a fact that, see, when I'm talking about balancing the carbs, I'm going to end up fucking stripping a lot of them, new seals, everything. I'm going to end up with a whole new carb kit. I know that I am. And it becomes an expensive process, but that's what it is.
Have you got all your panels off your bike?
They're all off just now, mate. The only thing that's not off the bike is the top fairing, but the rest of it's sitting on the floor.
So what are you doing the rest of the week?
Nothing, mate. Do you want me to bring it over?
Nip down if you want. I'll send you the address.
Cool.
The other address.
Yep. Aye. Cool, man.
Cool. Just nip down if you want and I'll get you down there. Or you can come here and I'll take you down there, wherever.
Aye, spot on. What I'll do is
it'll give us a chance to go over things as well. Cost out a wee bit for you so we know exactly what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
How far you want to go.
Spot on, mate. Spot on.
All
yeah,
right.
that'll be cool. That'll be cool.
So what?
Please, I get to be a big man a hug again.
What you got planned? Anybody got any fucking trips out or anything this week? I'll make Thursday by the looks of it because that's our any dry day. I looked today, but it was absolutely lashing down. Tomorrow's the same. Thursday, ice Basel, windy, but I don't mind the wind. I mean, if I got something planned, I don't mind going out the fucking. I don't mind getting caught out in the rain, but I don't want to go out in the rain. If that makes sense.
The first time I wake up and it's dry, I'm out. I don't give I don't give a shit. See, the thing, it's like last year I was like, I don't want to go out in the salt. I couldn't give a shit. See, this year couldn't give a shit because it's my bike now.
The salt's washed away now.
What's that?
All the salt's washed away anyway now.
I know, but it's like last year. It's like I don't know. Something's changed. It's my bike now, so I'm going to ride it. I'm going to ride it the way I want. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you paid for it now. It's yours.
Exactly. If it's dry and it's no like teaming it down. If I go out and it starts raining, fair play, doesn't matter. But if it's dry, I'm getting out in it.
You see, that was my comment on our little group that we've got going on when they were saying, "Oh, fucking hell, Peaky, you keep saying you're gonna come and you cancel." And I'm like, "Yeah, because I wake up and it's absolutely lashing down. I ain't gonna come out and ride an hour and a half on the motorway. Just I don't want to sound like this is bad, but I ain't gonna come and ride an hour and a half just to make." You guys have breakfast and then ride another hour and a half back in the fucking lashing down rain. That ain't gonna happen.
I'm going out sometime in January. I've been offered a loan of Ayrshire Vlogsters 800 Tiger. So I'm going to go out and do a wee record with that.
Can you crash it?
No, definitely no. I maybe take it off-road a wee bit. Don't tell them that though.
Don't take it the sticky roundabout.
Yeah.
No, I've not been back near the place.
Can you just lie down and pretend you've crashed it?
Sit it down gently.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, the
bike. No, it's like if it's dry, I'm getting out. It's like Chris. It wasn't the best of days when we met up, was it?
Nah, it wasn't.
We still went out and it was good though because I always felt throughout the whole day it threatened as if it was going to rain, but it never. And we got a good day out of it.
See, Chris has still got his stabilisers on. If you look at the back, the back tire there, still got his stabilisers.
Chris was out in the SV that day, so
we've got springs on them so he can lean round the corners.
Yeah, we had a good day that day, pal. That was good.
Sorry, Chris.
You're a bunch of cunts.
You love it.
Graham, what's the first thing that Chris said to me when he saw me? What do you think it was?
I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you.
Is that you're a lot bigger than you look on YouTube?
Yeah.
That's you're watching me on a mobile phone.
You're a fucking but Zed, you're like a fucking unit, are you? Supposedly, you're a fucking big lad.
It's your brother Graham's taller than you,
Yes, mate.
I'm like fucking. I'm like fucking 4'4" and a fucking fag butt. You know what I mean? You're like about fucking walking around like the fucking gladiator. You're like fucking 8 foot tall. You fucking big cunt.
That's fine, pal.
You're a big gentle giant.
See, that was like when I met fucking Rhythmic Biker, mate. He was fucking huge. He was. So I was like, fuck, mate, you fucking. And it ain't just tall. He's fucking set as well. Do you know what I mean? He's a big fucking lad. Do you know what I mean? You know, like when they were like, mate, he fucking slaps you. He's gonna fucking knock you into next week. Do you know what I mean?
So we need to make a sort of date of it, Graham's and Chris and that when Brian comes up, PK comes up, that we go and meet him, we bring him to the house and we chill out, few beers, whatever it is that we need to do to make him feel welcome, and Make sure that
shag
he gets
him
out.
right up the fucking arse.
Oh man.
Make sure he gets out. Thanks for getting my
Chris,
YouTube.
You hold him
YouTube
down, Zed.
channel
I'll
right.
fucking pull my trousers down.
Chris,
This
you're having a
reminds
good
me of
fucking year.
the night of the sky trip.
Have you ever seen that movie called Scum?
Chris, you're having a good fucking year.
In the greenhouse.
Fucking hell.
Greenhouse.
Fucking hell. I've had better fucking wanks than fucking you.
This is Chris without a drink.
I know.
Too much information.
Fucking hell.
Oh.
Fucking give it
No,
the fucking.
this is
Give it
us
the
trying-
big one. He's got like a fucking aerial shot of fucking Cannock Chase.
Roland, this is us
Oh,
trying to
yeah.
show our neighbours a wee bit of hospitality, and Chris is just taking it into the gutter.
Oh fucking icon cock.
Different countries have different cultures and different ways of greeting and meeting people, right, Roland? So if you ever come to Scotland, you need to know about our eccentric sort of ways.
Yeah, they need to know about the pagan ritual.
Aye.
It's not a pagan ritual. It's a
The
pagan
difference is I've got family up in Scotland. That's where I come from. That's why I'm fucking ginger. Treating me like I'm a fucking...
Peaky, when you come up here, you'll be treated like a gentleman, son.
Well, that great. They had to import an American to make a famous Scottish movie.
I know.
Chris, can I just say, if I'm treated like a gentleman, I don't want to come up.
No, his kind of gentleman. Don't worry about
I'll treat you like one of my friends.
I'm the same as you, brother. I'm the same as you.
Brilliant, man. Absolutely.
All I want to have is a fucking curry, few beers, shoot the shit. That's me done, mate.
Fantastic.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Absolutely fucking buzzing. And I'm honestly, like I say, I'm looking at doing a few little cheeky weekends away before my my charity challenge, and I'm going to look at doing at least a weekend up there, just to do a few rows that I need to have a look at, basically. So I've got a
sober. Look at them sober.
Sober. Yeah. Honestly.
Got to do in my leg road with him.
Aye.
Galloway Forest.
Damali Pass.
Aye. Oh, the load. Oh man,
I know.
You're not going to be here long enough.
Damali Pass is a wee bit inroads for Peaky's out the outer coast, but possibly. How's about up to Oban, Glencoe.
How's about I just come up and have a weekend with you guys?
Long weekend. Don't plan a route. We'll plan it.
No. You can take me where you want to take me, and we go and blast away.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
That sounds like a deal.
Yeah.
100%, man. 100%.
Every time we stop at cafe and that for something to eat.
Sorry, Roland.
That sounds like a ZX14 day, though.
Oh, it certainly will be.
I need to change my chain and my sprocket in my bike, so don't come up before I've done that, because I want to take that out. I don't want to take out the SV650.
Chris, you've been saying that for 2 months. We've not done that yet.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
He's got to put his knee sliders on. I've sent him some up.
The weather's been shy, so don't know felt any big rush.
Get stuff together and bring it done. We'll get it done.
You sort your fucking shit out, you do, Chris.
I was thinking about doing it here because there's a lot today. Because I want to do the oil, the air filter, do the chain, the sprockets,
anyway.
the full
So what
fucking
have you done?
shebang.
So what have you done today, Chris?
Everything needs done, basically. Everything.
So you've done everything apart from.
I was going to say, Graham's a year in the unit yet?
Aye.
How's everything settled down? Is everything going good?
I'm kind of apart from a handmade spray booth at the minute, the rest of the place is empty. But that was my priority, was getting a booth up so I could get some jobs in.
Yeah.
I've done, I think, about 4 jobs in the past 3 weeks, which isn't too bad going for a one-man band.
Yeah.
Decent jobs, no wee shitty things. What is that? Sherry? This is sherry or cherry? Cherry. Cider.
Cherry
chappy.
Cherry chappy.
Ale.
I like the wee flavoured cider. But I'm in the unit. I need a workbench. I'm needing to kit the place out because obviously, you know yourself, I've came for a 10 by 12 shed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't really have the full equipment. I need a big workbench. But I've got stuff there to make one. I need a top for it. If you see anything kicking about, mate, I've got my van, give us a shout.
Yeah, yeah.
For a top, for a bench.
I can get you ply. I can get you 12. I can get a full sheet of ply.
Aye,
it's about 20 odd mil thick.
Aye, fucking hell. Right.
I'm not back at work until the start of January, but honestly, if I say to my manager, he'll give me it.
Right,
I'll come down and wire up all your lighting for you, and all your sockets and all the rest of it. I'll do it all for you. For fuck all.
I've got sockets and that in there. I'm just sending them a feedback.
What the fuck have I fucking not on you guys? When I'd fucking need my fucking garage.
You're too far away.
I'm fucking gutted. I'm gutted now.
I built
it, insulated it, fucking everything on my own. Fucking watching YouTube shit.
See, the thing about it is like Graham's home garage is like kitted out. Don't be under any illusions. It's like ready to rock. He's painted.
It's really well fucking insulated.
Do you know what I mean? It's like he can paint panels. But it was space more than anything.
You can bake them.
I can bake them in my shed at home.
Aye.
Yep.
Fuck.
Aye.
So you can do like fucking. What's it called?
I can get 50 degrees in my shed.
50 degrees.
50 degrees Celsius I can get in my shed.
Fucking hell.
So, like, he's grown a bit of green as well.
No, don't. The neighbours are pointed out when the never seems to freeze over.
Fucking
the neighbours have
die in the heat in his shed.
50 fucking degrees, man. That's like fucking Africa fucking weather. That's like doing fucking...
like, he's worked hard to get...
Swear to God, PKC, the last time I was in his shed, I had to go and stand outside. It was too warm. It was too fucking warm. It really
you were
was.
You were just panicking because he was telling you to take your clothes off.
Aye.
Yeah, Chris. So that pole. Yeah. Fucking take your clothes off around that, you motherfucker.
And Stuart, I've got some good news for you.
What's that, Paul?
I've stopped smoking.
Fantastic.
Oh, how long?
2.5 months or something like that.
Mate,
well
that's
fucking
brilliant.
done, mate.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
Cold turkey.
On my patches.
The patches, aye.
My dad did it with the patches as well.
I know a few folk, aye.
He put one over each eye and he couldn't find his bag.
You see, can I just say? I
was talking about a ride out that we had, and like, remember the stone come up and hit you in the finger?
That was Robert, aye.
I no, remember.
I thought my finger was broken. I thought I broke my hand.
We had to pull in. It's like
tears in my eyes, everything, didn't I?
Aye. It's like I'm going to have just have a fag and see if everything's all right. I was talking about that the other day, and my work, I was with my mate. It's like I were riding. Is like one of the boys overtook a car and he threw a stone back and it hit you in the hand. I was like, oh man!
I thought my finger was fucked.
It just hit you clean in the finger. It was like
right between the fingers, right in the gap there. Where are we? Yeah.
And it was bruised straight away as well. It was just like mental.
You see, hold on, where's my fucking mic? I feel like Madonna. when I bust my pelvis, so I completely segregated my little finger. So now I can't straighten. They've put it back on, but I can't straighten my little finger.
So, like, see during that, what happened to that did that? So, was it just the sheer impact? Did your hand go down?
So basically, the pressure when I fucking crashed of the impact when I hit the kitty later popped my finger. So, but because I'd kept my gloves on, I had a lot of people going, take your gloves, because at the time that's like straight away, take your gloves off, take your gloves off, take your boots off. You know what I mean? Let the let everything expand, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, no. For the training that I had in the army, I was like, no, I need to keep this compressed.
Yeah.
Because it's compressed for a reason.
Yeah, because you could be bleeding out.
And it's got to be a structure. If it's compressed, if it's swelled up, then sound. If it's compressed and it's swelled up, then it ain't going to fucking move anywhere. At the end of the day, it's easier to fix if it's swelled up and compressed than it is if it's just fucking ballooned everywhere, kind of thing.
That's like my old fella.
Yeah. It's all like my mate. It's like all the fucking time. But anyway. but when I crashed, like obviously I'd bust my wrists and all the rest of it. So the day I realised, about 3 days later, I'd bust a couple of fingers. But now that I can't stretch that one out, I can't down my how much.
Yeah,
I can move it, but that's it.
Straighten it.
That's it. I can't fucking do it. But
Is that a tendon then?
Yeah. But the can't stretch a tendon because I've tried it. They've tried about 3 or 4 times to stretch a tendon, but basically I've had it a couple, twice now where they've put the bar in it to stretch a tendon and it's just snapped. The tendon snapped itself.
Tendons take a long time to heal.
Yeah. The tendons are just gone.
Yeah.
I fucking doing this.
What can happen as well with the tendon is adhesion. Adheres to the inside of your skin, so like it causes it to be tense like that. Yeah. It's like my mate got that as well. It was like it was in the Falkland Islands, and it was well after the war. It was a subcontractor, and they were actually doing a bit of contract work in Port Stanley Airport, and Peaky Falkland Islands is a desolate place, and there's a naffy.
It's a good fucking place to be, mentally or physically.
Yeah. But the thing about it is like they were their government subcontractors, so they were getting tax-free naffy prices on drink. So you can imagine how much they were paying for like a case of beer. So he was drinking God knows what.
Fucking pizza.
He's got toast.
Pizza or fucking
he's got toast. He never invited us to the toast party.
Just when you start your story, Stuart, it makes me think penguin pickers.
I remember that. Remember that video? It's like one of our pals, Jim, was in the military, and he served time in the Falkland Islands, and he told a story about how when he was in the military, if you misbehaved in the Falkland Islands, you get put on penguin patrol. And during the Falklands War, bearing in mind where the Falkland Islands are, when the British military entered the Falkland Islands, penguins had never seen helicopters. So when the penguins were sitting, standing on the beach, when the helicopters flew over, the penguins used to look back and fall on their backs. So if you misbehaved in the army, you became a penguin picker, and that's what you did. You walked along and you just picked all the penguins up, and that's what you did. And that became a not a prized sort of job within the military, but it was a job all the same. Now,
Secret Service job.
I met Jim long after my dad had been in the Falkland Islands, and my dad had been in the Falkland Islands right after the Falklands War, and he told me the exact same story, almost to the word. He told me the same story, that even then it was passed on from the military on. My dad was a subcontractor. He worked for Balfour Kilpatrick. What they did was relay all the runway lights that were destroyed during the Falklands War, and that's what he was there for. So, and then the same story was passed from the military down to them. So when my pal Jim posted live on YouTube about the penguin pickers, I did a response video, and my response video, and Graham's will tell you, spot on. Can't beat a pork pie. And Graham's will tell you the response video that I put up was my dad sitting talking about the penguin pickers.
Yeah.
And it was the strangest thing. It was like obviously my dad and then Jim. It's like two different sides of the spectrum.
For you, it was like the total verification of the story, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It was amazing. It was funny, and it was for my dad as well. And that was the thing about it. It was for my dad as well, and it was so special to him because, see, at the time that I actually filmed that video, now without getting too heavy and deep into the ins and the outs there, my mum was away, so I was like to my dad, bring down the photographs when you were in the Falklands, and we brought them down, and we started to go over all the pictures. Here's me here, I'm in Goose Green, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm here. And I'm looking, and I was like saying to him, I says, I've got a video to show you, and I'm going to show you it in a minute. We'll just go through the photos. And I looked at the pictures of my dad in the Falkland Islands, and see, when I was looking at the photographs, he was the same age as I was now, then. And I thought he was an old man.
Yeah.
You never see your dad as being young. It's like your dad's always an older person, but see, when you become, you see a photograph of your dad at a certain age, and you become that age.
When you get to that age,
it just like, you're like, Christ, man. It's like I'm thinking to myself, if I've got 3 kids, if I was to be in the Falkland Islands at the same time as my dad was, that would have been such a hard thing. And it just that wee micro, it just makes you appreciate. And we had that wee thing, and then with the fact that, as Graham's was saying about Jim, the penguin pickers, and I showed my dad the video, and then he's like, all I did was I pointed a camera at him, and I said, what do you think? And I had a camera pointing at the video, and I had a camera pointing at him, and all I did was flick between the two of them. And everything that Jim was saying on the camera, my dad was replying to. And it was just perfect, because it was my dad had told this story for years and years and years, and it was like a vilification of the whole thing. It was like the stories just carried on for years.
Maybe everybody here should go back and watch it.
It was beautiful. It really was. It was brilliant. It's like Jim still got his part. I don't have the other part, mate. I deleted the whole.
Saved?
No, that was part of the whole deletion process, unfortunately.
Right.
I wish I'd kept it. I do. Yeah, I have one regret.
I really struggle. talking about the shit that I did in the military.
Yeah, it's understandable.
So I was in like Recce Intelligence. I've witnessed and allowed and watched people die to gather intelligence and to sit as an individual and allow that to happen. It's
feels criminal.
It's quite difficult.
Yeah.
Not to be able to fucking step in. And that's why, like, I struggle now in close environments with crowds and stuff like that now. But you know, I've watched that happen, and you know, you can't kind of unsee what you've saw.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, it's like, you know, I'm trying to be like a normal dad and
Right.
all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does or whether it does, but you
have to understand and realise that was programming. It was something that you were asked to do. It was part of a bigger thing than yourself at that time. And at the time, nobody had any consideration to the effects that it had on you, because the bigger picture was bigger than the sum of the parts, if you understand what I mean. And
I totally appreciate that. But when I can't, it's going to sound really fucking bad now, but I can't sue the army. My kids can't sue the army.
No,
I've got PTSD. So
yeah.
my kids, my two eldest, have had to have counselling because of me.
Yeah.
Because of my actions, of what I saw.
Yeah.
My kids have had to have counselling because of what I saw and what I've experienced. So why can't my kids fucking kind of fucking sue the army?
Yeah.
And that makes sense to me. If I crashed into Zed,
yeah,
Zed crashed into
Chris,
yep, I'd still be at fault. I'd have to pay for Zed, and I'd have to pay for fucking Chris.
Everybody involved has their own culpability, and that's the thing.
You know,
it's like,
that's what winds me up. That's what frustrates me. Is, you know,
you're left to cope with that.
Right. I ain't fucking great. My mental health is fucking scattered.
Yeah.
Well, your mental health will be a bit better after you've been in Scotland, trust me.
I got family in Scotland and Ireland. So I'm fucked anyway. but to be able to try and, like, everything's about the process.
Yeah.
Deal with it, process it, explain, kind of know why you've done shit. And sometimes you get to a point where you're like, I still don't know why I've done what I've done, if that makes sense.
You don't have an explanation left.
I don't have an explanation, I don't have an end point. And that's fucking really fucking frustrating.
I think the point is that it's shit, and that's it. It's shit, man, and there's no other explanations and no other talking in the world's going to make it any fucking better. It's just shit.
And the people that you've done it for have left you to go on with yourself.
True.
See, the thing about it is like, and what's probably harder than everything else is the fact that they'll say to you, you signed up for this. And like, no, I never signed up for that.
Right, when you get out, you're on your own. You're on your own, mate. No friends. Fuck all.
It's really when it should all kick in, not while you're
ruthless.
in.
It's fucking ruthless.
Yeah.
I got any fucking friends at all. My best mate is my missus. That's who I speak to. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I fucking got. I've got my group with the veterans, but none of us can fucking really speak because we all fucking trigger each other off.
Yeah,
I remember you speak about anything.
I remember when we were talking the other night. That's what you said. It's like it's good to get together, but when you do get together, it's like you spark. Remember this, remember that, remember when this happened.
We all served together. We all served roughly about the fucking same time, so we all understand where everybody's coming from, which is brilliant. But on the flip side of the coin, you trigger off other people's
start going down the lane.
Flashpoints.
You could mention something that takes somebody else down a dark hole.
Yeah. And
I totally appreciate
that. That's the kind of frustrating bit, and it's good. I love, you know what I mean? The lads of our fucking artillery, my veteran lads, I fucking love them. You know what I mean? I'd do anything for them, which we all would in our little fucking group. We all would. But sometimes you kind of think, I don't need this. Honestly, I don't fucking need this today. I don't fucking need it. Do you know what I mean? And it could be 7 o'clock for a morning or 4 o'clock of fucking afternoon. And they bring something up that's nothing to them.
Yeah.
It's your trigger point for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even though it's good having that 5 or 6, 7 lads or whatever it is together, that's I love them lads who my fucking whole heart. If you know what I mean, if I ran me tomorrow and went, I need this and I could give it up, I'd give it up. You know what I mean? Fucking that's yours.
Can I ask you a question?
Give it back. Fucking as and when. Go on.
Yeah.
If you went back to before you joined the army, knowing what you know now, would you do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dedication for you, isn't it?
So you might have come out and on a different trajectory, but that's an amazing thing. That's an amazing statement that you've made, and you need to understand that, and you need to realise that every single, like I know for a fact myself.
Sorry, I'm going to be upset now.
mate, listen. So much appreciate the service that you've given. It's absolutely amazing, and it's like everyone else that served with you as well. Absolutely none of it can be taken away. Could the society, could the government provide better? Yes, 100%, without doubt, without question. You show me a politician that puts that at the forefront of any political agenda. That's who I vote for.
Yeah.
And I don't see any single person in society that would not say the same as myself, regardless of what if they said we'll put anyone that's come out of the army, we'll put them first. Any service, we'll put them first. We'll provide for them. We'll make sure they have all the
You see, mate, I think, like, for me, you know, I'm an album book. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I ain't scared to say that, you know, I've got mental health issues. I ain't scared to say, you know, I've got PTSD, because I feel like there's people out there that are unable to say, or I wish, I hope that I'm that person that they can watch and go, fuck,
yeah,
I relate to him. Do you know what I mean? The amount of shit I've had on my channel in the last 7 or 8 months of people saying that I swear too much, I'm thick, I sound stupid, I'm aggressive and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, this is how I am. This is me, and all I'm trying to express and all I'm trying to provide is a platform for people that are the same. When you come out the army, you ain't in that band, that kind of particular fucking organisation. You've caught in between. You do swear, you do piss people off, you do get aggressive, but this is the reasons why. And if I can highlight in me, this is the reason who I am, why I am how the way I'm acting.
Yeah.
If you're acting the same, then you can get fucking checked out, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? I trying to say, you know, fucking, you have got PTSD, but what I'm saying, if you act in the same way that I've done, and you know, you could be in the ambulance service, the fire service, the police, or whatever, but you know what I mean. If you get frustrated the way I do, and you know, you watch my videos and you getting frustrated the way I get frustrated, then obviously we've got something similar. So go and get your fucking self checked out, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm happy that now I can pinpoint that thing. So when I know I've got PTSD. I know that. I know I've got depression. I know that. So I can pinpoint stuff, and I can try and avoid that stuff to try and push myself away from it, if that makes sense.
But you can recognize it and identify it in others, and you can see it, and you can say, I know where you are.
Yeah, that's happening.
And that's a massive thing, because there's a lot of guys, Brian, that you must understand and appreciate, that came home but never came home. You must understand. You must understand what I mean.
Zed, can I just say something there, mate? I had in 2007. I had a mental health assessment in 2007. Now, within 2023, no, near enough 2023, 2022, near enough 2023. But I'm looking at some in the army basically about my hearing, because my left ear is like deaf as fuck, basically. And there was like, it brought up mental health and, you know, all the rest of it. And I was like, I got discharged in 2007. In 2007, so 2023 now, in 2007, they realised in 2007 I had issues. In 2007.
Yeah.
And did fuck all about it. Do you know what I mean? They've just left that and gone, you know, because when you get discharged, you have, you know, mental health, physical health, everything gets fucking checked. But in 2007, I got checked in 2007 that I had mentally, I was stable in 2007. And in 2023, they're still asking or trying to confirm, am I fucking... And you just think to yourself, fuck, man.
you end up getting into the whole sort of the realms of like council, political, governmental. You know what the governmental system's like. You look at trying to get them to do something within your community. It has to go to this panel, that panel, and a panel again, and so on and so forth. And they need to discuss it. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that?
That's the main thing. Who's going to pay for it? That's the main fucking question, right?
So the thing about it, it's like a lot of the time, it's not a 100% the fact that they're not saying that they're liable. It's like, who's paying for this? Because we know we're hit for this, because we asked so and so to stand in whatever platform it was and do this job for us, and we now have to deal with the consequences of that. So who's going to pay for this? So and it's like the upper government are going to push it on to social healthcare. Social healthcare are going to pass it on to NHS. NHS are going to just pass it on, and the merry-go-round goes round, and it's horrible and it's horrendous.
You see, mate. All I want is for somebody to come out of the army, and if they've got issues, be able to speak to somebody who's relevant to what I'm saying, and speak to somebody who's experienced what they're saying. I'll come out of the army, mate. I spoke to a 77-year-old bird who had a fucking purple wings, and I said to her within 10 minutes, I'm like, what relevance have you got to me?
I think
nothing
there should be a whole sort of decompression.
Well, there is now. There is now. But back in my day, there was. Do you know what I mean?
So you're left. But even what there is now probably isn't even 50% of what there has to be. It's probably better than it was when you left.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It needs to still be better than it is, because now obviously they do and they have to recognise PTSD. They have to recognise the trauma that's experienced, and they have to, because that has been part of your job, that you have experienced this. They now have to deal with that, and it's been recognised that they have to, but it's still not where it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to the doctors, you know, they sit you down and I'm like, how do you feel? I'm like shit. Yeah, but how do you feel? And you don't want to sit there and go, right, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this scenario. I don't want to be living my life now. And you don't want to kind of let that all in one fucking sentence, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Because it's hard to put on anyone.
Yeah. And I'm the type of bloke where I don't want to ruin somebody else's day at the same time. Do you know what I mean? If I'm on this shit day, it was, or somebody else fucking have a consequence. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, I'm at the point now in my life where I'm like, I'm here all the time. I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm never up there, and I'm not fucking never down there. I'm happy being here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the days that I am down there, then I need to fucking suck it up, really.
Can I just throw something in here?
Go on, dude.
You can look me up on Messenger under Roland Keith. You'll see the red bike there, and I'll extend out to you, which I don't really do to many people, an option if you want to. Give me a call through Messenger.
Okay.
Hold on. Keep up there, Roland. Keep up there. Just I'll put it up. Thanks.
Don't know how clear that is.
Oh, no, that's sound, mate. That's sound.
But I deal with your complaints quite often. I just had to put the tape there to block my name.
Yeah.
But if you want another option, no cost. Not talking about charging or nothing like that. Look me up on Messenger, and if you ever want to get another pair of eyes on what you're going through, that's my gig, mate.
Mate, I'll have a look, because at the end of the day, mate, I've been funny, but when you come out the British Army, you're just fucking left, and there's just no help. There's fuck all there. Do you know what I mean? And I was one of the first in 2004 to get discharged with frostbite when we was in Kosovo. I mean, it's a big thing now, which is a non-freezing cold weather injury, but we got fucking frostbite. I lost toes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you are coming in because you was fucking cold, mate. You was coming in because, well, we got brought in off the ground after 14 days. We couldn't fucking walk. You know what I mean? There's issues there already, but you know, it's just that mentally, you've got to be able. When you join the army, you've got to be mentally and physically fucking capable. But when you see certain stuff, you can't get rid of it, if that makes sense. I don't want to sound like a faggot or fuck all that.
It makes absolute sense. It makes absolute sense.
You can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it. And the certain smells, the certain noises. I watched like I got on the radio. I mean, fortunately, my best mate's still alive. I got on the radio and I was like, Ricky, fucking stay back. And the cafe blew up. And then I got a bollocking for calling him Ricky on the fucking radio. And I was like, fucking hell, mate. I've just stopped the fucking 8-man crew getting fucking blown up. You know what I mean? And you're giving me a bollocking for calling him fucking Ricky on the fucking radio. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck, mate. You know what I mean? I'm on Overwatch. Watch it. I've been watching this cafe for like fucking 3 weeks, and I've just saved 8 lads' lives, and you give me a bollocking for panicking, really. And rather than calling him his call sign, I've called him by his name by accident. Really, it was by accident, but it's only because it was my best mate. He was my best man at my wedding. I was best man at his wedding. Do you know what I mean? But you know, I ain't gonna sit there and remember the fucking call sign when I've got 300 fucking call signs to fucking remember. And you kind of think to yourself, you know what I mean? You just feel a bit like now. I just feel a bit fucking, looking back, I just feel a bit fucking kind of fucking hard done to. And then when you get out, and like I say, you know, I couldn't walk. I had to learn to walk again. I've had nerve injury in my feet, and all the rest of it. But the British Army didn't fucking help me at all, if that makes sense. They just fucking left me. That's you. Sound, you're fucking done now. Off you go. And that really that for me that really annoyed me because I've joined when I was fucking 16. You know, I've done nearly 15 years, and
you've done everything
you
that
get
they've
it, and you
to.
got fuck all. Yeah, you get it, and you get
Done
fuck all.
everything that we asked you to, but from where I'm sitting is like where you are just now is a testimony to one, yourself, for wanting to be where you are, your family around you as well, for keeping you together. It's like it's a fantastic. As hard as it must be, and like you say, you feel as if you're on the even keel. It's like God. It's like when you do go down and you do go up, it must be like the biggest roller coaster that we've ever experienced. You must appreciate just being on that even keel.
I mean, Zed, you must see on them Friday Night Lives, you've got to see how my attitude changes from well, like the other week.
Yeah.
You know, I've gone from having a laugh and a joke to right, head down.
Yeah.
That's me done. I've had a fucking enough kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
and I can't hold my emotions back very well. You know, and it's like I said to me, Exeter Rider of the week. I said, you know, I started this YouTube channel because 2 years ago I was sat over a massive forestry block over by me. You know, ready to commit suicide. That was me done. And I had a phone call, and I felt that I needed this phone call from somebody else who was struggling.
Yeah.
So, and that's one of the reasons why I started my channel. And it's a because I wanted to get 1,000 subscribers or fuck all like that. All it was a diary, basically, for my kids to kind of fucking see me laughing, joking, and just something for them to kind of remember me by.
Yeah.
It might sound a bit morbid now, but
no, because
it's a class that way.
Just wait till you come up to Scotland. You're laughing and joking with us, and you'll have your interactions, and you'll experience that wee bit, and that's just another wee thing to add to the positive side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like because see from now on in, as long as you're adding positive things onto your timeline, it'll start to tip the balance. And it's not going to happen overnight. But do you understand what I mean?
No.
Bring your emotions with you as well.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. And you know, to be honest, I was in a really fucking personally, mentally, and physically, I was in a really dark place. You know what I mean? I'd you know, I'd lost a group of friends over a fucking argument, which was my fault, but I kind of got the fucking blame for, and you know, you kind of everything kind of gets on top of you then. Do you know what I mean? And you kind of just think to yourself, in my head, I was just like, you know what you know, it's going to sound really fucking deep now, but I don't want it to fucking go that way. But you know, you kind of get to the point where it's like, I've had a fucking enough now. Not with anything else, but I'm just like, I'm fucking done. I don't want to feel shit anymore. And that was my kind of experience of it. I'm fucking done. I've had enough. I don't want to feel like this anymore. And that's truthful. I don't want to feel like this no more. So, you know, fuck it.
It became your reckoning point, though, as well, though.
But
your lowest point became the start of the rest of it. The story you're on now.
Yeah. Because I'm quite happy to open up and say to people, do you know what I mean? That, you know, when you get to that point that, you know, it don't matter whether you've been in the army or where you have been in the army or you've been in the fire service or you have, you know what I mean? It don't matter what you've done. But when you get to that point, it's like crossing a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And I was at the point where I was on a tipping point. I hadn't crossed the bridge, but I was on that tipping point where I was leaning, if that makes sense. And, you know, all I'm saying to people now is, you know, fucking reach out to somebody and explain to somebody how you feel. You know, I ain't great with fucking words. Do you know what I mean? But I try and explain it in layman's terms. I can only explain it in how I can explain it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You might be, you know, Zed might be able to explain it completely differently to Chris. But
I think we can all colour it differently. I think the weight of the message stays the same.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing. It's the weight of the message. It's just open up, talk to somebody, reach out.
There's people out there you can relate to. I think everybody's fucking get shit in the life, man. Everybody's suffered. I'll tell you that, man.
See, the thing about it is like one of the massive things that I ever heard in my life was, if everybody was to sit around the table and put all your shit onto the table, once all that shit was on the table, you'd fucking pick your own stuff back up again.
Don't ever see the reason you get suicidal on that is because you think you're alone. You think you're suffering alone, but you're not suffering alone because there's everybody's suffering with you, mate. Fucking we've all. I know it's different. Some of us haven't been in the army or whatever, but we've all experienced shit. Trust me, man.
No.
Bad shit. I've experienced bad shit in my life. I'll tell you that. I don't want to talk about it now, but I have.
You say, Chris, I think that's a massive fucking.
You're never alone, mate.
Statement
you know what I mean?
You've made there, mate. Because we you know, we've all been through the same shit, and
it's different shit, but it's shit at the end of the day.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Whether you're a military bloke or a civilian or a fucking fireman or whatever, we all have them day-to-day fucking battles. But I think as a bloke. And I'm going to put it out there now, this is going to cause a fucking mayhem, but as a bloke, I think it's harder for a fucking bloke to fucking deal with than it is for a fucking woman, if I'm being fucking honest.
Yeah.
Because you've got to be the fucking person to fucking step up, sort it out, man your fucking shit up and all the rest of it.
I think a lot of the time with a guy, the problem becomes that the further you're getting pushed towards the cliff, right up to the point you're on the edge of the cliff, as a guy, you're still saying, I can handle this, I've got this, I can do this, I can do it, I've got it. You're right on the edge, and then you go, I fucking got this. I've not got it. Do you know what I mean?
Zed, I'm going to totally disagree with you there. I feel like straight away I'll take it on and I'm like, I'm fucked. Straight away.
Yeah.
Straight away. So all the way through that fucking that fucking movement.
Yeah.
It's fucking pressure. It's pressure. And then it comes to the point where you're like, I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking fit. I've agreed to it and I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Not the opposite way around.
Yeah, I'm different in the sense that
I've accepted it, and then straight away I've got, I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Do you think I can see a connection between Zed and PK, and the connection is because I know the two of you have had hard times, right? Because you have told me, and the connection was the two of you bared it all on your shoulders, like you bared it all on your shoulders, and
you've got,
and then it built up to a point where you kind of it becomes too much.
Yeah, yeah. The only difference with me is like I felt that I could handle it, and it was different because it's like the only way I could express it, because I don't know how Brian got the pressure was put on him, on the circumstance. With me, it was a non-volatile circumstance. That's the only way I could put it with me. It was a consistent and constant pressure. The way it was described to me was water dripping on my forehead. You'll only tolerate it for so long. And I was thinking to myself, I've got this. I can handle this. I can handle this. I can handle this. Now I can't. And that's the way it went with me. Whereas where I was when I thought, I can't handle this. This is where Brian entered the scenario. Was the first drip in his head? No, I can't handle this, and then leading on. That's the only difference. And it was like, and it's possibly the severity of the event that's caused it. Because with me it was like work overload, it was expectation, it was probably stuff that was put on me that shouldn't have been put on me, but it's by the by. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Obviously with Brian it's completely different, and although the whole fact that the two of us can go along the same journey and bear what we've experienced, I would honestly say that Brian, when that's happening to Brian, that's to come out of the other end of that, and to understand where you are just now, and to understand that it's maybe not ever going to get better. It's maybe not going to get worse, but not better. But you, as you said, you've got this even.
I've got a platform.
Is it not like is it not like the same when someone dies? It's really close to you. People talk about getting over it, but you never ever get over it. You just learn. You learn how to just cope with it. You learn how to get by. You know what I mean? You learn how to deal with it.
Well, there's no a day goodbye I don't think about my dad, and he died in 2001, and I actually had a wee tear in my eye the day thinking about him as well when I was working away on my own.
Yeah,
they things never leave you.
You see, I don't understand disrespectful here. You know, I lost my old man 12 years ago, 13 years ago. What I'm experiencing for the last 8-9 years with PTSD, fuck all to when I lost my old man. Do you know what I mean? Mentally, physically, mentally more, because you are in control. I don't feel like sometimes, some days I can wake up and I'm a completely fucking different person. Do you know what I mean? And I'm fucking angry, I'm aggressive, I'm fucking horrible to every fucker. Do you know what I mean? And
is that because you're in pain, but you're in pain, so you project pain outwards?
I just gotta control it, mate. If I'm being honest.
No, it's not because of that.
I just can't control it. Do you know what I mean? It's the best way I can put it, Chris. It's like purposely fucking done.
No,
it's like I'm gonna be a cunt today.
Can see if I'm even now, and now I know what's happening. I'm wise to what it is. I know where my triggers are. I know where they are. It's like if I'm working with people that don't work to the same kind of standards as me, and I've shown them how I want something to be. Say, for example, if I'm laying a pallet on the ground, and I set a pallet on top of it, I want it to be exactly
fucking the same as what I'm fucking showing you.
If it's to the left, to the right, or it's hanging off the back or the front, that's you're filling my jug. That's the way I look at it. You're filling my jug here. And like, see if I go home and my jug's starting to spill over. When my wife asked me how my day was, and I'm like, leave me, give me a minute. I need to, and it's like snapping, and it's being agitated, and I need to decompress in the sense that there's a lot of wee things that have happened throughout a day that's caused me to be in the place I am.
It's like filling a jug. It's like filling a jug.
100%.
All them little bits.
Yeah, 100%.
It's fucking 100%.
And like you say, sometimes the time in between that stopping and you being ready for starting the next day isn't long enough to clear the shit from the day before. So what you're doing is when you're starting the day, you've got
fucking 20%.
You've got fucking half a jug. You've got half a jug, and you're about to walk into a world of clowns that are going to fucking fill it back up for you.
You see, I've said it before, but I mean, it's a bit different where I work because I work with military. So I'll say to people, let's fucking step outside, man. Because I'm going to fucking punch your fucking lights out because you're just a fucking dickhead. You know what I mean? You're an absolute fucking clown. I can't fucking deal with fucking dickheads no more. Do you know what I mean? And you know, I watched my old man die in front of me, which he was going to die anyway. Damn it, it was me or my mum or my fucking sisters, but he died in front of fucking me. And you know, I've got a fucking, you know, a really bad frostbite condition. You know, I've saw things that, you know, I don't want to fucking see. But that's going to war. I wouldn't sue the army because that's what I fucking signed up for. And people are saying, why you sued them? I'm like, because that's what the fuck I signed up for. Do you know what I mean? I signed up to get to war. That's what I signed up for. That was my job. That was my job. My job was to make you fortunate or unfortunate, was to make sure that, you know, you motherfuckers who are in the army are fucking all right. That was my fucking job. And it just so happened that I was that good at my job. I did covert security. I ended up watching stuff that I needed to watch to get evidence. But when you watch something, you can't unwatch it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And once you've watched it, you know, and you know, you get to a point in your life where, especially as a civilian, in the army, you're in the bubble. Everybody's the same. Everybody's fucking rough and tumble. Fucking. And then you get into civilian life and you start saying shit, and people are going,
whoa,
right, fucking.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a minute, you can't say shit like that to fucking me.
Yeah.
And then after 2 or 3 years, I'm like, fuck, I ain't normal. And that's the way I feel now. I ain't normal. I am a normal individual because of the stuff that I've saw, the stuff that I've experienced, where I've been, what I've had to fucking do. I had a conversation with the military bloke a couple of weeks ago, and I had to say to him, I can't really fucking answer that. You know, and then all of a sudden everybody else is getting an interest. What the fuck did you do?
Aye.
And I'm like, hold on a minute, fucking. I'm just a normal bloke. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just a normal geezer, but I'm just now I've realised that I ain't a normal bloke.
But
I ain't a normal geezer.
yeah,
I've done and saw exceptional things that have put horrible people into fucking prison. But seeing them things of watching them do things has affected me personally.
yeah,
You know, and that's when now it annoys me. You know, I've had counselling, but I've got a 17 and a 19-year-old, two girls who's both had to have counselling because of how I've been.
yeah.
And I feel like, why should their fucking lives be fucked up because of the shit I've saw, kind of thing? And that's what frustrates me.
Yeah.
That's what frustrates me. You know
But
what I mean?
how do the girls view it though? The girls must view it different. Obviously, they'll come to their own understanding because like their counselling will probably explain the emotion behind it and the fact that the emotion was never directly aimed at anyone in particular. It was just an outburst of a specific flare up of whatever the feeling was that you had within you at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, because obviously, to let everyone know you've got a beautiful grandson now as well. So, I mean, that's such an amazing thing. And you've got a tattoo on your left hand, your neck, which shows that. And that's a fantastic thing. To see that photograph of you sitting with him the other day is a beautiful thing.
That was a nice picture, by the way. That was.
It was very, very emotional because, like, the two of you looked as if you were engrossed in each other, and it was an amazing thing.
Mate, you know, it's a. I'm kind of getting a bit upset there.
That's great,
but I feel like it's a little bit like a bit of sweet.
Yeah.
You know, and you know when I've had them really fucking bad times where.
So the bad times are the big.
I don't want to be here.
The bad times are the bitter, but like the sweet should be the sweet as well.
Yeah.
You've got to enjoy this.
Yeah. But this is fucking. But this is great now.
Yeah.
You know. I've had to fucking drag myself through some shit to get to this point.
Yeah. No, yeah.
You know, and you know, I've been at points where it's been, how can I put it? It's been quite easily to fucking call it a fucking day.
Yeah.
You know, for me personally. So, you know, when I sit there and I've got him in my arms, you know, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But this is gonna sound fucking really selfish, but I still have them fucking moments. I still have them feelings where I'm like, I don't want to fucking be here. Do you know what I mean? Them thoughts are always in the back of my fucking head. Them never away. And I love him to death. Obviously, I love my family, but once when you've got depression, you've got depression, and that, unfortunately, that little bastard ain't never going to go away. That little fucker's always going to be fucking biting about the back of your head. Do you know what I mean? And that's what you need to try and get rid of. I mean, I was quite fortunate. I've beat him once. Do you know what I mean? I was on the ropes, so to speak. You know, I was have a Cannock chase. You know,
can I just say that as long as you're putting yourself in front of everybody, you're interacting with the likes of the community that you're sitting in just now, and we all, mate, it's like I've never met you, but I love you to bits. I really do, and you know that yourself because we've spoken the phone. We've spoken the phone out with YouTube and all that nonsense, so you know exactly where I stand. And
yeah.
Listen, it's like you just need to. It's like it's just your next fight, pal.
Yeah. I think for me, all I want to make it easier for. It's going to sound fucking really bad, but I want to make it easier for the next person. Do you know what I mean? So if this next person in our group that with us sitting here now to make it a little bit easier for them to be able to open up and, you know, express themselves a little bit more, and for somebody else to be able to go, fuck, I recognise that.
Yeah.
Or I recognise that. You know, you, mate, honestly, you'll meet me. I'm the quietest bloke in the fucking world. Honestly, on here, I make it on my videos. I sound like I'm a fucking
no.
I'm on it like a fucking car body.
A geezer.
But mate, but what I'm saying is, I struggle on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm quite happy to say that. Do you know what I mean? I ain't gonna sit here and say, yeah, everything's fucking sweet and fucking dandy, because, you know, in my head it fucking ain't. But I'm quite happy to at least somebody wash this back and go, right, I under fucking stand him.
Yeah.
That's me. I need to fucking reach out. I'm fucking struggling. I need to fucking reach out. You know, and if that one person is gonna, you know, not do what I wanted to do, then that's amazing.
That's
you know, I had a, you know, I had a phone call for a fucking sunroof that stopped me. And you know, I was there ready to do it. Do you know what I mean? I was seconds away, literally seconds away from doing it. But yeah, I had a phone call and I felt like, you know what, I need to answer this phone call because he needs me. At this present moment in time, he needs me. So I need to take this phone call and I need to help him out. And you know, fortunately for me, you know, this well, I was in a bit fucking.
It's sliding doors, though. It's like you made that decision. It's like
yeah. You know, I stood off my car. You know what I mean? I stood off my car. I took the fucking rope from around my fucking neck.
Yeah.
And I answered the fucking phone call to my mate because his needs were great. No, as they always are. His needs are fucking greater than mine. So I was fucking answered the phone call, and he was like, "Are you anywhere near Mackey's?" I was like, "Fuck off." Do you know what I mean? Like fucking something daft. Are you near KFC? I was like, what the fuck are you on about? You know what I mean? But yeah, but that I ain't gonna name the person, but that phone call literally.
And you look at everything. You look at everything that's came from that now. And I'll epitomise it with the photograph of your grandson in your lap.
Oh yeah.
And you know, it's like there's. I'm not going to say divine intervention because that's not my bag. I don't believe in that. But everything happens for a reason. I firmly believe that. And even the fact that at the time of your deepest and darkest time, the fact that somebody else was reaching out to you wasn't for your help, it was to help you. Do you know what I mean? And then now what's happening in your life is showing you all the results of that specific moment.
Right. If you want the fucking honest truth, mate, how close am I to that point now? Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. I'm that far away. Every fucking day. But every day that goes like that.
Yeah.
It grows every fucking day. And you know, I have good days, I have bad days, you know, and you know, the bad days are now slowly getting thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Which is fucking brilliant because, you know, it's having that little bit of fucking respect from other people and other people wanting to know what you're doing, how you're getting on, and that's a difference. That if I can say anything to anybody, that little text every morning, how you doing? How are you? How's things? That little text makes, especially somebody with a mental health issue, a massive difference. A massive difference. And you know, I've never been in the best place. I don't proclaim to be somebody who's fucking always singing and fucking dancing. I have the banter. Me and Chris have the banter all the fucking time. But
you're a fat prick.
Yeah. but it's when you've got like you know, PTSD or depression, emotionally it's really hard work, and physically it's fucking really hard work, and it's, you know, it's how just you with your missus and your kids and all the rest of it, you know what I mean? And you know, I try to outdo myself all the time with my kids. At the end of the day, mate, I know that, you know, this is gonna sound fucking really bad now, but I ain't gonna fucking die of fucking old age, mate. Do you know what I mean? It's hard living with PTSD and depression. It's really fucking tough mentally to stop yourself doing things that you don't want to fucking do on a fucking daily basis.
Yeah.
These things are very, very manageable in the right hands.
It's really difficult.
Yeah, they are difficult, but they're very manageable in the right hands. It's a matter of actually understanding how the dynamics of the complaint works, to be able to start to unfold.
See, I could see like this in the bottom. Go on.
But look, I got to cruise off, guys. But like I said, you know, I extend out to you. If you want to connect with me, just look up Roland Keith in Messenger and send me a message, and yeah, we can.
Yeah,
but one thing to primarily understand, and it might be a hard pill to swallow, but because if a person's brain has not been assessed by having a physical defect, by a brain injury from an impact or anything like that, or birth defect or anything like that, right? So if we can discount all of that, so we got a normal functioning brain, the same as everybody else's brain that's in this room now.
Yeah.
What's actually going on is the program you're running with is why you have the outcome you've got.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what's built that program is your history.
Yeah.
And what's running the involuntary stuff is your subconscious. And why your subconscious is doing this is because it hasn't been able to actually make sense of what's happened on a lot of occasions, and it hasn't found a place where it can pack it away. And this is where the involuntary emotions come up. And what are emotions? Well, emotions are points of relativity that connect an event.
Yeah.
Right? An emotion is built to connect an event, so that when you come to recall an event or understand something or comprehend something, back in the subconscious, your emotions are picked. Right, that goes with this. They're joined. And one of the issues with post-traumatic stress disorder is when somebody witnesses an event that is really amazing, absolutely amazing. The conscious in this hand can actually make sense of it, but the subconscious it's peaked the subconscious, and it has nowhere where it can settle. And a lot what's going on is from a subconscious stance. So you've constantly got this argument between how I'm feeling, which is all my relativity coming up to make sense, versus what is making sense on a conscious sense. But a lot of it can be connected together if you got the right hands. I deal with post-traumatic stress a lot. And that's from veterans through to children that have been traumatized from sexual abuse. And right,
I've got to ask you now, because I've never felt this before when I was a kid and nothing like that. So where does it fit? How does it fit in where, you know, you want to commit suicide and stuff like that? Because that's the bit I struggle with, because I don't understand. Like I've never really felt like that before.
I'd imagine. I mean, I don't really know your whole deal very well at all, right? So it's very difficult to start really breaking things down quite accurately. But I would certainly imagine you'd have a lot of involuntarily emotions that just prop up out of nowhere that you're not comfortable with. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so somewhere along that line, you want that to stop. And one of the best ways to make that stop is to contemplate end of life, so that this involuntary shit that keeps coming up at me stops. However, if you start connecting dots from a very humble, small stance from the very beginning and rebuild to connect a subconscious mind that's trying to pack away an event, make sense of it, pack it away, put it where it belongs, with a conscious event witnessed that you saw. When you connect those dots, then you slowly start building the bricks of knocking down post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
But there is a pattern to resolve it, and there is a structure to resolve it. The mainstream mental health system is overrun. It's a rack 'em, stack 'em, and pack 'em affair. Most clinicians will see about 15 people per day, and your case is it just doesn't get the attention it deserves. But to deal with post-traumatic stress, you definitely need a lot of one-on-one, a lot of understanding needs to come into play, and there's another element. And again, this might sound offensive, but in some ways, but post-traumatic stress has got a lot to do with either responding to something or reacting to something.
Yeah.
And say, for example, let's look at the scenario of a car accident. I'm a trained paramedic, and the person next to me is just a normal civilian.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us go to this car accident, and there's a person lying there, there's blood everywhere, they've got an arm broken, bones sticking out. Okay. The responder is trained to calculate the situation, work out what should I do, how should I do it, when should I do it. The other person is in sheer panic with no idea what to do.
Yeah.
Between the two, the person who's in sheer panic is totally functioning on emotions to get a result, because there's no cognitive calculation going on.
Okay.
Whereas the responder, the emotions are gone in the toilet. They know that they must do this, followed by that, followed by this to get the result. So when something scatters our subconscious, the basic bottom line of the reasoning for that to happen was that we had no prior training to respond properly to this situation. That's why we've ran 100% of our emotions to the situation. And our emotions don't have logic in them.
No.
And that's why two people can witness one event. One can be traumatized and one may not be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the whole lot, like everything, the way you're functioning, the whole lot, because there's no hardware defect up here, the whole lot of it is 100% thought. How you're thinking, what you're thinking, and why you're thinking. And when it comes to thinking, all our very lives from a childhood, we're taught what to think. But nowhere in that journey are we taught how to think.
Yeah.
And they're two very different outcomes.
Roland, can I just ask you?
Situation can switch very quickly. Yeah.
Roland, can I just ask you one thing? Obviously, like you'd offered Brian to contact you. Well, there's a private chat, obviously, in the StreamYard. If you could maybe just like pop your details in, that shows that a further date, Brian could maybe catch those details. If that would be agreeable to you.
Yeah, I can do that.
I would appreciate that. Look, that'd be great. Because I can see what you're saying, having a resonance with him. It really is. Obviously.
Yeah. Well,
it's a very, very, very complex thing.
I've signed the official secret contract. I can't explain the reasons why or where I was, or why I got in the fucking predicament I was in, but
and the reason
all I want to know is
the basic reason why you can't explain that is because there's no it's all been running from an emotion. You could explain it, obviously, and logically. You could explain it if it was all coming from a response.
Yeah.
But it was all coming from a reaction, which is 100% driven by the randomness of your emotions, which if you're running on 100% emotions, then you're running on exactly just experience, what you've experienced in the past. But
it's dealing with Roland is dealing with things like emotionally, you're dealing with the primitive part, the lizard part of your mind, and instead of dealing with the cognitive part of your mind. Is that what you're talking about?
There are certainly elements of that. We do have a default. All of us have a default, and our default is to be our human default is to be negative. And the reason for that is because it's self-defense. But when you train yourself to go to understand you have a default, but from that default, then you also have a cognitive group of options to follow or work towards, then you can split this default reaction to a default response, which is very, very different.
See, Roland, it's like I had read a book and it was called The Chimp Paradox. And it basically said that the main part of your brain was like a chimpanzee that knows not a lot, but it knows when it's frightened or scared or whatever. And if it feels fear or if it feels in danger, it rattles the cage. But the computive part of your brain can say, you know what, this is okay because we experienced this last week and this is how we dealt with it, so this is how we're going to deal with it, so the chimp calms down. So basically there's processes within that. Have you ever heard of like a sort of process like that?
You see, can I just jump in there quickly? You know, I've previously watched, I've saw lads get shot, I've saw people get blown up, and you know all the rest of it. Well, you know, in my younger years, it didn't really affect me, if I'm being honest. We got to the Balkans War. Obviously, it was a little bit fucking rough whilst was out there. But you know, I saw things out there that I found a mass grave of like 330 bodies, and you know, you can't unsmell that, you can't unsee that, you can't experience the wave of fucking stench that fucking come up. I can't fucking explain that. So, like, for me,
but all of that is prevalent. All of that is prevalent in you because it's not packed away.
But that shit's never gonna leave me.
No, it won't. But it can shift from something that feels like it's just there right now to something that is actually a memory, which is the clear reasoning as to why, again, you know, two people can witness one event. One can be traumatized, one may not.
You see, I've you know, at 17, I was in Northern Ireland. I watched them get blown up. You know, it's going to sound really fucking bad. That don't affect me. Yeah.
Yep.
I can go to somewhere like, for example, Afghan, Iraq, Northern Ireland, which is the major one for me. Northern Ireland, out of everywhere where the fucking been, Northern Ireland is fucking horrendous because they can speak your language. You know what the fuck they're saying. You go to Afghan and Iraq, them shouting at you. You don't know what the fuck they're saying. Do you know what I mean? You go to Northern Ireland, mate, and I'm going, you go down this fucking alleyway, you're going to get blown the fuck up. You need to fucking take note. You know what I mean? You need to fucking realise where the fuck you're going, what the fuck you're doing, and where you're stepping. So,
yeah.
You know,
and in that situation, you're already in a hyper state, right? So you're if you go back to your primal state, you're already, from a primal perspective, before consciousness has gone into it, you're in a hyper state, hyper vigilant, right? Which is putting a whole heap of subconscious shit on high alert. You know, like I said, I mean, I'm going to have to go, guys. But yeah, there's what's going on with you is by no means am I trying to lower its gravity of effect upon yourself. However, what is going on with you can actually be broken up and quite mechanizedly looked at and broken up into sections.
I fucking
and,
hope so, mate.
And when you do that, like obviously when you make sense of anything, it puts the subconscious to sleep.
Yeah.
And there's a tremendous amount that's not being made sense of. There's dots that haven't been connected,
Yeah.
which has kept your emotional side of things, which is our autopilot, on high alert. It makes it oversensitive, and it drives you nuts. But again, not knowing your situation fully, but once I do understand your situation a bit, there's a lot we can start to pack away, and there's also a lot of cognitive understanding that I can express to you, that you can understand. Okay, this is how this works, and that's why that's doing this. And with that conscious understanding, that bleeds through to the subconscious to start packing things away. Because at the moment, from a subconscious point of view, you're running with 1,000 question marks, and that creates an undertone of pressure all the time. And if we break away the pressure, then and quieten down what the subconscious is doing, letting the conscious have more of a chance to sort of function better, you can move through this pretty well. Like I say, I do it quite regularly, from traumatized kids through to people in jail, through to whatever. And yeah, there's many different circumstances that create the same problem, basically.
Sound.
I think
there's a write his details down. Got to take a note of his details, man.
Brian, it's up on the private chat.
Yeah.
Do it now. Do it now, man.
I just took a photo.
And contact him. Contact him when you're sober.
He's gone.
But see the thing about it is,
Roland
does a lot of things.
Fucking do it, man.
There's a lot of things
for me, please.
There's a lot of things that you've said that I can see in Brian's face, that it just like there's alarm bells just ding, ding, ding. And it's like, Roland, you don't know Brian's history, and like I'm hoping that when you two connect, that you can get a wee bit deeper into it. But from what you've said, you've unlocked a wee Pandora's box there in a positive sense, and I know for a fact that Brian's going to contact you, and that's an amazing thing. If this whole 5 hours and 40 minutes of live stream was just to make the two you connect, I think that was well worth it.
Yeah,
well
100%.
Absolutely.
And I think you said because you fucking made it happen. To be honest,
I think Roland sounds amazing. Like really sounds amazing.
It's
you can only fucking open up so much at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And all I'm trying to be is as open.
You'll not get that help in the UK.
Well, if you have a will to be better, then I've got an offer out there for you to help you get better. Yeah. I run a private clinic, and the reason why I do that is I run a small number of clients at any one particular time, and we start a problem and finish a problem, and that's it, and we move on.
Yeah.
In the mainstream system, the reason why I gave up the mainstream system is because it's absolutely hopeless to try and sort anybody's mental health issues out properly. It's impossible. You just do not have the time frame to work on it. You just don't. And seeing clients 6 weeks apart is bloody useless. No one gets anything done. You know what I mean? So yeah, I personally run a private practice. I see only a limited amount of people at any one time, and that gives me plenty of time to fully analyze their issue and fully work with them with their issue. And we work on making very small steps of advancement, because if anybody wants to get any motivation on anything, we know we got to see progression. We really got to experience wins. We got to experience things that are actually working. And to do that, the only way I can do it is to do it, like I say, fully private, run just a small group of people that I see every week. We start their problems, we work through their problems, and we finish their problems and resolve them. And the reason why we can resolve them is because the fact is they're a mental health issue, which is all to do with how we are thinking, because we know that there's no hardwired problem in the brain. It's it's the program we're running life with. It's the program we're using in ourselves that we've built from our history that makes us function the way we do. I've got the finger.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Roland, honestly, it's like when you're talking, I'm kind of sort of watching Brian, and it's like what you're saying is like it's like mental registers. There's like ding, ding, ding. I can see it. I can see it happening, and it's like obviously you don't know his casework. You don't know.
Totally piqued his interest.
Totally, 100%, and I hope he engages with you. I really do. Because he deserves it, because he's such a lovely guy. He really is.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't normally put it out there what I do because I don't want to get hammered, but you know,
I firmly appreciate that you have done.
There's genuine people that need genuine help, and like I say, I'm happy to put my hand up and make an offer, you know.
Yeah, and I gratefully appreciate the fact that you have. That's a fantastic gesture. It really is.
And as you can see by my toys, I do okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've always got bikes to talk about.
Yeah. But no, mental health is a big deal. But from my perspective, working in it and being a professional in it, it's actually, even like for you, like for spray painting, there is a process that you go from start to finish to get a very good job, and you know that if you take shortcuts, the end product isn't going to be as good, and you know to get a perfect outcome, you must do certain things, and working with mental health is exactly the same. There's a process. There's an analytical process initially that analyzes the whole thing, right? And then once you've analyzed the whole thing through that process, then you can actually start looking at the proper mechanized processes to fix it.
Yeah. And that's you don't get this in the UK, because see what you explained about, you've got your private practice, and the way it used to be in mainstream, you didn't have the chance to be able to do it. Well, in the UK, it's all mainstream, and they never get to focus or fix things.
Yeah,
they just
see when you go to the doctor about mental health here in Scotland or the UK or whatever, they'll give you tablets, and you see to see a therapist or psychologist, you've got fucking no chance. You've got no chance, man. You'd be very, very lucky. You'd need to be in a bad, serious way.
I get thrown onto Prozac quicker than they could get me out of the clinic for 2.5 years. And then it took me another 3 months to get off them.
These are drugs that stop the inhibitors in your mind, the hormones or something like that? And
they just release the...
I mean, the reality is mental issues don't form instantly. Generally, they don't form instantly. Mental issues are formulated over a period of time, and there's many roots that go into producing this mental problem. And to undo them, it takes time.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line. There is no quick fix, but there is a fix.
To be fair, the doctor that actually diagnosed me, Roland, she suffered from SAD, son immune deficiency, and she said, I totally get where you're coming from. She actually said to me, what, because I walked into her surgery a broken person. I was totally broken, and she said, what's going on? And I explained exactly what was going on in my life, where I was family-wise, house-wise, kids-wise, work-wise. And she said, I've had directors of companies sitting where you're sitting saying exactly the same thing. Why have you let it get to this stage? And what she said was, it was the drip, 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 drip. He said it wasn't an instant. You didn't get everything all at once. Everything was just drip, 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 and the drip get more and more and more until the point you couldn't handle it. And I woke up the morning I woke up and everything for me personally happened. I leant over to put my socks on, and it felt as if my brain fell off my head and shattered on the ground into a million pieces.
Yep.
And I've spent the next 4 years with glue trying to put it all back together again.
See, I don't feel like that.
That's not obviously, like Brian. Obviously, everything is relative to.
Mate, I just feel like I could, mate. I could walk out now and just I could go out now and cause some fucking serious damage. Serious fucking damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
I'm like,
but mate,
I'm almost at the point where I'm like, you know what? I need something to happen.
I think
to allow me to go fucking hurt some fucker.
No, it's like, I think it's like, obviously, like, Brian, you've heard the way Roland's been speaking. It's like, I've seen the way you've been nodding. I've obviously, like, every time Roland spoke, you've been nodding. You've constantly understood what he's been talking about. It's hit a few notes with you. I think the two of you need to sit down and really, honestly, I think Roland would be good for helping you, getting you onto some sort of thought path, thought train, whatever it is that he gets you to work on. I think it's a positive thing, mate.
I mean, if we could all relate to the way how we function as like software, okay? The hardware is the brain. The hardware, and again, if our brain's been assessed as fine, not got a defect, then we're running purely from our software, and that software, that the engineering to that software is our history, and then in that, what tools did we have to actually properly work with to manage our history? So it's a matter of rebuilding the program you're functioning from. Mm-hmm. So basically, think better, feel better, function better. In the very shortest. In the very shortest way, but the whole lot, like I say, from depression through to anxieties, through to whatever, it's all thought. It's all thought, and it's all thought that exists within the one individual, because the person standing next to you or the person over there, they're saying exact same point, but with their program, they're functioning that issue a totally different way.
Yeah,
but the three people who were standing next to me have all committed suicide. So I got that. 2 or 3 people standing next to me, because we all seen the same shit. And out the 4 of us, there's only me left. So when you look at it like that, that's
that is a way of looking at it.
That's why I struggle on a fucking day-to-day basis. My team, I had a team of 8, and out of 8, there's me left. Out of 8, out of my team, there's me left. That's it. Yeah. So three of them got killed. Everybody else has fucking committed suicide, and you kind of feel like you've put into a bag that you can't fucking get out of, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but where's the reality in that?
Well, I ain't got no fucking reality. I've had 8 muckers who have died or fucking took the fucking own life. So where does that leave me? Where does that leave me and my mental health? That was my team. I was in charge of them, and out of 8 people, I'm the only one now who's still alive. Out of 8 individuals.
Yep.
So when you look at that as a fact, you know, if you looked at that as a percentage, that means I'm the 1 in 10. But I was a team commander, so I was the one at the fucking top, and I'm the only one who's fucking still here. So where's that as a person, that makes me look as a bad individual, because everybody underneath me now isn't fucking there.
Are you thinking about that in a military sense, because see from a civilian point of view, you can't control what everyone else that came out of that situation was doing, because that wasn't your responsibility then, was it? As much as it was that was your team. I fully understand and appreciate
at the time. Yeah, there was, you know, out of, like I say, 3 gun killed, the rest of it committed suicide. So at my team of 8, there's only me left, and that's a big pill to fucking swallow.
Yeah,
because I was team leader, and you know, at the end of the day, there was more lads, there was more boys. You know, whether they was in the army or out the army, you know, we've always made that agreement that, you know, we'll always be there for each other. You know, one Eddie did, you know, you yourself said one Eddie did it like fucking 8 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, as a team leader, as a bloke, you kind of, you know, you don't want to show weakness, but at the same time, you know, you want your muckers to be able to, you know, just kind of fucking, I don't know, own up a little bit and just say, you know what I mean, I'm fucking struggling.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm putting myself out now, because, like I say, you know, 2 years ago I was in exactly the same fucking boat, you know, and it's a difficult topic to explain, and a difficult topic to say to people if they're fucking struggling. You need to fucking, you know what I mean? You need to go and fucking message somebody, because I never, when I was struggling, I didn't message anybody. I just fucking write myself in.
Brian, see, the more I speak to you, the more I get the feeling that obviously, like, it is as horrendous as everything is. It's like this has now become everyone's message, not just your message. It's you're carrying this message for everyone that was in your team, you're the one that has to carry it in forward as well. You're the only one that can. You have to make yourself better so that you can carry the message forward. Do you understand that? It's like they couldn't push on. They couldn't make the journey. You're the only one that's been strong enough to this point to be where you are. There's help around you. There's help around you to push you even further forward.
I know, but sometimes, mate, you're at the point where, well, I am. I don't want the fucking help sometimes. I'm like, you know, I could quite easily do.
Yeah.
I could quite easily do something that I shouldn't do. Quite easily.
Well, I think Roland has got a very good understanding and is going to be able to help you.
Definitely, man. Definitely, you should connect with Roland and let Roland understand. Let Roland understand your experiences, Brian. Obviously, it's like you know yourself. It's like you've not connected in a deep way with Roland, and Roland's basically been able to
pinpoint it.
He's been able to pinpoint it pretty accurately from what I can see. Give him the chance. It's like reach out, have the conversation, and I'm sure that once you've had listen, even Roland's answered a few questions that I've had in my mind as well, and I never even asked him. And that's a massive thing. And Roland, I appreciate you for being on the stream. I really do. Thank you. There's a reason you were on this stream tonight. I really do believe that. Brian, I just want you to be in a better place, pal. I really do. And if Roland can be the person that helps you, then that's a fantastic.
It's very, very, very possible. It comes down to what you want, how much you don't want to be this way, and if you've got a strong will to not want to be this way, then between that strong will and a bit of working together, we could definitely make things better. Because certainly not make things worse. But putting a lot of understanding in what's going on and why we're acting this way. But once a lot of understanding goes into it, that starts to really break down some barriers. But again, like I said, it's all thought, 100% thought. The way you think about what's happened, how it's happened, the whole lot, it's all thought, and that thought is steering your program. So change the thought, educate the thought, make some sense out of it all, and that helps define the program to function better. And when I say program, it's our conscious mind is what we're running from, our program. What's sitting on the hard drive is our emotions. All right, guys, I'm going to jet off, but I'll catch you all at the time.
Totally appreciate you coming on, pal. It's always a pleasure, man. Thank you so much.
Take care, guys. Have a good one.
All the best, buddy. Thank you very much.
I mean, I kind of wish Steve in the Mitchell Barker. Come on now.
He's just come on to a live chat, pal, and I've just put the link up, so I'm hoping he does. So I'm keeping an eye out.
But yeah, you know, it's that kind of mindset where you're like, how can I put it? You're about, you need to deal with it kind of mindset.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? You know, I've had counselling, I've had EMDR, I've done all that shit. But you kind of.
What did you think about what Roland was saying?
There was a few things that he said that I saw you nod.
Mate, he hit a few points there. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And
that's because they explained PTSD.
Yeah.
You need to explore that, pal. Honestly, it's like Roland. I've known Roland for 3 years. I've never met Roland in my life, and I've known Roland for 3 years on live streams, and he's the most genuine guy I've ever met. And I didn't even know that that's because Roland and I have never spoken about. I didn't know that that's what his profession was.
That was a bombshell he dropped tonight, wasn't it?
I didn't know. Honestly, didn't know that that's what his profession was, and the fact that he felt comfortable enough to open up and tell you that's small things happen for a reason. And I think this, as I've said, this had to happen. You had to meet Roland tonight, Brian. You had to meet Roland.
Like I say, it's like with Stevie the military biker. He's done obviously a lot of war in his lifetime as well. And it's just a bit easier, and that was the point I was trying to get across then. It's just a bit easier when somebody else is there, kind of fucking holding your hand.
Yeah.
Almost. Do you know what I mean?
I need to go because my head's absolutely splitting now.
Graham's honestly, man.
Sorry, I didn't want to do
it. Mate, can I just say, that's just weakness leaving the body.
I'm working tomorrow. I've been working for Monday, Tuesday, tomorrow, and then off for a couple of days.
Listen, we'll catch up. Just message me when you want the bike, and we'll arrange it. All right, pal?
Aye, I'll give you a message tomorrow.
It's been fantastic.
It was good seeing you tonight, son. Take care.
Okay, mate.
Take care, buddy.
You take care of yourself, Brian.
And you take care.
You get into that, man.
Yeah, man. I will do. Thank you,
because I like to be up in Scotland. Catch you later.
See you later. Thank you. Dude. Right, what time is it?
We've only been on for 6 hours. So
3:10.
I think we've still got another 2 hours to go. It's up to yourself. I can call it now. I'm more than happy to stay on. Man. I'm more than happy to.
I only thought it was like fucking 12 o'clock.
Mate, honestly, we've been on for 6 hours. So no, and it is what it is. This needed to happen. This was the reason.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's fine. I'm totally cool with it.
I just want to fucking open up into a fucking nutbuck. So what's he doing? Fucking Chris got a finger up his arse sitting there.
What are you doing? Trying to stretch my back. My back's fucking sore.
Gas spunky garage on.
I'm an electrician, mate, right? And seeing my job, all you do. Listen, I'm an electrician, right? And seeing my fucking job, all you do is work in strange positions, fucking crawling about up lofts, fucking bent down in front of sockets, in wee tiny fucking cupboards that you can hardly fit in for half a day, fucking
that's
squashed
why you got a fucking massive fucking dildo at the back of your fucking chest.
It's fucking terrible, man.
Down on your knees begging for a 50 pence.
My body's in fucking my body is fucked, mate. It's in bits, man.
Yeah. All right, your body's fucked. I've fucking seen it.
It's fucking no any worse than yours, you fucking cunt. You've got fucking set of titties in a belly like a orangutan, man.
Like I said earlier, mate, you got a fucking belly bone. Your belly bone's fucking massive.
Here, just as all I've got to say is that's bought and paid for, mate. There's no a fucking ounce of tick on that or fucking debt or anything. It's all bought and paid for.
You need to get a fucking turkey, get a proper beard. That's what you need to do.
I worked hard for it.
That's like a gay beard. That's like a beard from fucking Westlife.
I like my beard.
See a beard you can grow.
It's a proper beard, isn't it?
See, when I try and go a big fucking thing like that, it's too hard. It's too hard to maintain.
Yeah.
You need to fucking
That's what your
cream
missus
it and
says.
brush it every day.
There's a certain juice that you put on it, and it makes it soft.
She says,
fucking hard work, man.
Can you grow a beard like fucking Peaky? That's what she says. Look at him, he's fucking gay, fucking Guy Martin at.
You're just jealous because I'm gorgeous.
Gay Martin.
Mate, who was the guy one from Gay Zone? What was his name? Not Gay Zone, Boy Zone.
Were they all not?
Stephen, you know what fucking Stephen.
I couldn't tell you the name of any of the fucking birthdays for Boys on, mate. In fact, you can. That speaks volumes. It's fucking.
It's called knowledge. Knowledge.
That says more about you than it does about me. Tell you that.
Right, boys. I think I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
So 6 hours and
a big fucking cuddle for you there, son.
My God, man. My God. Listen, guys.
We touch of the crutch.
It was an absolute pleasure and an absolute privilege to have you on. Thank you very much for supporting the live stream. Thank you so much.
You're like a fucking bowling ball.
Thanks so much to Roland to come in. Roland Keith. Anyone that picks the live stream up late, it's Roland Keith on YouTube. Check him out. Rides a ZZR 1400. This thing's been tuned to the max. He's from Australia. And Graham's motor vlogs. Graham's is a bike painter, and he's absolutely fantastic at his job. You'll see my ZX9R painted by Graham's, so you'll see that on my channel at some point. Probably getting ragged by Graham's because he'll probably get the first ride it. So thanks very much, guys. We've got the Peaky Biker. Brian, thank you very much, pal. You take care and stay safe. Chris, Sprocket Rocket. We've yet to see that we upload onto YouTube, but I'm sure he'll upload onto his keyboard soon. So
it's coming soon enough.
You've been saying that for like fucking 3 months, you cunt.
I know.
Fuck.
Potato.
It's like getting your first fucking fingers wet. What are you doing?
Guys, thank you very much. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. All the best, man. This is Zhead Motor Vlog saying, take care, stay safe, peace out.
Smell my finger.
Bye.